Good morning everybody and welcome to Wantage Road. Today we have Northamptonshire versus Somerset in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Earlier on this morning the Steelbacks won the toss and elected to have a bat first. Unchanged both teams from their previous outings, so opening the batting for the Steelbacks will be Prithvi and Emilio Gay, and opening the bowling from the David Capel end, former Steelback Jack Brooks. I'm joined, or my name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined again by Mel Farrell, who is just putting the headset on at the moment, and also Phil Rowe.
Hello, Dan.
How are you?
That was a pause, wasn't it, for dramatic effect?
It was, yeah. Did you like it?
I thought there might be a drum roll or some trumpets or something. I loved it, yeah. Thanks, Mel. That was pretty out of time, but yeah, but it was the effort. Good effort, thank you.
Start as you mean to go on.
Very good.
Exactly. So just to run you through the teams quickly: Prithvi Shaw, Emilio Gay, Vasconcelos, Sam Whiteman, Luke Proctor, Rob Keogh, Lewis McManus, Tom Taylor, Justin Broad, Simon Kerrigan and Jack White. And then for Somerset, George Thomas, Andy Mead, Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, Sean Dixon, George Bartlett, Curtis Camphor, Danny Lamb, Ned Leonard, Jack Brooks and Shoaib Bashir. Stream powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire, and Jack Brooks is going to bowl the first one to Prithvi Shaw. Straight onto the middle of the bat, I think. How are you both?
Oh, well, I'm very, very happy about this sunshine. I must say, lovely to be back here. We had a bit of mixed weather here for the match on Sunday, but this is a beautiful day here today. Barely a cloud.
Prithvi Shaw off the mark straight away, just turns that one round the corner. Picks up a single, so Emilio Gay will take strike and face his first ball of the morning. Prithvi Shaw. I mean, he was exciting on Sunday afternoon against Sussex.
Well, first two balls he faced, absolutely pounded to the boundary. It was quite an entertaining, I think it was 26 runs he made. It was about, I think you called them the best 26 you've seen.
I stand by that, Mel. I stand by it. It was one of those innings that you watched and you kind of go, I can see how this guy has scored list A double hundreds. He got all the shots. Nicely played by Emilio Gay, and he's going to pick up 4. That's going to be the first boundary of the day for the Steelbacks. Emilio Gay off the mark with that one played down towards deep third.
Really nicely played, was it? Soft hands into the ball. Emilio has been caught behind the wicket keeper or first or second slip quite a bit in his career so far, and he has tended to go a little bit hard at the ball. What he did there really well was got his weight forward, bending the front knee. If you bend your front knee and you nick it, it generally goes down. He played that very nicely.
Good comeback from Jack Brooks. Jack Brooks will be someone that you know pretty well.
I know Jack very well. Yeah. He's one of my favourite all-time cricketers, Jack Brooks. Came into the game late with Northants, 24, I think. Played some what was then minor counties cricket for Oxfordshire. Came up and we were very happy to introduce him to the professional game, and he's not looked back.
Well bowled by Jack Brooks. Did that pick up a bit of an edge from Emilio Gay there? It went straight down, didn't it?
It was a leave, wasn't it? It was a leave that he just didn't quite get the bat out of the way. It was an under edge, and it bounced once on its way through to the keeper. But yeah, Jack Brooks is just a great guy. There's still 1 or 2 people around the club that crossed with Jack in his time. He stays in touch with everyone. He, when I retired, he rang me to say well done and congratulations on your time. We had a long chat. We exchanged, which won't be a surprise to Mel, we exchanged bad jokes quite frequently, and he's just become a dad, so it's about time he grew up. But it's great to see him back. I just love seeing Jack Brooks on a cricket field. He just brings joy.
Yeah, he's one of the game's great characters. I mean, forget Stuart Broad, he's a latecomer. This is the original headband warrior, right?
It is.
He's been rocking that look for a long time. Actually had a chat with him earlier in the summer because he was doing some coaching in the women's game and was actually really helpful to Lauren Filer, who played for England and came to the game quite late. And he sort of helped remodel her her action, and all of a sudden she's probably the quickest bowler in England.
Oh, that's good to hear.
So he's been enjoying that. He was telling me how much he was enjoying coaching the women as well, being able to be involved. So that's perhaps a future for him. He's signed up until the end of this year. This year was a contract extension, I think, for Jack.
That's right. Yeah. A smart bit of work by Somerset, because what Jack Brooks brings, apart from all the massive things he brings off the field, because he's just a great bloke to have around, he brings wickets. You know, he always gets good players out, and that's a rare commodity. There's real pedigree in his red ball skills, and yeah, it's nice to see him in this competition as well, because he's got some game in white ball cricket as well. It's just great to see him out there.
Definitely. Ned Leonard then from the Lynn Wilson centre end to Prithvi Shaw. And that has cut Prithvi in half. He's got an inside edge on it, and unlike Sunday, it's flown past the stumps and gone away for 4. First boundary of the day for Prithvi, the first of many that we hope to see from the Steelbacks perspective. You would have just seen on screen that you can get in contact with us on stream throughout the day. You can do that on Twitter at NorthantCCC or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. Whether you're a Steelbacks fan or a Somerset fan, any questions, comments, thoughts, opinions, predictions, anything like that through the day, get in contact with us via those means. Solid in defence from Prithvi Shaw. England, one of many England under-19 cricketers playing for Somerset today, Ned Leonard. Still just 20 years old. And yeah, Somerset have got high hopes for him. Kind of an all-format cricketer that they're looking at for the future, which is exciting.
And took a couple of wickets in their win over Worcestershire. Both these teams, of course, have one win and one loss under their belt in the first 2 games. So it's a big game for both of them, really, at this stage of the competition, to be able to just push up into the top half of the table.
First viewing of Ned Leonard, it looks like he's got a nice action. It's quite a straight approach, bustling in, nice front arm. Just looks a nicely organised bowler. Not a lot to go wrong there.
Certainly being treated with a bit of caution and respect by Prithvi Shaw. As we said, he raced off the mark when we saw him here on Sunday, but it's taking a bit more time today to get set.
I guess that inside edge past off stump has probably just given him cause for concern. He just wants to get himself in. It's the same pitch that was played on Sunday. That probably contributed somewhat towards Northant's decision to bat first, because it's getting more worn, and it's going to be a warm day here at Northampton today. So get a score on the board and then try and defend it, which I think is a good tactic for this inexperienced Northants team.
Yeah, I think so. It's a strong Northampton team, though, isn't it, Phil? It
is.
Lovely shot by Prithvi Shaw. Punched down the ground, and 4 more for Prithvi.
Wow.
Hold the pose.
Gee whiz. I'd walk off if I played that. That's about as good as it gets. Jeepers creepers.
Cracking shot. 4 off the last ball of Ned Leonard's first over. So a couple of boundaries off the bat. One, the inside edge that you mentioned, went past the stumps, and that absolute cracker from Prithvi Shaw. He's moved to 9, and the Steelbacks are 13 for no loss after 2. But yeah,
as a bowler, you let that ball go. You kind of know what your length is as you let it go. You're kind of happy with that, and you see the bat accelerating into the ball, and you think happy days, and then it just disappears straight back past you to rate or not. So that's some skill. That top of the bounce. Great shot.
That would have been a similar kind of thing that Ari Kavalas would have experienced, wouldn't he, on Sunday? Also
love that. What a beautiful forward defence.
Proper cricket.
Love that, yes. That's cricket I recognise.
Of course, that's the thing when you're coming in as the overseas player like Prithvi Shaw with the India cap underneath your belt. Just that real pressure that you need to perform. Everyone's got expectations on you when you come here. They're all sort of looking to you. And he, of course, I think has a bit of a point to prove after having fallen out of favour with the Indian selectors. So this is a good opportunity for Prithvi Shaw just to really make an impression.
Nicely placed by Emilio Gay between keeper and, well, I think the fielder's probably at second slip there, isn't he? Maybe slip and a half.
Oh,
well,
shall I get the soapbox out now?
Oh,
I think so.
You shall. You had a big rant about this on Sunday, didn't you? You don't like a 1.5 slip.
I don't. And that's exactly why. I mean, I'm happy from a Northamptonshire perspective, crack on. But in comes a second slip now to rub salt into the wound. So, yeah, the slip who was there on his own, was at 1.5, and the ball went straight to first slip, which is where the man has now gone.
Misfield at cover, so Emilio Gay is going to get himself at the non-striker's end.
And that's always the worry, isn't it? When you suddenly see field placings chasing the ball.
It is an admission that we've got that wrong, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the ball is edged between the keeper and 1.5 slips, as you call it, Dan. I think it's a brand new ball. The wicket's still got the effect of the roller. It's only the third over. The ball is likely to go fine off the edge, as it did. So why he's got himself wide there at first slip, I don't know. Was it a rant? Did I rant, Mel?
It was absolutely a rant. It was a rant of the highest order. I enjoyed it. I enjoy a good rant.
Well, it was, yeah, I mean, it's just passion, isn't it? You know, it's hard to get people out in this game sometimes, and put your fielders in the right place, that does help.
You're much more considered today.
So early.
Yeah.
That's one coffee.
We're 9 minutes into the day. There's plenty of time yet. 3 overs done, 18 for no loss for the Steelbacks. So a very good start for Northamptonshire. Prithvi Shaw on 9 and Emilio Gay on 9 as well.
The signs are good. You know, there's been an inside edge from Prithvi that just missed his stumps. Another day that clatters in. There's one down. Emilio gets a genuine edge to Jack Brooks that goes catchable height straight into first slip, who's not there. That's 2 down. These things add up, hopefully. So maybe Mother Cricket is smiling on Northamptonshire. Let's hope so. I'd like to see some more of both these guys back.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And as we spoke on Sunday, isn't it? It's a competition for Northamptonshire and the Steelbacks to kind of find a bit of form, get a bit of confidence, string a few wins together. And you never really know what the end of the season looks like at that point. There's a really good opportunity in this competition with the Steelbacks at essentially full strength. I mean, Dave Willey is at the Welsh Fire and Safe Saves at the Northern Superchargers, but they've brought in Prithvi Shaw. Yeah. Yeah, you'd argue and say that they're not far away from being as strong as what they possibly could be. Somerset, on the other hand, no disrespect to the players that are out there playing and representing the county of Somerset today, but there are a lot of players off on 100 duty. I think they've got a few injuries kicking around Somerset as well, which they're struggling with. No ball from Ned Leonard, so I think we're going to get a free hit, and Prithvi Shaw is going to be the man on strike to take advantage of it.
Did you see how slowly Emilio crossed for the single there? It hit the thigh pad. It was called no ball quite early. It hit the thigh pad, and you could see Emilio thinking, I don't really want to run. I've got a free hit that I'm giving up to Prithvi.
Been watchful, isn't it? 9 off 10 from Prithvi, which striking at 90, to say watchful sounds quite ridiculous, but he really flew out of the blocks on Sunday, didn't he? I wonder whether in hindsight, whether he thought maybe he went a little bit too hard at it too early. I don't know.
It's definitely a possibility. I mean, it's a different situation as well, isn't it, when you're chasing? You've been out there playing as opposed to coming in and batting first in the morning, assessing conditions.
Gives himself room, and that is really well bowled from Ned Leonard. Just that wide Yorker.
Very clever.
Prithvi.
Sorry, Dan.
Just couldn't reach it, could he?
Well, no, it was very, very clever bowling because he did go wide Yorker, but he set because the batters changed ends, you can change the field for a free hit, and the 2 men that he put out were deep square leg and deep mid wicket, which said I'm going to bowl an into the pitch slower ball. So Prithvi Shaw gave himself room to kind of baseball bat it over the offside, and he bowled him a wide Yorker inside the wide line. That's very clever thinking, good execution.
Such a good sign as well. That full face of the bat, isn't it, coming through from both of these guys this morning. Encouraging signs.
It's nice when the ball comes back down the wicket, isn't it? You know you're in good touch then. You're defending it and it goes squares off somewhere. You know either I've not lined that up well or my bat's not quite coming down straight. But a nice good firm block down the pitch is a confidence builder.
Absolute cracker from Ned Leonard as it's moved back in towards Prithvi Shaw. And good take from James Rew as it's continued to shape as it's gone past the stumps.
Yeah, that's good. But it's bounced and cut back over middle and leg bail. That's good delivery. That.
These two in particular on Sunday. Others will have case for arguments with regards to their dismissals, but Prithvi got that inside edge onto his stumps. As we said, we saw earlier, it could have gone off for 4 and we could have been talking about a different thing. And certainly Emilio Gay can feel hard done by with his dismissal on Sunday as well. So for these two in particular, a bit of an unknown with Sunday and what potentially they could have achieved as a partnership, given a little bit of fortune. And
well, I think that's a good comment. You know, you need a bit of luck in this game, whether you're Emilio Gay finding your way in the game or whether you're Prithvi Shaw, whose his reputation precedes him. You still need a bit of luck. But if it goes against you, there's not much you can do about it as a batter.
Crunched. Save your legs. 4 for Prithvi Shaw. We saw a few of those on Sunday. That is beautiful.
Yeah, first shot I think he played on Sunday. Very similar. Just lovely from Prithvi Shaw.
Doesn't have a huge kind of stride about him, does he? No, he's obviously not a tall man, but it's very minimal kind of foot movement.
Yeah.
Shorter from Ned Leonard in reply. Going to get a single, get up the other end to end the 4th over. 26 for no loss. Shaw 14, Gay 9.
From a strategy perspective, tactics perspective, the 5th ball was a half volley, got driven for 4, and you might say that's a poor delivery. Actually, I like my bowlers to get the ball up there. It's only going to swing for a very short amount of time. Get it up there, see if it can swing. We've got some catches in. Okay, if you go just over length and he drives you for 4, I would rather see that than a hit ball knocked away that can't get a wicket at this stage. As we talked about earlier, wickets are really, really important in this game. All the way through the game, when the ball is new, there's an advantage to you. Get it up there, see if it can swing. Obviously, you're not trying to bowl a half volley, but very often your best ball looks quite similar to your worst ball there, because the ball that's just short of a half volley and swings is nicked and it gets a wicket. So no damage for the bowler there, in my opinion. That's a nice shot.
Misfield again on the offside, so Prithvi Shaw come through for a single. Can see Danny Lamb in front of us going through a few rigorous warm-ups. Whether he's just been given the nod to stay loose, bearing in mind the start that the Steelbacks have got themselves away to.
Dan, you'll know this. Is he here as a signing or is he on loan, Danny Lamb?
So he is on loan from Lancashire,
yeah,
and he's got a contract down at Hove for 2024.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's on a 3-year deal.
Great ball from Jack
3
Brooks.
years.
3-year deal with Sussex. So we saw Paul Farbrace up here, of course, with Sussex on Sundays. He obviously likes what he sees in Danny Lamb. So he'll be heading down there. It's been struggling to get a start, I think, with Lancashire.
He's a handy all-round cricketer, no doubt. Well played. And he's a very experienced cricketer as well. Yeah, he's not first choice. Hasn't been a first choice at Lancashire. Hence, he's looking to get away. But yeah, that kind of experience in a young side down on the south coast, that seems like maybe a smart bit of business. 3 years is nice for Danny Lamb as well, because he knows he hasn't got to perform overnight. He can settle in, and also got to think about families as well. He can get a place down there and move down, get some roots. Oh, that's. Oof.
Is that a yes, no, sorry, Prithvi from Emilio Gay?
I think it was, yeah.
Just turned that one into the leg side, didn't he? I'm pretty sure I heard a call of yes.
You did.
I don't know where it came from, but
Emilio, you got to watch out if you're at the other end.
Okay.
Yeah, he is involved in a number of run-outs in a season.
Nicely played by Emilio Gay. I think there is a fielder down that way now, so it's just going to be a single.
He's played a few shots very nicely in that region, very fine, soft hands.
I still don't know, you know, what Emilio's ceiling is in the game. I still don't know, because year on year he kind of improves and improves and improves, and I think he's still improving. I'd like to see him get to 30 before he starts playing some of the bigger shots. But when he gets in and he's going, you know, you kind of think, okay, this guy's got more potential and more potential, more potential. He's got out too often too early in his innings, and sometimes, as I said earlier, he goes hard at the ball, sometimes just plays the ball on the up, and it doesn't quite respect the length of the ball at times. But when he's in and going, then you really do think this kid could go to another level. Yeah,
we've not seen the best of him at Wantage Road this season, have we? He scored that massive 100 up at Old Trafford in the last round of the county championship with was it 60 odd in the second innings as well?
Yes,
so
that's right.
200 runs across the course of a county championship round. But as you say, he kind of possesses all the ability to
really does
to kind of kick on, and nicely played, just flicked around the corner. And it would be lovely of all days to see him today kind of cash in. And
yeah, it really would. Yeah.
It's already his highest score for the Metro Bank One Day Cup, I think, isn't it? He got 2 against Gloucestershire, got 8 here against Sussex. So this might be the day.
I'll tell you a little story about Emilio in the academy when there's a break in the play. Okay, so I was the academy director, and we had appraisals and so on, and in came Emilio for his annual appraisal. We had catch-ups during the year, obviously. His annual appraisal, he brought his mum in
How
with
old
him.
would he have been at this point?
He would have been 15,
okay,
probably, something like that. And I said, look, where's your target? Where are you headed in the game? What's your ambition? See this next one from Ned Leonard.
Nicely played by Prithvi Shaw, beats the fielder at point and runs away for 4. I think Prithvi Shaw's cricket bat is all middle.
Well, I was going to say the same thing. When he hit it, I thought, okay, that might be 2. And the man at wideish third man had no chance of stopping it, so well was it timed. So Emilio says, looks me straight in the eyes, a 15-year-old, and says, well, I'm going to play for England. Now, I've heard that many times, and you want people to say that, but there was something that was different about this, about the way that he held my gaze, and I was convinced at that point. And I said, okay, Emilio, so I've heard that many times, as you might expect, from players sitting in that chair. Why is it going to be different for you? Why are you going to be the one? He said, well, I've got the ability, so then it's about hard work. No one's going to work harder than me, so I think it's on. And I looked at his mum, and she was nodding away as though, yeah, I've heard this plenty of times, Phil.
Pulled away this time, well fielded at 45. Prithvi's just going to get a single. They've done well today, haven't they, these Steelbacks pair? They've got their boundary, got off strike the next ball. Yeah. I worked with Emilio last summer, made a video with him. He did forget his kit in the first kind of place, which I think was probably on brand. But
yes.
Had filmed with him for an hour or so, an hour and a half. Walked straight off from filming in his pad, straight into the indoor school, set the bowling machine up and netted again.
Yeah, that's him. He injured his dad. He bought his dad sidearm, you know, a flicker or a dog stick, as they're known around these parts, and taught his dad how to do it and how to throw various deliveries. Dad, we're going to the nets. Dad, we're going to the nets. We had to stop him training. He was overtraining at one time, and I think he may still overtrain in terms of hitting cricket balls. Just absolutely loves it.
Nicely played
That's
again.
Well played.
It's just going to be a single though. Didn't quite get it fine enough to come back for 2. End of the over, 6 done. 35 for no loss for the Steelbacks. Prithvi Shaw 20 off 20, and Emilio Gay 12 off 17.
Nice start, isn't it? From Northamptonshire perspective, got a foothold in the game. They've started to assess conditions. Not been too many dramas. Haven't seen a lot of swing. Haven't seen a lot of seam movement.
Not compared to Sunday. And Sunday there was a lot of movement we saw in that game. Of course, it started off very, very cloudy, overcast. There was a bit of rain. We lost some overs because of that. And then it was actually bright sunshine by the end of the day. But not as much on offer today.
just has so much time, in particular on the front foot, Emilio Gay. Just sees the ball so quickly. Sometimes that can be his downfall, but can't see it too quickly, I guess. But because he couldn't make a false decision really, but he's letting the ball come to him. Good to see.
Flicked.
Shot
That is an Emilio Gay trademark shot, that, isn't it? Flicked through square leg for 4. He moves to 16.
I won't be the only person. There'll be some coaches over the far side looking at this delivery just to check what line that ball was, because he has a habit of wanting to whip it from off stump and fourth stump sometimes. Where was that? That was kind of middle and leg, would you say? Leg stump?
Fairly straight up to me, I would say.
Carry on, Emilio. You can have 4 for that.
Rowie approves. And that's gone past the outside edge. It's going to be a hard contest, isn't it, with Jack Brooks? We spoke earlier about his ability to take wickets. When I was looking at his stats yesterday, firstly, I think you forget the fact he's been around for as long as what he has, and I think a lot of that is to do with his kind of youthful character. You don't quite associate the nature of Jack Brooks with the age that he comes with, but he's got over 500 first-class wickets, which is a crazy achievement.
Oh, he was a key part of that Yorkshire side that won the championships last decade. 39-year-old. God, I almost gave him 10 extra years. 39-year-old.
He looks 49.
I should say. He certainly does not. He doesn't look 39.
Don't tell him that.
Solid in the fence, isn't it? Brooks just dropping the length back, and Emilio Gay just dropping the ball at his feet. I just want to ask you a question. It might have been you that I was on commentary with when we had this kind of conversation before, so apologies if I've asked you before, but others listening to the stream wouldn't have experienced
and I won't remember.
But you said about overtraining.
Yeah.
I think for a bowler it becomes a really obvious thing to kind of comprehend with regards to overtraining, doesn't it? I mean, it's a tough job. Talking about Craig Overton in the championship game against Somerset last month, saying about the fact that as a fast bowler you never really bowl kind of pain-free, so it becomes an easy thing to understand with overtraining and fast bowling. When it comes to batting, to some, and I think you could come up with an argument and say, well, surely the more balls you face, the better you're going to be.
I think there's a lot in that. I think there's a lot in that. So this is probably going to be one of my very contradictory responses. Hopefully not. I think with Emilio in particular, and it goes for other young players as well, it's about hitting balls with purpose, okay, and also knowing why you're hitting balls. What am I doing? Am I working on something specific? Am I just getting my feet moving? Am I just feeling a few out the middle? One of the things with Emilio is he as a lot of young cricketers do, they have a number of coaches as they work through the systems and schools and clubs and so on. Come back to that in a moment. And one of the concerns I know, because I was part of the group at the time, that we had about Emilio was, is his work always productive, or is he getting into bad habits? Who's got their eyes on him? What is he working on? Is he working on the things he needs to work on, or is he actually grooving bad habits? So with purpose, but it is important, but absolutely volume is huge. I'm a big fan of volume. Volume with purpose, that's the dream ticket.
Called away by Prithvi. Sure, they're going to look for 2. I think they should get it quite comfortably. Nicely tidied up in the deep.
There's a thing in coaching, skill acquisition is a big thing in the psychology of coaching and the psychology of learning, and purposeful practice is what the experts call it, rather than just practicing. Purposeful practice is important, but I also like playing. I also like playing and finding out as well. So free practice is also good, but kind of know what your practice is about. That's what I would say to young players. Enjoy it, love what you're doing, whatever it is, but know what it's about, know what your objectives are.
Squared him up slightly there, and it's the first kind of shot of, well, not error from him, Prithvi, sure, but you could see the way he kind of threw his head back there was the frustration in himself, wasn't it?
I think there's a bit of, you shouldn't be doing that, Prithvi, play straighter. That ball just held, didn't it? That held, it was sort of running into middle and leg, and it just held on middle stump, and he was looking to whip it or work it a little bit, and he's cross with himself about that. That's great.
Yeah.
Great batting.
Beautifully played. The line was on offer. Prithvi Shaw's tucked it round the corner, beaten the dive at short fine leg and picked up another 4. The Steelbacks are flying along here. 45 for no loss after 7.4 overs. What a start.
Prithvi Shaw hasn't overplayed his hand. He hasn't been overly aggressive. He's tended to wait for the opportunities. We saw that one streaky boundary early on, but he's 26 off 24, so rattling along at a pretty good rate. Well,
he hasn't played his hand just yet.
He went for that one, didn't he?
Well,
He must have heard me.
If you're going to flash hard, I
Yeah,
guess,
that's
which he did. But that ball climbed, didn't it? That's the first ball we've seen carry through that way. It was a bit of an effort ball. He was dirty with himself, having gone down the leg side for 4 the ball before. And he banged that one in. And kind of fortunately for Prithvi, it really did climb past the outside edge.
Solid by Prithvi Shaw to end the over. 45 for no loss after 8. I think with the length of that boundary down towards the food tents on the offside there for Prithvi Shaw, I don't think he's going to be that bothered about the man that was fielding on the rope there. I think he'd back himself to uppercut, cut, whatever you want to flay a ball to quite comfortably for 6. Particularly at Ned Leonard's pace as well.
We saw a few down that way when Taylor and Broad were batting that marvellous partnership at the end that got them home. And see, I'm becoming a local. I know it's Sunset Boulevard. I know this now.
Lovely shot by Emilio Gay. Don't bother running for those. That's 4 more. Overpitched by Jack Brooks and punched down the ground by Emilio.
And the sound of that just echoed and rang around the field here. Beautiful shot.
He's in good touch, isn't he? I hope I don't put the mockers on him. He's in good touch. Sometimes when Emilio drives, you see him sort of take a step over to the offside, which says his balance is just going over that way. But he was rock solid after that. That's the man in good touch. Fingers crossed. 12 bowled.
Yeah, and a good comeback from Jack Brooks. I think that was pretty well left by Emilio Gay in the end, wasn't it?
I agree. It was beautifully played. Yeah.
Shaped up to play it and just drew his hands away at the last minute.
Jeez, Brooks has still got it, hasn't he? Yeah, still got it.
1 more year?
Yeah, go on, crack on, Jack. Well, why not? He's a good man to have in your locker of bowlers, isn't he?
Well, Jimmy Anderson's still going around.
You know, age is just a number, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit of a classic thing, but Jack, as I said earlier on, Jack Brooks gets people out. He gets good players out in all formats, but in particular in red ball cricket. And if he's in your kind of stash of fast bowlers, in your locker of fast bowlers, and you can bring him in for he's not going to play every game, is he? And who does nowadays as a bowler?
Cracking shot. Emilio Gay, 2 4s in the over. This one through cover. It's so short over towards the offside for Emilio Gay that both Somerset fielders gave up on that pretty quick. And that shot brings up the 50 for the Steelbacks in half an hour. 8.4 overs.
So if you're looking to rotate your seamers, and Jack Brooks is one of those on the rotation list, you're pretty happy, I think. He can play half the games, thereabouts. And he's not going to let you down. Got pedigree.
Oh, well fielded in the end. I think he's just got a fingertip to it, hasn't he? Saved his team 3. Because that was destined for the boundary down the grounds.
Also noticing too, with Leonard bowling at this end, Jack Brooks been the one going up and speaking to him and just giving some advice, being a bit of a sounding board perhaps. So that's the other side of having an experienced player like that in your side as well, when you've got a lot of young players, young bowlers.
Oh, what a shot. Prithvi Shaw. That's going to race away for 4. Boundaries are plenty in that over, 3 of them. And that one just flicked. Well, it wasn't really flicked, was it? It was just worked through mid-wicket for 4.
I mean, I think as he's let that go, Jack Brooks probably knows that's a 4 ball. It's on the pads and it's gone for 4 through the leg side. as most opening batters would be able to do. Well, what's different here is just so stylish, isn't he? Just makes that look just beautiful to watch from a Northamptonshire perspective.
I wonder how many of those cricket bats Prithvi's brought over, and I wonder if he's. I genuinely wonder whether he's got any going spare.
So, what I'm hearing is, if only I had that bat. ... Is that what's going through your brain
That's
at the
kind
moment?
of what I'm saying. I mean, the one that I've got's pretty good, but
We need to have a chat.
I think it's the fleshy thing holding it that's the problem at the moment, Phil.
I think you might have took that one away for 4 in your prime. But yeah, it sounds a nice bit of wood, doesn't it?
So Leonard to continue his spell. That's nicely cut away, but straight to the fielder.
All seem to spend an age on the pitch. As he played the shot, I thought it would go behind square, and it went well in front of square. The wicket was a bit tricky, wasn't it, or fun, as Mel called it, which I do like. I don't know if that one just held on the surface a wee bit. You can't put your hands through everything.
Soft hands this time, but again, no run. It was a fun pitch on Sunday. We saw it obviously swinging with the overhead conditions, but we saw it seaming as well. We saw it turning. There was all sorts going on.
It's interesting. I thought subsequently about the one ball that got into everyone's head, including mine, I must say, was the dismissal of Coles by Rob Keogh, the ball that turned really sharply through the gate. No other ball turned anywhere near that much.
That is cracked away. 4 runs. Absolutely flew to the boundary. It's another one for Gay. There's plenty of bounce, but he rode it very well.
That was quite dismissive, wasn't it?
Mm.
Wow.
Imperious, even.
It was imperious. That's the definition of imperious right there. Interesting to see how the young man comes back now. He's bowled a heavy ball the last couple of times he's gone for boundaries. Will he go upstairs, or will he just try and hold his length? I think he should just try and hold his length. Yeah, he does.
Again, just delicately played, though. Will get a single.
Looked like he's just dragged his length back a touch in this over.
Yeah.
Kind of looked noticeably shorter from Ned Leonard. As you say, trying to bowl that back of a length, and Emilio's seen 3 of them. Just shaped him up, hasn't he, there, and almost clubbed him through mid-wicket.
It was a shot off the front foot. Yeah, when he hit that ball, his back foot was just off the ground. It's not what you want to see as an opening bowler.
He's done it a few times. I've noticed Gay, when he played that flick as well, square, the back foot comes up. It's like the kissing scene in a movie when the hero and the heroine kiss for the first time and her foot pops up.
That's lovely. I'll never be able to watch that. Not have that image in my mind again. That is absolutely lovely. I love that. Kissed it for 4.
Takes a big swipe at that one, Prithvi Shaw. Both on 30 now. Both going in around to run a ball. It's been quite an even partnership. It's not been a case where one's gone off, as we see the end of the over, 63 for none. Yeah, no one's really gone ballistic while the other one's in the support role. They've both been happy to put away the bad balls. Saw Prithvi Shaw. He's not signalling for a new bat, is he?
Oh, Dan, here's your chance. Get out of my way. Go on, get out there. I'll hold your coat. Just high vis. Get out there.
I just got excited for you for a second. I'm not sure if he was or not. He's certainly making some signal.
Can't be.
Okay.
But Emilio, you talk about the back foot off the floor. He comes from his dad is from Grenada. He's got some Caribbean flair about him, no doubt. There's some style about him with the bat, and he does like to impose himself on the opposition. I quite like that. He likes a contest. Here it comes.
Yep, there is a new bat. I was right.
How has he got a better one in his bag?
Well, let's just keep our eye on where that bat goes, because
I'll be in here in a minute.
There'll be a few candidates on the balcony.
There was I don't know if you saw a video that Cricket Australia put up during the Ashes of Steve Smith, where they blindfolded him.
What a bloke Steve Smith is for this video as well.
It's
I haven't
incredible.
seen this. What's
So
it
he's
about?
got all his bats numbered, and they've got they had like half a dozen of them there, and they had post-it notes or sticky notes. I don't know what we call them in this country, with the numbers on them. And he knows them so well, so they blindfolded him, and they mixed them all up, and he picked it up, and yeah, he could tell exactly what number it was. He's that's number 22. I can tell because that's the one I use to do this and that.
Oh,
And
wow.
every single one was spot on.
What a nerd.
He is.
In a good way.
He is.
You know, only in a good way.
Time for a bit of left arm spin with Bashir coming in. So 10 overs gone, 11th over. Introduction of the spinner. Shoaib Bashir, only 19 years of age. Signed a 1-year contract from Surrey. Oh, goes, and he picks up a wicket in his first over, Bashir. Gay went for the shot, but it was plucked in the air. Well taken, and the first wicket falls for Northants.
Change of bowling does the trick, doesn't it? It so often does. And Shoaib Bashir, who's been so impressive for Somerset this year in all 3 formats, picks up the wicket of Emilio Gay, who looked brilliant, didn't he, for 30 off 35?
He did. I'm going to cut him some slack here, Emilio Gay, and I've got to be true to my word on this. I can't now just say that's a bad shot. He didn't execute it as he wanted to. He was trying to go over the top. Why was he trying to go over the top? Was it the right option to take? Yeah, I think it was, because in the previous game we saw Northants get bogged down by spin. And at one stage, all of the fielders, there was times in the Sussex game where they only had one boundary fielder out for the off spinner. And what Emilio has tried to do there is just impose himself early in the spell. We're not going to let you settle. We are going to be proactive against you. He just didn't get that right. But was it the right thing to do? I think it was. Did he execute it well? No. So. And that can happen. There'll be a number of people thinking, why has he done that? He's thrown that away. I think it was the right thing to do. I don't think we did that particularly well in the game against Sussex. He's reflected on that. Perhaps they've reflected on that as a team. So you've got to back the intent there.
George Bartlett it was who took the catch, took it well as well. So the off spinner does the trick. As I said, just 19 years of age. So another one of the young players getting an opportunity in this tournament.
I said earlier, Mel, earlier on to Dan, it was a case when Northants chased against Sussex that rather than playing Bazball, I thought we were playing bad ball, as in waiting for the bad ball, and we didn't get many bad balls, and so the rate grew and grew and grew and grew, and it was only that exceptional performance from Taylor and Broad at the end that got Northants out of stuck, really. So I'm not a big fan of the concept of Bazball and the media around Bazball, but a positive intent to get that fielder back on the boundary and open up an easier rotation of strike, right tactic or execution.
So Vasconcelos is the new batter at the crease, coming in to score now 63 for 1. Time for Somerset to take that wicket. So that opening partnership was threatening to get away. Shaw is still there. He's on 30 off 29.
Kind of, I'd also say there's something selfless about that from Emilio's perspective. You know, you want your batters to be selfish sometimes, but that was selfless, trying to break a stranglehold before it gets there. You've got to sort of think ahead a little bit, and yes, they want to squeeze. Let's get that man back. So, yes, it might have looked poor, but we used to talk about Alex Wakely did that very, very well for Northants. He had a second ball run down against spin. He would block the first one, second ball he'd run at, and he would normally come off, but he didn't always come off. But he came off enough times that he'd move the field around, and then it opens the game up.
So Shoaib Bashir comes into the attack. Wicket maiden first over.
Yeah, he was in...
Not a bad start.
So he was in the Somerset 11 for the county championship game here in July. Because of the success of Overton and Henry in that particular game, he didn't really do a great deal, to be honest. He was wicketless. I think he was none for 26. Don't think he bowled much at all. He didn't bowl anything in the first innings and only bowled a couple of overs in the second innings as well. The pitch was green, and as I say, when you've got Craig Overton and Matt Henry in the team, they're going to do the bulk of the work. Somerset, I think, won by 9 wickets, didn't they, in that fixture? So for Emilio Gay, Vasconcelos, and a lot of these Somerset players, they wouldn't have seen him before. Particularly the top order for Somerset, they wouldn't have faced him in that fixture, I don't believe. And
no, that's probably right. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have a closer look at him when he bowls again. Looks like he's got a nice high action. Quite a tall young man, isn't he? Nice high action. Didn't give any width in that over. Nice start.
But it's Danny Lamb on now, coming in for his first over. We saw him warming up earlier, quite early. Let's just punch through the covers. It was nice and full, but easily put bat to ball. The new bat of Prithvi Shaw.
I think this is his second one. Alex Russell just sprinted out in between overs with another cricket bat for him. So
Wow.
So his second change, or?
I don't know whether it's the original back, but he definitely ran out with another bat for him.
Wow.
So he's faced 31 balls when we've had 2 bat changes.
It's worse than Steve Smith's gloves, isn't it?
I wonder if Steve Smith could actually tell which gloves they are.
I'd have a fiver to say that he could.
He probably could, couldn't he?
Probably. Okay. I want a slip in. New batter. I want a slip in, please. Can I have one?
No,
Okay.
apparently not.
Apparently not. Oh, that's out. Oh, it's not out. I thought he was going to run himself out there. He took off, didn't he?
He did take off.
And just the shout was a good shout from Shaw from Prithvi to send him back, and he just about, well, he got back comfortably in the end.
Well, I think there was a little bit of a slip from Goldsworthy,
Oh,
which
was it?
Vasconcelos had kind of given up on.
I thought he'd
he?
given it up, yeah, I
and I
did.
think once he noticed that Goldsworthy hadn't yet released the ball, he kind of realised there was life left in it. But I guess the lack of first slip that you want is probably that bit of scoreboard pressure, isn't it? The Somerset have got 4 out on the rope, and looking up at the scoreboard, Steelbacks 64 for 1 after 11.5 overs. They're thinking we need to restrict the boundary.
Especially, you know that this Steelback side does bat deep, particularly with Broad in the side at the moment. Nicely played, but they'll just get a single for it. Yeah, we saw that, obviously, that partnership between Taylor and Broad. So they've got some big hitting in the middle to lower order.
Yeah, it's kind of rotation, isn't it? It's rotation through the middle that is has been difficult, I think, for the Steelbacks. It's scoring at kind of 5.5, 6 and over at low risk is something they haven't yet really been able to do. But I think Vasconcelos, he is. If you look at his profile of dismissals, often he's caught in the slip. So I'd have one in until he's got maybe 5 or 6. Certainly for a new batter, I just want to get a slip in. We're not going at 10 and over here. And sometimes, as I said a number of times, in 50 over cricket, sometimes the only way to restrict the run rate is to get wickets. So here he comes, off a wicket maiden. Bashir with his second over.
Off spinning back on. He'll concede his first run. It's just a single down to deep cover point, so it's not a bad start at all. He's quite tall, isn't he?
Big guy.
Very tall.
So he gets a slip. Which is quite interesting, isn't it? He gets a slip to the right-hander. Whereas the left-hander to the seamer didn't get a slip. They're both edges of the bat are obviously in play. They obviously they know quite a bit about how he bowls. Well played.
Just worked away through the leg side for a single. And I've just realised, so this is Bashir's third game. That was actually his first list day wicket.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Let Emilio know that. Cheer him up.
Played in both the games for Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Went for 25 runs and 45 runs. And he'll go for a few there. In fact, it might go for 4, and it does. Played late, played well.
Yeah, short wide ball, wasn't it? Both short guys, so you got to find your length sometimes against these guys. It can be difficult. Wasn't that short, was it, particularly? Well picked up by Vasco. Dan, you're doing some lovely hand movements there. Was that a different ball? That one he dragged down a little bit?
I wondered whether he did bowl that as a wristy,
Okay.
but I'm not 100% sure.
You see that more and more, don't you? That the spinners will try both wrist and finger spin. Keep my eye on it. Watch more closely.
I'm trying to work out how tall he is. I mean, you do have 2 short batters out there at the moment, so it's almost hard to really tell.
He's as tall as those two on top of each other. It almost looks that way. Yeah, he's a big guy. Just held that one back. That's nicely bowled. Just held that back, and I thought for a second that Vasconcelos was going to drive it straight into the hands of extra cover, but he just decelerated the bat. Just picked up the lack of pace on that ball. It's nicely bowled, that. Nice variety. So he's signed from Surrey, Dan. Is that what is that?
He's from Surrey, so he's born in Chertsey, signed a 1-year contract for 2023. So he's going to come through the Surrey age groups, Berkshire, under 18. So
Berkshire, because Berkshire lads generally migrate to Middlesex. Interesting that he's gone to down to Surrey. But a nice place for a young spinner to start his career down at Taunton, because it does turn there.
Absolutely. Well, we were discussing that, weren't we? The fact that they've been penalised for the fact that it does turn, producing some spinners for England as well on top of that, but just needing to produce more spinners. Oh, that is high.
That's safe.
It's not going to go all the way, but it does land safely, just plugs in the ground. That went absolutely miles in the air.
You're looking at his bat. I think there's a bat change coming down. You're going to have too many bats in your boot.
He needs the first one back. That one would have cleared Dylan Wilson's centre if he'd have had the one he started with.
It just shows that even for Prithvi Shaw, if you hit it off the toe of the bat, it doesn't always go for 6 or 4.
True.
That's not got to him, that ball. That did sit on the pitch. He's just having a little look at his bat again. But that last ball was back of a length from Danny Lamb, and it didn't really reach bail height, so it's a little bit too paced.
I suppose it had 90 overs on it, didn't it? On Sunday.
It did.
Was there any weather around up here in between?
Let me think about it. It rained a little bit yesterday.
Oh, and there's a misfield on the boundary, and Shaw's going to get another 4 runs. Did well initially to stop it.
A bit unlucky, wasn't he, really? Yes, there's a bit of rain around in Northampton yesterday afternoon. Monday was fairly clear. Not bold. Just trying to remember how many times I had my golf brolly up over those 2 days.
I'm not going to do the Australian thing and complain about the weather. I swear I'm not. But oh, the past couple of weeks.
Just grim, isn't it?
It's been quite grim.
It has been so bad.
A lot of cricket being called off.
Yeah.
So we've been lucky here.
Yeah.
Just worked nicely way into the gap square. Another single, still going at a run a ball. Sure, so it's almost been deceptive the way he's gone along, because it hasn't looked overly aggressive at times. He's played a couple of big shots where he's gone for it, hasn't quite come off.
I think he's the boundaries, they've been frequent enough, haven't they, that he hasn't had to score off every single ball or look to score off every ball. He's kind of known that there's been a boundary within, what, 3, 4, 5 balls, and like then he strung a couple together. He's quite happy to kind of then sit in for a little bit. But I'm just looking at this kind of matchup now with the finger spinner with that short boundary on the leg side. It's going to be a real kind of, I guess, if Shoaib Bashir strays too straight or offers Prithvi the width to throw his hands through it over the leg side, it could get quite ugly. But equally, be a bit of a test of an ego to say, well, attack it if you want. There's players out there.
It's interesting. They've just moved a field, as you were saying that, Dan. They've just moved another fielder to the offside. So there's now got a 5-4 field offside, which says his line's going to be quite attacking. And it is. It is. That's a classic off spinner's line there. Well bowled.
Just sort of brought in a catching cover.
Which suggests there is a little bit of stop in the pitch as well.
Just hoping he pops one up. Oh, he's gone for that one.
Oh my God, he's
See
not
you later.
entitled. He's not entitled to hit that ball for 6. He got nowhere near that. That's outrageous.
Well, we said it was going to be an interesting matchup. And whether or not she was going to be attacking, but Prithvi Shaw has absolutely clothed that one. First 6 of the innings for the Steelbacks and for Prithvi Shaw.
More intent here already than we saw in the whole of the spell of Carson. The off spinner from Sussex on Sunday. He did squeeze. He did squeeze quite a lot. And I think, you know, had Northants shown this level of intent against him, then the chase might have been actually a little bit less stressful. But that's some skill there. I thought it was quite a good delivery. It wasn't a bad delivery, was it at all? Thought he did him in the air a little bit, but the skill of Prithvi Shaw to still get the middle of the bat on that and send it for a maximum.
Well, of course, Prithvi Shaw did see his Indian teammate Pujara score a century in that game. Well, maybe could that have just pricked something in him, seeing his Indian teammate do so well, score the century. Prithvi got 26 and was out. So maybe just this idea that he really wants to show a few people and remind them what he can do.
Love that. 6 and 1. That is a coach's dream.
A lovely little wristy flick laid down to long on. It makes you feel solid, that, doesn't it? When you see, I mean, that. We all love back-to-back sixes as well, but when you see,
I prefer 6 and 1.
6 and 1.
Get off strike. See that. Get your heart rate down. Lovely. Get my heart rate down.
Oh, and now it's the turn of Vasconcelos.
Okay.
Won't go for 6, but he will get 4.
This is a team. This is a reflection on a team talk, isn't it? They've had a team talk about how poorly they played the spin against Sussex, and they've said we are not going to let spinners bowl at us. So that shot was the same shot as Emilio Gay, just played it better, and we're clapping that one. So we've got to clap Emilio as well, though he executed it not quite as well. Love the intent. Oh, get in.
Little drop and run. Is there a chance of a run out? No, they are home safely, but it had been a close thing.
Prithvi Shaw was sitting on one of his numerous bats. We think it might be number 3, possibly number 4. 2 of them already in Dan's boot. And he didn't respond to that call. It was to the left of extra cover, definitely a single. And he didn't take off very quickly. His little legs were working hard to get there.
Be a bit of a plan for Northants as well to potentially target Shoaib Bashir, give Sean Dixon something to think about as who bowls those overs if Shoaib can't bowl the 10, because the Steelbacks have gone pretty hard at him?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it works, doesn't it? Don't let the spinner settle. Don't let the young spinner settle. Getting after someone early in their spell, the captain is now thinking, well, who have I got? I need to bowl more of this guy. Which end do I bowl him at? My plans now. I'm on to plan B. You know, he will have anticipated this, I would imagine. So so far he's just going to plan B. If they take down another bowler, then he's on to plan C. So yeah, absolutely, it does cause the captain some headaches. I love the intent. This is so much stronger from Northampton.
Lamb continues. It's just an easy single there. And when you look at it, Bashir, first over, wicket maiden, and then the next 2 overs go for 20. So clearly after that first over, him being so successful, a real desire not to let the young off spinner get on top.
Yes, team plan, isn't it? It's clearly a team plan, and I'm really glad to see it. You can come a cropper with it, but it's been successful so far.
And that's gone. Another 4 for sure.
That's a honking delivery, I'm afraid. Short wide.
Brings up his 50 as well. 51 off just 44 deliveries. Prithvi has been outstanding opening the batting for the Steelbacks today. And brings up his 50 in beautiful style. Short boundary down there, makes the most of it.
Phil just barely moved, has he? Is he only, what, 10 yards away from that gate where that ball's gone past?
He's got a good bat down.
I think he might do. I think he might be a good cricketer as well, Phil. I think that's probably... do you know what? I think of both both components, I think that one might be the slightly more important bit, you know.
Do you know, the best one-day batsman I've seen for Northants is Alan Lamb, and he would operate in a very, very similar way. He'd be in there for 10 minutes, and he's got 30 off 30 balls, and he didn't really know where they'd come from. That's nicely played.
Nicely played, but fielding might have saved a couple of runs there.
You kind of nearly slipped into that TV commentary
what
cliche, didn't you, about Joe Root, when he's going, well, you look up and he's on 30.
It does happen a bit with
does.
him, though.
It
So
does.
something, yeah, it is one of those weird things. Like, wait, how did they get there? It makes no sense, of course. They just get there by scoring runs, but it's odd.
I think it's the ease, isn't it, of which they go about their business, and no real effort. There's obviously there is a lot of effort involved, but it looks effortless. And
Looks like there's perhaps just been an issue with the side screen. Perhaps a few fans moving around. There's quite a few people here today, which is lovely to see on a weekday.
Yeah.
Lovely sunny day. Only a $5 to get in, free for under 18s.
yeah, you get a lot congregate underneath us. It's a bit of a sun trap, and you get down there early enough, you've got picnic blankets and all sorts. Like, you know, you remember like the classic kind of holidays out to Spain, and people would be out there at 6:30 in the morning throwing towels on sunbeds. It's a little bit like that.
I've got to tell you, I didn't grow up with holidays to Spain. It was a bit far from Orange in Australia.
Yeah, fair point.
But I do know what you mean.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the comedy sketches about it.
Well, end of the over, so we're now 16 overs gone. 99 for 1. So this is a terrific start by the Steelbacks. And Vasconcelos also going along on a run of ball, just Prithvi as well. It's going even better than that at the moment. So the runs have been flowing pretty freely.
There's been an injection of confidence into this batting lineup, or an injection of intent. I would imagine there's been a debrief on the performance against Sussex, and the guys have come out really on the front foot with the bat. I'm really pleased to see it. Well played.
That shot into the offside brings up the 100 for the Steelbacks. 100 for 1 after 16.1 overs. Round of applause goes around the ground. You said, well, nice turnout for the fans at Wantage Road today. It's a cracking day up here, isn't it? There's barely a cloud in the sky above the ground, and I think it's going to be about 23 maybe up here today. So t-shirts on, shorts on, ice cream, cold beers, cold other soft drinks, waters.
That's just us.
Well, all donations at the commentary box are welcome.
Yeah. Let's crack on.
Alex Berry's listening to that.
Cut away by Prithvi Shaw, but straight at the field at cover. I did have a commentary day with Dave Ripley.
Oh, bad luck.
Earlier this season, and he did come back from a lunch break with a zesty beverage.
Did he?
Didn't bring me one, which I thought was a bit.
Yeah, he's a Yorkshireman, isn't he?
Shorter from Bashir.
He's just come back from an all-inclusive trip to Mexico, Rips.
Oh.
He loved it. Walked into his room and there were optics and shorts in the room. How was your holiday? That was the first thing he told me.
Swept by Prithvi Shaw. Straight to the fielder down there on the boundary. So just one. Somerset been really impressed with Shoaib Bashir. He's just signed a contract extension down at Taunton through to 2025 as well. And he is a conventional off spinner, but I'm pretty sure I saw him roll his fingers over the top of one.
I'm going to watch really closely.
Please do.
Yeah. I suppose that's the minimum you should expect, really. I am going to watch really closely.
That is good of you. That is good of you.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that watching now.
Yeah, we appreciate the effort.
Have you ever been in a hotel room where there's optics on the wall and shorts lined up for your enjoyment?
I haven't.
I haven't. Mexico, apparently. That's well bowled.
It's just taking the pace off it there slightly.
Beautifully bowled on that. Well, we held that back. He nearly did him with that a couple of overs ago. And that one he did do him with, but Vasconcelos just decelerated the bat sufficiently that the ball didn't carry to extra cover. It's very nicely bowled.
Laid down the ground by Vasconcelos. So a better over from Shoaib Bashir this time. Just gone for the 3 runs. Steelbacks 102 for 1. That 100 being brought up off the bat of Vasconcelos at the start of that over. 102 for 1, as you can see. Stream powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And you can, of course, get in contact with us throughout the course of the day via Twitter at NorthampCCC or email stream at nccc.co.uk. Steelbacks fans, Somerset fans, get in contact with us if you'd like to. You don't have to, obviously. You can just kind of listen to us witter on all day if that's your preference. But yeah, if there are any questions, obviously we've got former coach Phil Rowe with us today, so a bit of an insight into the professional game. Great delivery from Danny Lamb, who beats the outside edge of Vasconcelos.
There's a little bit still there, isn't there? Let's just get a nice straight on replay. Let's have a look at this one. Oh yeah, that's gone away. That's nicely bowled. I mean, they certainly can't afford to have the catcher in at this point, but earlier on in the innings, in Vasconcelos' innings, when he was starting, I really did think they should have had a catcher in there. Nothing went there, so it would have been redundant, but the intent would have been there.
Yeah, they started with 4 out, didn't they, for Vasconcelos, which, as you say, in comparison to Sussex's approach on Sunday was very different.
And I wonder, you know, the extent to which that has allowed Northampton to settle in, really. Without the pressure of having to find that gap that isn't really there or go over the top, they've actually played pretty steadily. So there's an example there. You know, that was well bowled. It nipped back in, bounced a wee bit. Vasconcelos kind of just adjusted well enough, got a thick inside edge. The ball runs out onto the leg side and a single ensues. Had that same event happened on Sunday, Sussex would have had a fielder at square leg there, single stopped. So it's easy to say that from up here, and the boundaries have flowed early on. The opening bowlers didn't really settle in, so I can understand it, but one more man in might make a difference.
Yeah, keeper up to the stumps. This time it's going to be a leg by Prithvi Shaw, gets down the other end.
That's a horrible throw.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could hear Danny Lamb shout hold, couldn't you?
You could.
Shoaib Bashir picked that up and threw it towards stumps at the non-striker's end.
I really I haven't had a rant for a few overs. So it's not a rant. It's one of my bugbears is fielders throwing the ball at the stumps when there's absolutely no chance of a run out. You're just waiting for a deflection off the bat or off the stumps or something, then that could cost you the game. Just you've got to make a decision: do I need to throw or not? Yeah, so you're right. That keeper was up to the stumps. Keeper's union there. Dan again. Keeper was up to the stumps for the right-hander. He's gone back to the left-hander. So Danny Lamb sensing that Shaw wanted to just shuffle down the wicket and take him off the length. He's held his length pretty well. He's just given a couple of slight drag downs. He's just mixed his pace up a wee bit.
Yeah, last couple of overs, they've just started to kind of tie it or draw it back towards Somerset, haven't they?
Yeah.
That over from Shoaib Bashir, these last two from Danny Lamb as he finishes with a dot ball and a play and a miss from Vasconcelos through to wicket-keeper James Rees. So it's been a good couple of overs for Somerset. What do Northampton, what do the Steelbacks do at the moment? I mean, they're 104 for 1 after 18 overs. There's definitely an argument to say, well, just keep going at 6 and over, keep ticking, or not ticking over, but could they look to accelerate here? Do Prithvi Shaw and Vasconcelos look to build the big partnership for then the likes of Keogh, Proctor, Tom Taylor, McManus, Broad, etc., 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 to come in and go pretty hard with maybe 15 to go, 10 to go? Is what would be the, probably more than one way to skin the cat here, Phil?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
like,
sure. Yeah.
What do you think would be the way that they'd be looking at this?
There was just a mid-wicket, a lengthy-ish mid-wicket conference between the two batters. Personally, I'd say in 5 overs' time, where do we want to be? And I'd go from there with my strategy. I would imagine, I mean, you know, as you say, there's a number of ways to do this, and obviously a lot of it depends on what comes down from the bowler's hand, you know, and the options that it does enable you to have. But I would play with positive intent, as they're doing really, and if with genuine positive intent, looking to take the bowler down, but managing the risk alongside for 5 more overs. See where we get to after that.
Just shorter in length from Bashir, but Vasconcelos couldn't get the cut away. Those fielders have gone back now, haven't they, down the ground? They've looked to take away that option off Shoaib Bashir. So
That's beautifully bowled again, wasn't it? Tall guy just holds that back beautifully. But yeah, the two guys we've pushed them back, haven't we? Northampton have pushed that guy back, particularly the long off was back early, but the long on's gone back because Vasco's gone over the top, and it just opens the game up a bit. There you go. That's what you earn by chassising down the wicket and knocking it over the top. For our younger listeners, that was a ballroom dancing reference there, the chassé.
Do you like a bit of ballroom dancing?
I like Strictly Come Dancing. And I'm going to be honest, I like honesty. I have had some, with my wife, we did a few ballroom dancing lessons a few years ago, which were fantastically funny. I had the worst teacher ever. She'd say, if you were doing the tango, what you'd do, no. But as you're not doing that, and if, well, what are we doing? I just don't know. And people in the group were looking at each other and not understanding what the hell was going on. It wasn't just me, I'm sure. Good fun.
down the ground, Prithvi Shaw straight down the ground, all the way for 6.
6
It's
points.
short boundaries here at Wantage Road, straight and to the leg side for Prithvi. And yeah, 2 6s now. Gave the fielder no chance.
It's just looked like such an effortless shot, really.
Good.
Ease of the swing.
It was a slightly quicker ball. I don't know whether he had an instinct that he was coming down or saw him come down. It was a slightly quicker ball, but it didn't really matter, did it? Shaw used his... doesn't take big strides, but left, right, left very quickly. Got to the pitch of the ball, and then there's only one result from there.
Yeah, he's moved himself to 60 off 54 deliveries.
My brother has a dance school.
Does he?
He does. Not...
In Orange?
no, in Canberra.
Oh, Canberra.
Nation's capital.
Yes.
But he teaches West Coast swing.
Okay. I need more.
Well,
Is that kind of like bebop?
no, but he did used to do Ciroc, which
Oh,
was
okay, yeah.
similar
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of thing.
yeah. I've got it. Yeah.
But now does West Coast swing. It's more laid back.
Okay.
It looks amazing when they do it.
Right.
Obviously,
I think I've got a feel for it.
You've got a feel for it?
I think so, yeah.
We'll Google some West Coast swing for you to have a look at.
That'd be great. I'm really unlucky here because my wife is a fantastic dancer, just naturally gifted. And I'm not. And she loves dancing. And I don't love dancing as much.
Those pauses are doing a lot of work there, Phil.
Oh, jeez. So, I'd try, when I've had when I'm oiled enough and the limbs are moving, I'll kind of take to the dancer with her and just embarrass myself horribly. She says she likes the effort, but it's just horrific.
That definitely sounds like a sympathy comment, doesn't it? Curtis Campher's come into the attack for Somerset. Short to Prithvi Shaw. He just pulls that one away for a single. Curtis Campher, Ireland overseas international cricketer. Played all 3 formats for Ireland. And an interesting signing for Somerset as well, to bring in an Irish overseas. No, obviously, disrespect to the Irish international programme, but potentially not the household name. But yeah, 4 tests, 30 ODIs, 39 T20s for Curtis Campher.
A terrific all-rounder. Scored his maiden test century earlier this year, not so long ago. It was against Sri Lanka. Actually interviewed him about it at just before the Ireland test against England at Lord's this year. And of course, he's famous for taking 4 wickets in 4 balls in the T20 World Cup as well.
Short, pulled away. It's found the gap, and it's going to be 4. Lovely shot by Prithvi Shaw. He moves to 65. Bit of pace from Curtis Campher on offer. It's the first real kind of short ball of the innings so far. Prithvi just gets inside it.
Good short ball.
Flays it away.
It was a good short ball, wasn't it? He wasn't in total control of that. It was a surprise one for a short guy of medium pace to bump the guy who's in on 60 plus. But yeah, when you've got to get him out, and it did hurry him a wee bit. That could have gone straight up. That's well bowled. Well played. Yeah, I don't know a lot about Campher, but he seems to always be contributing with bat or ball.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's what I was saying, though. The 4 and 4, that was against Netherlands in the 2021 World Cup in the UAE. I did ask him what was a better feeling, scoring a test century or taking 4 and 4. What do you reckon his answer was?
It's got to be the 100, hasn't it? It wasn't, was it?
I'm going to say test century.
Got to be.
Come back for 2. Bit of a misfill on the boundary.
I'm loving that you're just letting us sweat on this now. That's brilliant.
No, you're both absolutely right.
That's good. That's good.
No disrespect to the Netherlands, but surely the Test 100 outranks the 4 wickets in 4 balls.
Well, yes, it did. Although it was pretty sensational when he took 4 and 4. They smashed the Netherlands. He's originally from South Africa, born in Johannesburg. I think was just discovered his grandmother's from Derry, and Niall O'Brien, I think it was, who discovered this and convinced him to come and play for Ireland. So he did that, and he's now got this wonderful hybrid accent. He's picked up an Irish lilt for sure, but we had quite a lot of fun with
to be sure.
To be sure, yeah. But he still says has quite a few of the old Housets and others as well. So he's picked it up pretty quickly.
Change of bowling from both ends then for Somerset. Replacing Shoaib Bashir at the David Capel end is going to be George Thomas, another one of the England under-19 cricketers that are playing today for Somerset. He's played the 4 List A matches so far for Somerset. He's going to bowl some right arm mediums. Starts with a very good Yorker, doesn't he? Keep Prithvi Shaw honest there.
They've got a few similar cricketers, haven't they, in this team? Guys who bowl medium pace and bat a bit. We've got Campher, we've got Lamb. Thomas obviously is an opening batter, but similar type of cricketer. he's burned himself there, hasn't he? The guy extra cover dived. It was a good dive, but he landed on the matting covering a future wicket. He's taken some skin off his hands there, I think.
That's one thing that kind of echoes through. Slower ball there from George Thomas, but cut away beautifully by Prithvi Shaw. Beats the fielder on the boundary, picks up another 4 and moves on to 70. He's 70 off 60 now.
We have seen quite a bit of width on offer, haven't we? And there's been a few cut balls. What's that? 4 or 5 cut balls that have all gone for boundaries, and a few hit balls that have gone through the leg side as well. So the line hasn't been well maintained by the attack overall. That's well played.
It's been a bit of a feature, hasn't it, throughout the innings? All the way so far, it's been that boundary ball followed by the single to rotate the strike. Yeah, the theme that kind of comes up a lot when I get the opportunity to chat to the cricketers that play in the county cricket is they kind of say, well, firstly, you've got to really enjoy your fielding because you can do an awful lot of it. And second of all, it's just how robust you've got to be as an athlete. And you just mentioned about kind of taking the skin off the palm of your hands as you've landed on that kind of, what is going to be Hessian type matting, isn't it? It's nowhere really to hide. You kind of end up in one of those wicket ends and you scuffing your elbows up, and it's a tough gig, isn't it?
It is.
And as me, I've been complaining because I sat on the arm of the train seat the other day.
They are quite firm though, aren't they?
And I've got a bruise, and I just keep feeling it going, bruise, gee, I'd be terrible.
What would you rather get hit in the thigh with, a cricket ball or a train armrest seat? That's the question, mate.
Depends who's bowling it. If I'm bowling it, a cricket ball. Jack Brooks is bowling it, not so much.
I have actually been hit by a cricket ball. It's quite well known. It's on many blooper reels
Is
that
that
have
right?
been seen. Yeah.
When you were doing an interview or something?
Went viral, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I was doing a preview before a test, England-New Zealand test, and at Lord's with a couple of my colleagues, and they'd finished training, supposedly, so I thought I was safe. But Tim Southey was just having a bit of fun and absolutely smoked the balls. We know Tim Southey can hit the ball a long way, and there was a cry of hids, because they were all Kiwis. I didn't duck fast enough and absolutely smacked me in the back. Yes.
Oh, okay. You're right.
No, yeah, I'm fine, thanks.
Recovered well from 2015. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it might have hit you in the head, but no.
No, I was lucky.
Called away by
Wow.
Prithvi Shaw.
Poor old Tim Southey felt so bad. He came over straight away to see if I was okay. Of course, I was fine. I only swore once. I only needed to bleep it out once. But that was my first cricket ball
Yeah,
injury.
Hard. They're hard. It's an occupational hazard as a coach. You're in the firing line so often.
Well, I was stupid enough to be filming,
Well,
and they were still out there. So the amazing thing was I'd actually set the camera up because I self-shoot. Because people who saw it said, "Why didn't your camera operator warn you?" Well, because that was me. But it all managed to keep it all in shot, which is quite impressive.
Oh, that is impressive. You didn't swear or anything, did you, when it hit you?
I did swear, yes.
Is that on the reel as well?
Oh, just massive shot by Vasconcelos. It's been almost tipped over the bar, isn't it, by Andy Amid there at mid-wicket. It's done well to save 4, but it's undoubtedly going to count as a chance, isn't it? Powerful,
Difficult to time those. Difficult to time those there because you don't really know how well it's been hit. I mean, yeah, another day that sticks, doesn't it?
Yeah, powerful shot, wasn't it,
It
by
was a powerful shot.
Vasconcelos. This back of a length shorter ball tactic from Camphor nearly paid off. You can really see, can't you, that extra bit of pace on offers, just creating a little bit of doubt in particular for Vasconcelos. It's Bit of a thick outside edge down to deep third there. I have asked Mel if we can get that video on stream, just to provide some context for the viewers, but obviously I'm not sure where that stands with regards to copyright claims and things like that, and probably not worth having the whole stream taken down for, is it? But
Nearly.
Probably not, but I appreciate the effort.
nicely turned into the leg side by Prithvi. Shaw. Chance-ish at the non-strikers. And we saw that a lot, didn't we, on Sunday with Sussex, particularly Northants looking for Pujara. We spoke, didn't we, about his lack of pace between the wickets. And I think Sussex reciprocated that with Prithvi Shaw as well in the short time that he was at the crease. So clearly they look at Prithvi as someone who might not be the quickest or the best runner. Nice shot by Vasconcelos and nicely fielded by, I think that's Captain Sean Dixon at short cover. Nicely stopped, saved his team a couple of runs. 130 for 1 now after 22 overs. Curtis Camp has bowled 2 overs, none for 13.
Another South African, bowled by a South African, struck by a South African, fielded by a South African.
We all thought Brexit was going to change it, didn't we?
Oh no, actually that wasn't. That was it was actually Thomas who fielded that. Apologies. But yeah, it was interesting to see Dixon captain the side. He came to Somerset from Durham, I think. He went Kent, Durham, Somerset, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you might be right. I think has he got the highest score ever for Kent, I think, in the county championship. He's
against Northants.
Possibly, yeah.
I was there.
Oh, sorry.
At Beckenham, 300.
That's opened up a wound,
that
doesn't it?
Was flat.
Do you need to take a step outside for
just
to
over
recover?
as well. Just forgotten that.
That's gone straight up, but I think it's going to be safe, isn't it? It's not got anywhere near all of it. It's well bowled by George Thomas. Just one more for Prithvi Shaw.
Yeah, I'll tell you why, he's just had another look at his bat as well.
Get another one out there. Bat number 7. But yeah, Sean Dixon's got a 3.5-year deal down at Taunton, so she gets said earlier with Danny Lamb, gives a bit of security for the player, doesn't it? And
it does. Yeah, it's important. Helps them settle in. It's a big, it's a big investment for the county as well. But he has got some pedigree, Sean Dixon.
Bit of a change of field as final leg comes up to the circle and mid-off goes back. A lot of change-ups from George Thomas so far. One there, another slower ball that Vasconcelos just works down the ground for a single. Don't think we'll be alone in saying we haven't seen a great deal of George Thomas play. I'm sure there would have been people, and some of us in the box may well have watched a fair bit of that Under-19 World Cup, but he's only played the 4 list A games for Somerset in his career, this being his 5th so far. So when you're that kind of age, he made his debut at 17, and then you have kind of annoying things like school exams, don't you, to do, which I suspect takes a bit of your time out of your summer.
So the tactic here for against Shaw seems to be going to bowl very straight at you. You've got 3 men back on the leg side, and you can get off strike, but we're not going to concede a boundary to you from the far end. It's a tight line to bowl to, because you get 2 straight, then you can always deflect that past the man on the 45 on the leg side. But so far, it's proving a good tactic.
Nicely played again. It's a little bit of an ego test as well, isn't it? It is short straight down the ground. We saw that 6 from Prithvi a couple of overs ago, and it is short over towards the bar and the ground staff. I was going to call it accommodation, but I'm sure they probably feel like they live here.
It has been used as accommodation. Yeah. And there we go. That's the one that he's just deflected it down to the leg side boundary, where the bowler just gets a stump too straight. That's the danger of bowling too straight, as predicted. He just fell into that trap a wee bit. What you're not looking to do here with this field is give any width outside off stump. You're looking to bowl sort of middle stump, be worked into the leg side, get the main man off strike. He just got into leg stump, and Shaw is not going to. Prithvi is not going to miss out there. Tickled it around the corner for 4.
Yeah, he's moved to 79 off 66. It's driven down the ground this time, well fielded at mid-off. Vasconcelos might have been looking for a single there, but well fielded in the end. And another new bat comes out. I think this time it might be for Vasconcelos though, Phil.
Wow.
It's not all the Prithvi show here. I've had a message from Safe.
Oh yeah.
He's obviously with the Superchargers at the moment,
Safe.
so
Hope you're well.
I think he's enjoying himself. He has asked the question. He said, "Who's taller?" Which is quite rich coming from Safe.
Oh,
He's
come on.
asked whether it's Prithvi or Vasco, and I reckon Prithvi might just pip him, but
I reckon he's maybe got 1 to 2 centimetres.
yeah, you need that classic back-to-back. You know, you used to do it at primary school kids, and they go, "Am I taller than you yet?" And you go, "Well, stand back-to-back," and we judge it.
We've done that. James Taylor and Ben Duckett did that in Northampton, Leicestershire back in the day.
Pulled away dismissively by Vasco, but it's a fielder on the boundary out there. Well, thanks for your question, Safe.
Safe is a very, very cheeky young man. He knows the answer to that question. He knows very well.
Where does Safe rank in this this trio?
Well, he's not exactly standing looking down on them, is he? Unless he's got his long studs in.
So who was taller out of Ben Duckett and James Taylor? It would have been.
I think Benny just had him. I think from memory.
That's what I thought.
That is struck powerfully, isn't it? Prithvi Shaw on the pull shot. Moves into the 80s, is on 83 off 68. Shoaib Bashir out at deep square leg, barely moved as the ball crossed the boundary rope.
83.
83 off 68. And Curtis Kampfer sticking with this ploy. He picked up 3 wickets for Somerset in their last game against Worcester. Short again, and well, he's gone offside this time. Back-to-back fours for Prithvi Shaw. He moves to 87, Steelbacks 147 for 1. He's offered him a bit of width this time, and yeah, Prithvi said thanks very much. Thanks for your questions, Safe, as well.
Get back in the nets.
Yeah.
Well, that's just lovely from Prithvi Shaw. Just such an aggressive pull shot, and then just uses the pace and the width and the bounce.
He could have hit that ball kind of wherever he wanted, couldn't he? It looked initially, it was a short ball, it looked initially that he was going to play a hard cut just behind point, and he thought, actually, no, I might not get 4 there. I'll just let it run off the face of the bat inside third man. And he did all that in the blink of an eye, successfully. As a bowler, you kind of think, oh, this bloke's got me here. You know, he's got so much time, he's deciding which side of the fielder is going to hit the ball.
So I always love the shot selection when we talk about, shot selection, when they have a fraction of a second to actually select it.
That could be
Vasco into his work this time. That's pulled away, and that's gone all the way for 6. A long old hit down towards the scoreboard at Wantage Road. Brings up the 150 for the Steelbacks. This partnership is building nicely. It passed 50 a short while ago. Boundaries are plenty in this over, 3 of them.
He's just too predictable, isn't he, Kampfer? And he's going over the bails. That's his strategy, is to get the ball over the bails and give no width. And he's just been hit off that length, really, very skillfully.
Well, what can Curtis Kampfer do to get out of his over here? It's been an expensive one. 16 runs off the 5 balls. And he gets away with a dot ball. So 24 overs done. The Steelbacks are 154 for 1. Prithvi Shaw on 88 not out of 70 balls. Ricardo Vasconcelos on 32 off 40.
You talking about the time to select shots, Mel? Was that something you've got some insight on there? I thought, in terms of the batters making decisions in the split second.
Yeah, I just think it's really interesting, because they do get criticised for bad shot selection, and sometimes when it gets to this point, this level, so much of it's got to be instinctive and muscle memory, and because you don't have time to sit there and think, well, am I going to do this or am I going to do that?
It was something that the late, great David Capel said to me when I was watching a net with him many, many years ago. There was a guy batting, it was a trial session, there was a guy batting in the net. He didn't look great. He looked potentially that he was at the wrong place. And I'll come back to that. Oh,
So Thomas, first ball of his over, and that is just crunched to the boundary by Shaw. Another one. He moves on to 92, and that century is beckoning. He'd dearly love to rack that up today. A lovely shot.
so we're watching this trial. He's kind of struggling a wee bit, I felt, and his technique wasn't great. And Cape said to me, "What do you think of this guy?" So I gave him a rundown on all the things he was doing badly. And Cape said, "Well, that's all true. However, I'll come back to that."
Oh, whipped away that one. No, just pick up a single.
He said to me, "How many times has the ball actually hit in the middle of the bat?" So I watched some more. I said, "Yeah, quite often." He's in terrible positions. He said, "Yeah, how much time has he got?" So he's got enough time to get into bad positions and then correct it. Cape said, "Yeah, so he's got high skill. We need to have another look at this guy." And that was very early in my coaching time at this level, and it stuck with me. It was a great message from Capes.
Oh, Vasconcelos gets under it, and it's been dropped in the outfield. Now, that looked like it was out for all money, just at waist height. And the ball popping in and popping out again.
Yeah, Shoaib Bashir down there at deep square on the boundary. As you say, it kind of went straight to him. He didn't have to move, did he?
He never looked comfortable though, did he? Never looked comfortable. I don't know if he didn't pick it up early enough, but he just looked a bit panicked. In the end, he moved to his right, and the ball, maybe it was arcing a wee bit back into his left side. I mean, he should have caught it, obviously.
Well, this partnership, and I think that obviously the pressure is going to be on Shoaib Bashir to break this and take that opportunity. But when we were speaking about your exploits at Ballroom Dancing, the partnership passed 50, and it's currently 97 off 85. So in the last, what can it have been, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
It's pretty much doubled. So
yeah.
Somerset, I think, feeling as though they're under the pump from this partnership at the moment.
It's great intent, isn't it? From the word go today, Northants have shown real intent with the bat. And actually, Somerset have allowed guys to get in a wee bit too easily, I think, as well.
There's plenty of easy singles on offer as Bashir comes running in to field there. Perhaps still a little bit chastened by a dropped catch that would have seen Vasconcelos back in the sheds. But that is the halfway mark. 25 overs gone, 162 for one. Sensational start, really, by the Steelbacks. Shaw is 94 off 74, so closing in on a century. Vasconcelos has been good in support. Hasn't been going at quite the same rate, but Shaw is the set batter.
He's played his hand nicely, hasn't he, Vasco? When he's got balls to hit, he's hit them, and he's just got off strike and rotated well. I think he's contributed in that way, hasn't he, to the partnership?
Well, they've given themselves a terrific platform now with which to launch, because they do bat quite deep. The Steelbacks, they've got plenty more batting firepower to come.
Yeah, you kind of think the end total. I'm thinking about what the number might look like, and I think, you know, yes, there is power down the order, so it's kind of, I'd like the intent, keep the intent going. I mean, keep up the pace we're going at for another 5 overs at least, and maybe then another 5 overs more. Just have plenty of wickets in hand for a real explosion in the last sort of 15 overs. Really, would be my thought. Shaw can, the way he scores, he can just bat really, because he scores really quickly. He doesn't need to do anything too differently to what he's done to date.
Oh, well, his fours have just come all around the ground as well. That is the other thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. I'm just thinking about them. He's gone straight, he's gone square both sides, he's gone inside third man, so he's got that. He's gone inside fine leg and the other side of fine leg, gone through extra cover. Yeah, he's gone through mid wicket. Yeah, he's got a lovely wagon wheel, Mel.
He does.
He's got all the spokes filled in.
Yeah, he certainly does, showing all of the class he has as the Indian international. And going back to what you were saying about the time thing, and that is what is so amazing when you see the really good batters who look like they have more time, because it's absolutely an illusion, isn't it? It's just
it is
how good they are.
In fact, if I can call him this, it's your mate Steve Smith. You know, he gets into some pretty ordinary positions, but the ball hits the middle of the bat. How much time has he got?
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think when you watch him, he fidgets around a lot, but at the moment the ball is actually bowled. He's usually very still.
Yeah.
So he gets it all out of the way first, and so it's almost quite deceptive to look at him. I mean, when you're talking about time spent in the nets, he and Marnus Labuschagne, honestly, having watched a lot of net sessions, I sitting there thinking, could you two hurry up? Honestly, you've done enough now. But they will just keep going and keep going and keep going.
It's interesting. So you're the ideal person to ask this question.
Now I'm worried.
No, it's an easy one. It's an easy one. Well, you know, I was kind of banging on about volume, but with purpose. Is that what you see when you see those two?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always tinkering on something, working on something in particular, whether it's a particular foot movement, whether it's balls, a certain type of bowling, always tinkering on something, whether it's where they start, you know, how far in front of the line or whereabouts they are. Always tinkering.
So there's a real sort of endeavour. They can have fun for sure, but it's with a purpose.
Marnus is definitely the one always having fun. He's like the kid brother at a party. Loves to bowl.
Yeah, he is brilliant. There's a change at the Lynn Wilson end. Slow left arm.
There is. It's Goldsworthy who's come into the attack. 22-year-old from Cornwall. There's a shout first up. He's a very slight cricketer, isn't he?
He is. He's not had many pasties, which is the national dish of Cornwall.
Good grief.
Good grief.
Oh, he's got up and underneath that one, and it should be out, and it's dropped again in the outfield. Well, that is the second drop. Goldsworthy just coming into the attack had the opportunity to break the partnership.
I mean, there's been two, I would say this if it were Northampton in the field, so this is not biased, two real goobers have gone down. That's not my mate Jackie Brooks out there, is it? Surely not.
It's right over the other side. I'm just looking through my binoculars to see if I can see, but...
It was a sweep, wasn't it? It was a top edge sweep. He's adding the sweep to his game. Got under that one as a top edge, and kind of the fielder had to go 5 yards to his left and take a fingers up nice catch. And not only did he drop it, but it went for 4 as well to add insult to injury. Nice footwork by Vasconcelos there. Just knocking the ball away to long on for a single. So yeah, he needs to get a score today, I think, Vasco. This is his third innings effectively now.
Dan and I are both looking through our binoculars and struggling to make out. It is a long way away over there.
I don't think it's Jack Brooks. So we'll do it by a process of elimination.
It's definitely not Jack Brooks.
That's well bowled. Or is it?
It's the end of the over. Anyway, that's 26 overs gone, 167 for 1.
Well, they say catches win matches, and it's a partnership that Somerset desperately need to break, and Vasco has served them up 2 golden opportunities to break the partnership in terms of outfield catches, and both have gone to ground.
That was... well, unfortunately for Ned Leonard, I found out that Ned Leonard wears number 19, and it was therefore Ned Leonard underneath that one.
Good detective work.
Hey.
It took 2 of us, a pair of binoculars, and the internet. We got there. It is a long way away if you can't see through binoculars.
That's a good shot.
punch straight down the ground. Does it beat the fielder? Yes, it does. It's going to get 4.
Fantastic shot.
Vasconcelos gets in on the act.
Oh, just stood and punched it. No real foot movement, was it? Just held his weight neutrally, just punched it. Great hands, high hands through the ball. Straight down the ground. That's going to make Ned feel a lot better about his drop catch. He sees Vasconcelos knock it down the ground for 4.
Punch it as well. Well, he's had a couple of lives now, so may as well make the most of it.
Just watching his reaction there. He had a wrist injury earlier in the season. That one just sort of jarred the hand a wee bit. I hope he's okay. Had a tendon injury in the wrist, which is nasty. He's come back quickly from it.
Punched again. No run though.
So they've changed the field here. In fact, they've brought Long Off has come into the ring and has stopped a single there. And effectively they're saying to Vasconcelos, well, you're going to have to go over the top or open the face up and go between extra cover and mid-off. It's a good tactic, a little bit of squeeze. And he's done exactly that.
Found the gap. Driven that one straight past the fielder at mid-off. So another boundary for Vasconcelos, who's really put his foot down now.
A little sort of game within a game there, wasn't it? Is are you going to go over the top or are you going to try and beat him to his right? Because we're not letting you rotate the strike and just get off strike. They felt that was too easy. I really like the tactic actually from Sean Dixon. He said, that's too easy. We keep getting milked for one down the ground. We're bringing him up. And Vasconcelos said, oh, that's great, because now I've got a gap to hit it through for 4. And now he's gone back again. So, you know, that's a little contest there within the context of the game that Vasconcelos has won through positive intent and good skill.
No run there that time.
So fine leg has come up into the circle to allow that man to go back at long off. If he gets too straight, I wouldn't be surprised to see Vasco try and ramp it over the guy on the 45. There's a shot he does play nicely in T20 cricket. That's out.
Oh, he's hit it straight back to the bowler. Sharp catch from Thomas. And Vasconcelos falls short of his 50. There's a well-played 47 just closing in. He'd played some terrific shots earlier, but this one just went straight back at the bowler.
Earlier in the over, I think it was the first ball of the over, he kind of stood still and hit a ball off bail height back past the bowler for 4. It was a glorious shot. It was a fantastic cricket shot. That one, he was trying to do a very similar thing, not a lot of foot movement, in fact virtually none, just watching the replay. Yeah, hardly any foot movement at all. And you've got to be so accurate, you know, in terms of when you intercept the ball. If you're not moving your feet, not getting weight transfer, stood and delivered, just caught it on the upswing a little bit too much. It was a sharp chance back to the bowler on his follow-through, well held.
It was well held. And that brings us to a new batter at the crease in Whiteman, as he makes his way there. 175 for 2. Well, he'd been dropped a couple of times, Vasconcelos, so he almost had license to just keep going for it. You suspect?
Well, what he couldn't do is get stuck. You know, when he's batting with Prithvi or whoever it is who's in, it happens to be one of the best in the world, and which puts the pressure on more. You can't get stuck at your end. You know, you've got to either get off strike or show positive intent. And I thought Vasco played that very nicely. I also know, yeah, Somerset, like many teams, but Somerset are very much at the forefront of a real insistence on all of their cricketers being fantastic athletes, fantastic fielders. That's driven from Jason Kerr, who's the head coach, but also the director of cricket, Andy Hurry at Taunton, who himself, although he didn't play professionally, was a fantastic fielder and played a bit of second team cricket down there, and has instilled a real kind of athlete-led strategy in terms of their fielding. So he'll be sour about how they've let Vasco away with a couple of lives, but eventually they did hang on to him, which brings Sam Whiteman in. His job now is just get in by getting off strike as quickly as he can.
It's Goldsworthy who is going to continue with his spell. 5 runs from his first over, but he did have a catch dropped. was one of the 2 chances that went down. Backs away and punches that nicely. Does Prithvi, but they'll just get a single. Brings Whiteman onto strike. Of course, born in Doncaster, but grew up in Bunbury in Western Australia. Not sure if either of you gentlemen have been to Bunbury.
I haven't. I've been to Doncaster though, and I'm prepared
Sounds
to go
like
on.
a terrible country and western song.
I'm prepared to go on record and suggest that Bunbury might just be marginally nicer than Donny.
I've never been to Bunbury.
I've never been to Doncaster.
Donny?
I have not.
I don't think it needs to go that high on your bucket list, man.
Oh,
Sure, it's very nice.
apologies to all of our listeners in Doncaster.
South Yorkshire, isn't it? River Don winding its way through. Beautiful spot.
I said what I meant. I meant what I said.
That's very Yorkshire as well.
Well, I've only been to Bunbury once. It's on the way down to the Margaret River if you're in Perth. So on the coast. So I didn't stay for very long, basically. On my way to the wineries of the Margaret River.
Oh, good move.
I don't think there's many of those in South Yorkshire.
Some breweries.
It's almost certainly some of those.
There are some breweries, yeah. Which is kind of the same thing.
Whiteman looks very, very keen to get that first run.
He's edgy, isn't he?
He is edgy.
Well, he's going to have watched that partnership build quickly, isn't he, between Shaw and Vasco, and I think he's going to be so desperate to make sure that rate and that energy isn't slowed down. I don't think he doesn't fall in the same category, does he, with regards to Prithvi and Vasco? I wouldn't have said he's as free-flowing as...
I thought you were talking about height. As short. I thought you were going to say he's not as
Well,
short. No, he's not. No, he's not. He was. He sort of banged himself on the head after the 5th dot ball of the over there. He looked, and Mel picked up as well. He looked so eager to get off strike that he was actually getting himself a little bit tight, I think, to use a tennis expression. A single off the first ball of the over. Goldsworth is happy as Larry. I'll bowl 5 at the new guy. That's Christmas. As a bowler, you don't want to be bowling at the guy who's on 90.
He's having a pretty modest average, you would say, in List A cricket. Sam Whiteman averages just under 23, a strike rate of 75, so he's got a high score of 79. It's possibly not his strongest format. He's, of course, scored a century not long ago in the championship, didn't he, for Northants? Bashir back. Clipped away quite easily and comfortably by Prithvi Shaw, who is now just edging. It seems like a while because of the way Vasconcelos was batting. Seems like a while since we've seen Prithvi Shaw do something. He seems to have sort of been in the 90s for a while in terms of time, but he's 96 off 77, so...
Yeah. Would you say good captaincy, good bowling in terms of not bowling many balls at him? You know, we want to bowl at the other guys. I'd give some credit there. Interestingly, they've made a bowling change, although the wicket fell, didn't it, at that end, and they've changed bowling there and got the off spinner back on. They want to get some cheap overs from him against the new batter.
Oh, this tempted sweep completely missed by Whiteman. Still looking very keen to get off the mark.
He will be feeling it now. At this earlier 6 dot balls he's faced, he will be feeling it.
And that's now 7 without scoring for Whiteman. So
there's a lot of Mike Hussey about the way he played that. Who played here brilliantly for Northants for a few seasons. Jeepers creepers, that guy scored some runs for Northants. He's away.
And it is a single that gets Sam Whiteman off the mark.
I hope Shaw doesn't feel that he needs to go too much off one end. You know, just get them all himself here. He needs the other end to be ticking over nicely as well.
And that's called a wide by the umpire, so he'll get another opportunity at that one.
I'd be surprised if much changes with Prithvi's mindset, to be completely honest.
Pull that one firmly, but straight to the fielder.
What is he, 97 off 78? And
I agree.
We've said in the box a couple of times between the three of us, it's wouldn't really have said there's been a shot in anger in that 78, in those 78 balls that he's faced.
That's turned, I think. It looks like that's turned quite a bit. He looked like Whiteman went onto the back foot, looking like for all the money that he was going to knock it into the leg side and rotate the strike, and the ball ended up on the other side of the wicket. Looks like it did spin.
Funny with cricket how things go, isn't it? Like Whiteman and Keogh have scored all the runs for Northants in the county championship this season. The top order not really been firing, I think would be fair to say, with all of those guys that have had a go in that top three. Change of formats, and Vascon Salos and Emilio Gay have scored some runs, and Sam Whiteman, Luke Proctor, Rob Keogh so far in the competition have found it pretty tough going, haven't they?
They have, yeah. It's a nice time to bat, really, as a new guy coming in. One guy's going all guns blazing, the other end, just get him on strike. And so far, Whiteman is finding life difficult out there. Also, credit to the bowlers. You know, they've bowled well at him, haven't made it easy. What you desperately want is a ball on the hip you can just knock away, and they haven't done that. They've said you're going to have to get it into a gap and play an authentic cricket shot. We're not going to give you an easy out.
He's gone over the top, whipped away through mid-wicket, but there is a fielder running around. Who'll cut it off. They'll come back for 2 runs. Take Shaw to 99. Dearly love to get a century in his second appearance for the Steelbacks.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. It's just brought Long on into the ring and saying, okay, you can go over his head for your 100, but we're not going to give you one down the ground for an easy out. That's nice. Oh, crikey, get in.
And it's going to be a tight run, but gets there in the end. And up go the arms for Prithvi Shaw, his first 100 for the Steelbacks. And it has been an entertaining one to watch. Of 81 deliveries, showed all the class of his international experience. It's his 9th List A 100. And it has been instrumental in this wonderful start that's been given to Northants. 183 for 2. He's been a joy to watch.
It's been quality, isn't it? It's been that international quality. He's looked a level apart from everything else. I really enjoyed his celebration. He wears the number 100, and he put his bat over his back and tapped the number 100. As though, you remember Nasser Hussain did that when he got 100. He'd been criticised for batting at number 3, and Nasser Hussain pointed his bat at his shirt angrily. I'm number 3 for the press box.
Well, I did wonder about him having, I think I asked you guys the other day about him having the number 100 on his back. Was it a request? Was it just chance?
Feels like it's important to him, doesn't it, the way he's done that? It was done much more joyfully than the Nasser Hussain incident. And Long on goes back now.
Nice flays that one, and that's 4 more.
Wow. Stop it, Prithvi Shaw.
That's fantastic.
Stop it. I say that 26 on Sunday was the best 26 I've ever seen in my life, and he just looks a class apart, doesn't he? Like he looks an international cricketer. You can clearly see the difference amongst his peers at Northamptonshire, amongst the players that we've seen, respectfully to those from Sussex and Somerset today, but there is a clear difference here. And yeah, how he's got to the stage in his career, and he's only played that number of games for India. Well, having watched him today and Sunday, I think it's quite hard to compute. I know, Phil, you would have seen a lot more cricketers than I would have done, and Mel, you would have done too, but I think I could come up with an argument to say he might be one of the top 3 batters that I've seen live.
Well, he's still only 23. It's actually kind of deceptive. You end up thinking that he's a bit older than that, because it feels like he has been around for a long time.
I feel for Sam Whiteman. He can't get off strike, can he? Yeah, the shot over extra cover off Goldsworthy, it was a good length ball, and it has turned a wee bit occasionally. He's gone inside out, deliberately lifted it over extra cover. Like that.
Speaking of going over extra cover, well, Sam Whiteman finally gets some timing and sends that one for 4, so that will undoubtedly help just loosen him up a little bit. Moves to 6 from 13. Inspired perhaps by Prithvi Shaw.
That's exactly, yeah, that's exactly. You could predict what was going to happen the next ball. He was going to go on the back foot and try and knock it into the leg side. Just got it too straight. Having given him a ball outside off stump, the next ball was going to be a bit shorter and a bit straighter. I think everyone knew that. Oof.
I know, Phil, you said about starting an innings at this stage with the fielders out, you've got a guy at the other end going like a train, and you kind of say, oh, it's a nice time to start. Clearly, in Sam Whiteman's instance, it's proving quite difficult, but it can be a difficult time because you've sat there for a 100-run partnership watching 2 guys play effortlessly to build that partnership, and quickly too. That pressure starts to build on you, doesn't it? When you think, well, I've got to keep this going. We're going so well. How do I start in 4th gear almost?
Yeah. So I think you're right. And also, it perhaps says how well the other guys have played in front of you. But I think he's just overplayed it a wee bit. He's just been so keen to find a gap, and he's been almost too busy. If he'd played more naturally, more relaxed, he might have just got the ball. All he's got to do is get it in a hole, and there are some holes.
Down the track goes Prithvi Shaw again, and that is far over the boundary fence. Lovely shot again from Prithvi Shaw. It just looks so easy for him.
Great shot. He doesn't. But back to that question, Sam White just doesn't look in touch. Now the thing is, just get yourself in, because you can 2 out of the middle, and suddenly you're away, and you feel like you've been there for an hour or 2. But starting his innings, I think he does this in Champo cricket as well. He does look a little bit stiff at times in Champo cricket. He's not a naturally flowing player. I think he's a very, very fine player and a good signing for Northants, and he's done well. So don't get me wrong, but it's some guys play and it looks very easy, and Sam Whiteman, you know he's working hard for his runs. But the thing here is not to give it away. If he's finding it difficult to start, others might do after you. So get yourself in, but get yourself in if you can from the other end. There you go, nice cricket. Just knocked it down the ground.
Just a reminder too as well for our listeners, just remembering that Prithvi Shaw, as we see the 200 coming up for Northants, just the 2 wickets gone in the 32nd over. Prithvi Shaw's highest score in a 50-over match, he's only 23 years old, is an unbeaten 227.
Wow.
Just putting it out there. Oh, he gets up and underneath that one, and that's going to go all the way for another 6 runs. Prithvi Shaw's just put his foot down on the accelerator after passing 100.
Well, I'm just going to watch the replay on the screen we've got here, because that ball, yeah, that was a very similar ball to the one in the previous over where he went inside out over extra cover. So he's going both sides off the same length. That's very, very difficult to bowl to, very difficult to set fields to do.
Yeah, the hand speed on that slog sweep as well. He just kind of fetched it, didn't he? And
he did.
Whipped it over mid-wicket. He's gone again, and Goldsworthy, I think, has just seen him get into that position. He's bowled that a little bit wider. He's a proper cricketer, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's another one of the England under-19s that are playing down at Somerset, or one of the previous England under-19s anyway.
A bit quicker, a bit flatter while bowled. Just mixing his pace up a wee bit.
Yeah, he's played all 3 formats. Lewis Goldsworthy, 20 first-class appearances, 19, this is his 19th list A game, 25 T20s.
Well, that has bounced and turned.
It's just gone over the bat, hasn't it, that one?
Well bowled again.
You can really see a change of intent from Prithvi Shaw, having just passed that milestone.
Well, he got to his 100.
Oh, opens the face that time, gets himself down the other end. So single off the last ball of Goldsworthy's over and keeps the strike.
So he got to his 100 and then he hit the final ball of Goldsworthy's previous over for 4. The next ball he actually got to face was the last ball of Bashir's over. That went for 6. And then the next ball he faced was the second of Goldsworthy's, and that went for 6. So he actually went 4-6-6 with the 3 balls that he faced after passing 100.
He's got gears. I wonder if he's got any. He's probably got more gears to go as well, hasn't he?
I think he might be like a 90s Rover. I reckon he might have overdrive as well. Rowie.
90s Rover. Lovely.
One of the nice ones, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Luxury model.
When they made nice cars, yeah.
Absolutely. Jack Brooks then is back into the attack from the David Capel end. He will be bowling at Prithvi Shaw. He's 117 not out off 88 balls. Jack Brooks so far today, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 29. I think there's another Somerset bowler down there just going through a few looseners as well, as Prithvi Shaw's just been eyeing up that slog sweep off Lewis Goldsworthy from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
It's interesting too that Prithvi Shaw's last ODI was against Sri Lanka in 2021. So it's been 2 years since he's played an ODI. Others preferred.
Yeah, there's a man going out at long on now. I just count. They had more than the required number of men in the circle. I wonder which way they were going to go. And but they've got a long on, a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and the man on the 45 and the leg side.
Pulled away from Prithvi. One couple of bounces down to deep backward square for a single. What's your knowledge of kind of the Indian domestic structure, Mel?
Not great.
Not great, no. That's
None of the
similar
domestic structure.
Similar to mine then, because I don't think it gets a great deal of coverage, does it? In my kind of limited knowledge, internationally anyway, you get a lot of international cricket from India, and once the IPL's done, you don't hear a great deal about the Ranji Trophy or the 50-over competition. I just wondered whether Prithvi, outside of the Delhi Capitals, had been playing for playing in any of those competitions.
Yeah, it's a good question.
I assume he must have done, otherwise it turns to be quite a long year when you're not playing international cricket and you finish the IPL after 2.5 months.
Yeah, so he was playing for West Zone in the Ranji Trophy. So that was in July. So he went from the IPL to playing some first-class cricket and then rolling into this. Remember, he was going to come earlier and play a couple of championship games here, but his visa was delayed, so couldn't really do that. I mean, these days with the amount of tournaments that are on around the world.
Width on offer, slashed away from Prithvi. Shoaib Bashir does the work. He can't get there.
That's a poor ball from Brooksy. Sorry, mate. That is just a poor delivery. 3 fielders back on the leg side, and that was width. There's one man out on the offside boundary, but he's kind of more an orthodox cover, and that was hit through backward point. Not cleanly, I have to say. Very rare that we could say that about Prithvi. Not cleanly, but cleanly enough.
Yeah, a bit of a desperate dive, wasn't it, by Bashir in the end. You just kind of see how much of a difference a couple of days of decent-ish weather at Northampton have done for the outfield, because it was slow, wasn't it, on Sunday, but
it was.
Even those mishits are making their way towards the longest boundary now. That's
That
gone
could
up. There's a chance, I think. It's
Oh
gone all the
my
way.
God,
The fielder
that's
was interested
amazing.
for a second, wasn't he? But Prithvi Shaw, I think it would be fair to say he's possibly mistimed that one
I
for
thought
6.
so.
It's probably the least convincing 6 he's hit today, and it's still gone.
Toe ended it over the rope.
Brooks has got a double teapot on it. I can understand that, because for all money when he hit it, you just thought, well, that's out. He's clothed that to long on. It went 20 metres over his head.
So I don't think we've got the measurements with us at the moment, or today. If Alex is listening, might be helpful to get an idea of the ground dimensions, but it's not a big hit, is it, down towards that boundary?
It's roughly 60 metres, I'd say. You look at the 30-metre markers,
Yeah.
and they look about halfway. That's rough, but it looks about 60 metres.
Yeah. Fair comment.
Just near where the coffee van is. Had a very nice coffee from there this morning.
Me too. It's good coffee there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, it is.
I was impressed.
12 runs then off this Jack Brooks over so far. There's a bit of a consultation going on between captain and bowler. Fielders moving in and out of the 30-yard circle. So this is going to be, I think this is going to be an incredibly tough test, isn't it, for Somerset and Sean Dixon's captaincy, to know exactly where to place these fielders on the road.
It is. It is. They've decided to go for a very wide third man on the, lo and behold, on the third man boundary. So the 4 boundary fielders are now cover, wide third man, long on and deep mid wicket. This is a hard place to defend this backward point or wide third man area.
A wide ball from Jack Brooks.
Just a tough gig, that.
Yeah. Fielder's gone back, hasn't he? As you said, gave himself the coverage, but just unfortunately just bowled that one a little bit too wide, and the umpire had a little stretch of the arms. I don't think there's been many extras today.
No, there hasn't. A couple of leg buys, but
Somerset.
Yeah.
Full toss this time.
There was a no ball, wasn't there? Front foot no ball that he bowled a wide Yorker to. Ned Leonard.
You just think they're going to be asking themselves a question at the moment. Where do you bowl to Prithvi Shaw? How do you get him out? What is the plan to him at the moment? Because the way he's played his innings so far, he just looks to be completely in control of the game.
Yeah, he's in charge, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Yeah, kind of. He's led the way, really. He's dominated the attack. There's been real intent from very early on and this goes for the whole innings, not just Prithvi, although he's obviously the major part of it. The whole innings has had real intent, putting pressure back onto bowlers, getting proactive, trying to move the field around, open up gaps, and they've done that very, very well. Yeah, I'd also say I don't think Somerset have been quite on it with the ball. There have been too many release balls. So yes, the innings has been fantastic. He has also had some balls that a lot of people would score off. He hasn't had to make all of the running, but yeah, he's looked impressive. Sorry, Dan.
Down the ground this time, uses his feet. Prithvi asks for 2. Sam Whiteman obliges and comes back, so 2 more added to the score. No, it was nothing particularly important, Phil. I just wanted to confirm the boundary metres. It's 68 metres down towards the Mem Saab tent under the floodlight, and then the longest on the ground, as you could probably pick from this end anyway, where Prithvi was batting, was the one towards deep mid-wicket, or as our village cricketers would call it, cow corner towards the players.
And how far is that one?
That is 82.
Okay.
Short and muscled into the offside. So the fielder out there, just going to be a single.
He hates getting off strike, doesn't he? He's just so annoyed with himself about smashing that ball for a single.
So would I be if I was batting as well as he was. Would there have been, just a random thought, but could there have been a temptation from Northamptonshire and John Sadler to have maybe sent Tom Taylor in?
I think it's a good thought. You know, it's a thought that it varies culturally. That New Zealand cricket do that sort of thing all the time. They just, not randomly, obviously it's strategically, but there'll be another, a lower order batter will come in as a pinch hitter at various points in the innings. I think it's a good question. I mean, there are so many overs left in this game that I think I would prefer to see an orthodox batter go in. But mate, this great shot.
Prithvi Shaw cut away for 4 down towards that shorter boundary. The fielders didn't move. Goldsworthy just dropped his length slightly and offered a bit of width and punished.
But another way of looking at that question is, what do the opposition least want to see? They probably want to see Sam Whiteman come in. We can bowl him. We know where he's going to try and score it. He's traditional, he's orthodox, and so on. We don't want Tom Taylor coming in, thank you very much. So there is certainly an argument for that. I think it's something we will see more in the game, that pinch hitter going in earlier.
What do you reckon, Mel? What would you have done?
I like the idea, I gotta say. Oh,
Power down the ground. I think that's gone all the way.
That's really well bowled.
It has
actually.
indeed. That possibly on top of Dylan Wilson's centre. I don't know whether you want to just have a poke your head out the door and make sure our camera operator's still.
I think it might have
still
dropped
ticking.
short. I think it's gone into the Ian Keogh hospitality box. Wasn't badly bowled, that at all. They kind of did him in the air a little bit, but his bat speed and his skill of getting the middle of the bat on the ball means that he doesn't have to be, he doesn't have to get right to the pitch of it in order to get it cleanly out of the middle of the bat.
142 now. That the boundary for the ball before brought up the 50 partnership between these two as well, and that's nicely batted by Prithvi Shaw. Well counted potentially, or single off the last ball, so he keeps the strike. Moves to 143, 236 for 2 off 34 overs. 16 overs remain in the innings.
well, making that century, with 100 on his back, making that century must have been incredibly important to Prithvi Shaw, because since that moment, he has absolutely caned his way towards 150.
Yeah, he started playing properly now.
Well, it's been incredible. Hang on,
He's kind of passed, since passing the 100, he's kind of batted with the same level of aggression that we saw at the start of the innings against Sussex, hasn't he? He's not allowed Goldsworthy, Brooks, Thomas to bowl at him at all. Whereas the start to this innings today was, to say it was a lot more watchful, would be true, but he was still striking, I think, at 90, wasn't he, when he was being watchful?
And actually, back to my earlier point, you're right, he was watchful. What Somerset didn't do was just dot him up. He was watchful, but they gave him release balls early on. There were a number of cut balls, a couple of hit balls. Take those out of the equation. He's got to then do something more proactive. He kind of got himself in just taking what was on offer, which allowed him to then kick on as he's now done. His boundary count since he passed 100 must be ridiculous.
Well, he got his 100. I'm just going on calculations. We don't have any stats people here to help us. He got his 100 off 81 balls. So he's faced 17 deliveries since he made his 100, and he scored 43.
Okay, there you go.
There we go.
Nearly 300, isn't it?
I was just going through doing my maths.
Great work.
That's okay. Hopefully I got that right.
No ball from
dear.
Jack Brooks.
Brooksy.
So Prithvi's going to get himself a free hit. He's absolutely timed the pants off that one to cover as well, hasn't he? But he's got a free hit to play with. Field obviously can't change, so the fielders on the boundary are long on, deep mid-wicket. Kind of a cover point and then a backward point as well. What's Jack Brooks got?
I'm just wondering.
What can Prithvi Shaw do? He throws the kitchen sink at it, beats the fielder at cover this time, and picks up 147 now for the Indian international. It's 147 off exactly 100 balls, so even without the scoreboard in front of me, I can work out what the strike rate is.
So the experiment of having the wide third man boundary fielder on the offside is now aborted. I didn't like it, to be honest. It's a hard place to defend, and it's there for a bad ball, really. So he's now come into the circle, where there's a lot of discussion between bowler and captain. As you might expect, there's a lot of head scratching going on, because this is world-class batting we're watching. Let's not make a meal. It is world-class batting. It's nothing less than that.
He's thrown himself off his feet this time. Wide, signalled by the umpires. Quite a long way out there, wasn't it? Prithvi's just brushed the dirt off his pads as he picked himself back up again. He did just move, didn't he, across to the offside, and I think Brooks noticed that, but it was just outside those blue lines, wasn't he? That time from Jack Brooks, so... And unfortunately, that one is out there as well.
Well, he's just trying everything, isn't he? Just to try to put Prithvi off. Because at the moment, just nothing has been working. Doesn't matter where they've bowled. It doesn't matter what kind of bowler they've brought on. Field placings.
Gets it in this time. The wide Yorker that he's just tried to dissect between the wicketkeeper. It's almost like a fly gully, really, isn't it?
Yeah, in some way, it's an interesting one, because he's brought the guy up from the boundary at wide third man. because it's so hard to stop a boundary, if the ball does go there, it's probably going to beat him because it's got so much pace on it. So he's brought him up to give him insurance elsewhere.
Short this time,
Well
pace off.
Well bowled.
Prithvi throws his head up in disgust.
A nice little battle. This one here now.
It is great. Two very, very fine cricketers, one with bat, one with ball. The batter's winning at the moment. He's gone inside the bowler's head, but Brooks has got enough about him. He'll be relishing this.
It's been a very good comeback, isn't it, from Brooks? Powered this time. Shoaib Bashir out there, and he can't get it. The ball, unfortunately for Shoaib Bashir, is following him today. But that's 150 for Prithvi Shaw. 151 off 103 balls, 19 fours and 6 sixes. And he takes in the applause from around the ground. What an innings this has been so far. And, I mean, who knows what we might be talking about come the end of this innings.
Bashir has been summoned into the circle. He had a in vain attempt at a dive on the boundary, and I think the captain's seen enough of him.
And that's gone massive, and that's gone all the way into the members' pavilion. Prithvi Shaw back-to-back boundaries, 157. And the Steelbacks 250.
Yeah, we could be on here. We could be on here because the way he's accelerated. So again, with my terrible maths, just going back and looking at it, so his first 50 came off 45. His second 50 came off 36. And his third 50 has come off 22.
Jeepers creepers. It's coincided with the longest over that Jack Brooks has ever bowled as well. How many balls is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the 9th and hopefully last ball of the over, I think.
Well, I think it's just a case of Brooks just trying everything. It really is.
Last ball.
He'll go back wide Yorker here, I think. He attempted to.
Gets the single though, so Prithvi Shaw keeps the strike again, which is exactly what Somerset won't want to see. Expensive, wasn't it? Jack Brooks now 7 overs, none for 62.
Still 15 overs. This is why I think we might be on here, fellas.
What are you thinking? What are you calling now? What does your calculation say?
I was thinking. It starts with a 2.
It does start with a 2. Yeah. 227. Could we be about to see Prithvi Shaw score his highest 50 over innings? And
then someone runs out from the pavilion with a 200 shirt and he puts that on.
I like that. Yeah, they'll have to change the number on his back.
Or even bet just ticks over. It automatically ticks over on his shirt.
I don't quite think we've got to that stage.
Well,
yeah, but Curtis Campher's back. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 29 at the moment. You can get in contact with us on Twitter, NorthantCCC. As you can imagine, it's going quite well on Twitter for the Steelbacks at the moment. Being able to tag Prithvi Shaw and put his name in some tweets, it gets a fair few interactions. Or you can email us, stream@nccc.co.uk. Let us know your comments, whether you've enjoyed this innings so far. I mean, who's going to say they haven't enjoyed it, Dan?
Well,
let's be
honest.
honest.
If you've not enjoyed this innings, don't bother tweeting in, please, because we don't want to know.
You might be a Somerset fan.
You've got to enjoy it, though, don't you, Mel?
Slower ball from Campher. That's cut away. That's going to be 4 off the first ball.
So, before that first ball of Campher's over, a fielder was going out to the boundary exactly on that line, and Campher made a real... And he's entitled to do that. You know, he's an international cricketer. No, I don't want him there. I want him in the ring. And the ball went to the boundary exactly where he moved him from. And I think the keeper is just letting him know about that as well. So there's a few conversations going on there in the Somerset outfield. Not all of them positive right now, as you might expect.
Shorter this time. That's just slipped as he's taken off for a single. Himself through. So Sam Whiteman will be on strike, which I think might be for the first time in about 5 overs. Prithvi just have a little bit of a breather at the non-strikers end, and I think the Somerset fielders can probably just take a little bit of a sigh of relief. See what field they can set to bowl these next 4 balls at Sam Whiteman. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. Hopefully you're enjoying the commentary, and more importantly, hopefully you're enjoying the cricket. The last thing that Somerset will want here is to offer up an easy single. Sam Whiteman, as I say, haven't faced the ball for about 5 overs. It's on the money, isn't it?
What bowled? See how quick? Did you see how quickly the bowler followed through to make sure there was no chance of a single there? Want to bowling as many balls at Whiteman as possible. He could be a bit more proactive here, to be honest. You know, he can just get a little shuffle down the wicket and try and pick one up through the leg side, or get leg side of the ball and go over extra cover. It's a shot he plays well.
There is that single, nicely played into the offside. So we'll give Prithvi Shaw a couple of balls left of the 36th over to face.
At the moment, the way he's batting, you just think that Sam Whiteman really doesn't have to be aggressive whatsoever. We're talking about when he came out, you know, wanting to get off strike, wanting to get up there. We'd had some proactive batters around there, but now that Shaw's in this mood, just give it to him.
That is absolutely gorgeous cricket.
Outrageous. He looks like he's playing cricket on easy mode at the moment, doesn't he?
That's like a surgeon making an incision. That was absolutely beautiful.
He's got all the time in the world. He's moved to 167 of 108 balls. That strike rate now 154.6.
Great work from our cameraman there, because he was able to show the viewers exactly what we were waxing lyrical about. So a 15-metre gap, and he got it right in the middle.
And to Somerset's dismay, Prithvi picks up the single off the last ball of the over. He's done that really well, hasn't he, over the last 20 minutes or so?
He can count, can't he?
He certainly can. How many left, umpire? Just one. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take the single now then.
But it's the way that he moves so smoothly between power and delicacy. I think that's been a real hallmark of his innings.
Yeah.
There are times when he just whips his hands through the ball with real power, but just other times when he picks the right option. We were talking about all the spokes on the wagon wheel. Honestly, if you were to get a firework and just freeze it at the moment of explosion, that would basically be his wagon wheel at the moment. It's been all around the ground, and just the way he mixes it up, absolute nightmare to bowl to. And I actually feel for Somerset's bowlers, because it can't be easy when you've got someone who's doing that.
No, well, they've just run a drink out for him, but you can see the kind of the time taken between overs here, with the conversations going on between like James Rew and Curtis Campher having a conversation as to lines and lengths, and 4 Somerset fielders down there having a chat as well. Ned Leonard's going to come back in. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 33, but I did wonder what the conversation between Prithvi and Sam Whiteman might be in between overs at the moment. Is it just a case of just get me back on strike?
How you seeing him? Says someone. How you seeing him, mate? Yeah, I love that. There's light and shade, isn't it? Like the best artists, there's light and shade from Prithvi Shaw, and it's just a joy to watch. Power and touch. Silk and steel.
No ball.
Oh my
goodness. Leonard oversteps first ball of the over, so Prithvi gets another freebie.
Ned, what have you done?
Free hit signalled by the umpire. So again, that field can't change. I tell you what, if anybody is watching this stream and you haven't kind of got the incentive to pop in, you only live around the corner, get yourself down to Wantage Road.
Well said.
Beats James Rew.
2.
Is there going to be 2?
No, I don't think so.
He wants it.
Turn.
There's a bit of a slip, wasn't there? But I think that's Jack Brooks, isn't it, doing the fielding? A little bit of a slip by Jack, which allows Prithvi Shaw to come back for 2. So the free hit in the end doesn't do a great deal of damage. It was well bowled by Ned Leonard. Adds 2 to the score. It did come off the bat, actually. I thought that was late
nicked it onto his pad, yeah.
So he moves to 170. Short, quick.
Oh, that's well bowled
from Ned Leonard. Good comeback, and
very well bowled.
Prithvi gets underneath that one.
You haven't seen him duck under many bounces like that, so that's a little win. It's just like, I don't see where his wicket's coming from.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to jinx it, and I know you said against Sussex we don't have any control over that at all, but I do know what you're saying.
I promise you I'm not that powerful.
Well, I think to that point, it's going to be a case of pilot error, because I think with the way that he is playing on this occasion, I don't think the bowlers will get him out. I think he'll get himself out if he gets out. You know, his top score in this list day cricket, I think you said earlier, Mel, was
227, and that was not out.
Not out.
Yeah.
That's the sign of a. I mean, 227's all right, isn't it? Not out. It's like that's a bit of class at the end of it, if any more were needed.
Daniel from Leeds is watching the stream. He's just popped in to say that Shaw is a talent, making it look so easy and so much time on the shots that he's played today.
Yeah, something we've talked about a bit, isn't it? Just how deceptive that is, how some do make it look like they've got so much more time.
Sam Whiteman just desperately trying to find that single. There's an email coming as well, and I apologise if I don't pronounce the name correctly, but I think it's Rawid Patel. He said interesting, or maybe not, facts for you guys, which are complete at the end of this.
Tenterhooks. I want to know what it is.
This delivery. Pulled away by Whiteman. Nicely played. They're going to look for 2. They are indeed. Sam Whiteman doubles up. Prithvi Shaw and Danny Lamb both played for Bramhall Cricket Club in Cheshire. Difference between them, that Priv was 12 at the time and hit them better than any overseas pro we'd ever seen.
12.
Yeah, well, he was a child prodigy.
Right.
He was all sorts of records as a schoolboy.
He wouldn't be allowed to play now, by the way, just out of interest. A great shot. He wouldn't be allowed to play in men's cricket age 12 now, unless he was a county age group cricketer, which I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been.
100 partnership between Prithvi Shaw and Sam Whiteman. That one just tickled down the leg side. Perfect for the Steelbacks, wasn't it?
Imagine the committee at Bramhall Cricket Club. Yeah, we've got the new overseas coming over. He's coming over with his parents. We can't afford to put his parents up as well. What's going on? Well, he's 12.
Well, it was when he was 14 that he scored that 546 off 330. So that was for Rizvi Springfield in an age group cricket tournament. So that was back in 2013. And that was the highest score in school cricket. So, you know, even at that age, at the age of 14, to score 546 off 330 balls, that's some application to face 330 balls as a 14-year-old, let alone what you score from it.
Yeah. A lot of 14-year-olds are giving it up once they've got 100 or 200 or 300. Oh,
that
no,
gap
stop
again.
It. Stop it.
Deja vu. Prithvi Shaw dissects the field, moves to 175. Most fielders didn't move. The width offered by Curtis Camphor, and at this stage you've got to be wondering where you should be bowling to Prithvi Shaw. But thanks for getting in contact, the email and the message on Twitter.
And it was an interesting fact.
It was. Definitely was.
There wasn't a lot of width on that ball, you know. He
No.
created that with his wrists. That was fantastic.
Short this time from Camphor, pulled away, just the single.
He's just not really shown any weaknesses.
Bats. He's got a weakness for bats.
Weakness for bats.
He didn't in that innings on Sunday either, did
Well,
he, really?
Well, yeah, when you look at it, he was out in an unfortunate way. It was hit wicket, wasn't he, trying to pull, was it Paul Van Meekeren
Yes,
in the first
at Gloucester, yeah.
at Gloucester.
Slow ball from Camphor, but Whiteman wisely gets himself off strike.
He kind of, I think it was a short ball that he attempted to pull and ended up sort of falling over himself. And then he made that lovely 26, as you spoke about. Probably was quite frustrated to get out early then. So perhaps it's just been a real determination today that, okay, he's had 2 opportunities It's given them away. And it's been a chanceless innings today, am I right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it has.
Yeah.
That's going to be one out to the fielder. There's one fielder out on the offside, and Prithvi Shaw's just picked him out. The fielders went out on the leg side, didn't they?
Yeah.
Potentially double bluff with a straighter bumper from Curtis Camphor that we've seen plenty of throughout his 4.4 overs so far. 284 for 2 score with 8 wickets left for the Steelbacks. Pulled away from Whiteman. It's not going to go, I don't think, to the rope, is it? It's going to be a long chase on.
Oh, it's tight. No, not going to quite get there.
Somerset fielder does well just to pull it back in. I think it probably would have stopped under its own steam, I think, before it had got to the rope, but 3 added to the score. Whiteman 21 off 26, so that strike rate of his now just starting to catch up a bit after that slower start. 1 ball left in the over. 1, 3 or 5, I think, is probably on the mind for Prithvi. And it's short, and it's pulled away, and it's gone for a 1 bounce 4. So 4 off the last ball of the over, and Prithvi Shaw moves into the 180s.
He had a good look. Prithvi Shaw had a good look at the leg side fielders before that ball was bowled. It was pretty certain that it was going to be a short ball, 3 men back on the leg side, and he was working out, where am I going to hit this for a boundary at the least risk? And I think his decision was, I'm just going to let it come almost past me and deflect it fine. That's how well he's playing. Now, he would have adjusted if the line had been more on off stump. He'd adjusted and hit it squarer, but he just got inside the line of the ball, helped it over his shoulder, well, nearly carried for 6. It was only a few feet short of a 6. This is a guy who is at the top of his game right now, and as we've said a number of times, probably in any other, certainly in any other country, in any other era in Indian cricket, would be in the national side. This is absolutely world-class batting.
I've got a record. It's coming from Adam Hunt. He's watching and he's tweeted in saying this is some of the best batting I've ever seen. He's been so good. It's also the highest List A individual score by a Steelback. Wayne Larkins, 172 not out at Luton in 1983.
He could play as well.
Well, that's a good start to the over for Sam Whiteman, just dabbing the ball away for a single, bringing Prithvi Shaw on to strike. 181 off 117. Chanceless innings, and that's one where, as we said, he's combined power and delicacy. There are times when he's used the pace of the ball. There are times when he's come down the track. It's really had everything.
Somerset will be desperate, won't they, to get through to this 40th over when they can put another fielder out.
And that one's in the air, and that has gone all the way straight to the short boundary. Just almost flicked for 6 by Shaw. Prithvi Shaw, another one. So he's edging now towards that 200. And there just seems to be very little that Somerset can do about it.
Just muscled, wasn't it, over mid-wicket that time. Hasn't quite hit them as big as Chris Lynn in the blast yet. I'm sure he's got the ability to deposit them in the gardens. There was a really cool video in last year's blast of someone's Ring doorbell being activated by a Chris Lynn 6 landing in a garden. So could end up with a collector's piece if Prithvi can put one over those Mercedes-Benz signs at deep mid-wicket. But this has been some innings.
Just some few conversations going out there for Somerset. It just must be so difficult when you feel like you've tried everything. You've just come up against a batter like Prithvi Shaw, who's just one step ahead of you.
Yeah.
You're chuckling away there.
The Alex, our boss man Alex, has just put a clip up of the 6 that Prithvi put up towards us here at the Lynn Wilson Centre, with the caption of "definitely not our cameraman panicking he was about to cop a ball to the face." This camera's going all over the place as the ball's tracking towards him. That doesn't feel like that was long ago, was it?
No.
He was on 136 at that point.
Wow. It has been ridiculous. Well, can Leonard conjure something? That one again just seems to twist his wrists around, and all of a sudden, it's another boundary. Astonishing stuff from Prithvi Shaw.
That's almost like MS Dhoni helicopter-esque, isn't it, that time into the leg sides. Brings up the 300 for the Steelbacks, and there are still 11.5 overs left in this innings.
No, it was just a little twirl of his wrists, and it was gone. Reaches out wide, somehow still manages to get a single, so a couple of balls remaining in the over. He's done the job, though, so far. Pretty sure, and the 300 has come up. With all everything else that's happened, they're now 303 for 2. We're still only in the 39th over. So we could be on for a mammoth total here. I think we're on you. I think you were laughing at me earlier when I said that 227. That's well worked onto the leg side. It will be a single with just the one ball remaining. So does Prithvi Shaw just take the last one on offer? Give himself strike for another over, because he is now on 192.
I think so. Sam Whiteman's rotating the strike a lot better now, isn't he, than what he was at the start of the innings. And I think Prithvi will be quite happy to play this ball on its merit. If he keeps the strike, happy days. If there's a boundary on offer, I'm sure he'll take it.
Just cracks that one. Might have hurt. Hits the bowler. It has hurt. And Prithvi Shaw goes straight over. Wow, that's nice to see, actually. Just helps him to his feet. Oh, probably saved for a few runs as well.
Yeah, it was a good first touch, wasn't it, by Ned Leonard? But I think he might be in a bit of discomfort, because Prithvi's absolutely muscled that one back at him, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just drilled it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ned Leonard goes off and gets a little bit of treatment here, because yeah, that's hit him very hard. He's safe 4 for his team. Definitely safe 4 for his team, but
he's only able to take a few steps before he's bending over again.
Possibly at the cost of his little toe.
Oh. So Danny Lamb comes back into the attack. Somerset desperately trying to find any way through. Prithvi Shaw currently on 193. Remember his top score in a 50-over format, 227 undefeated. We've still got 11 overs to go.
If he's in at the end, he's smashed that, hasn't he?
He certainly is. Remember, his 150 came off 103. And he's faced 18 balls since then, and he's on 193. And that's just a delicate little dab. That time around, happy to take the single.
It's interesting how Whiteman is now going to play, isn't it? Is he just going to get off strike, or is he going to score some bound? It's an interesting one. I mean, I think that his best tactic is probably just to get off strike, but there must be a temptation with only 2 down, 11 overs to go, to have a go from both ends. How would you play it, Dan? You're in there.
Sorry, I was reading an email. Could you repeat the question for me, please?
We'll come back to it.
Could you use it in a sentence?
Well bowled by Danny Lamb.
So the question is, you're Sam Whiteman right now. How are you going to play?
I think he's got 2 options. One, get yourself off strike, get down the non-striker's end and have the best seat in the house and watch Prithvi Shaw do what Prithvi Shaw's done. Or the other option is, you've got a complete free hand to play. Can you up that strike rate and try and get yourself at 120, 130, 140, because he's going to know that he's got Tom Taylor to come, who's seeing the ball like a beach ball. He's got Lewis McManus to come. He's got Rob Keogh. He's got Luke Proctor that can hit a big ball. I'd be very surprised if Tom Taylor's not padded up to come in next, though.
Yeah, agreed.
The only problem here is that when you see there again, it's almost like he's trying to overhit. He's trying so hard, and when he gets himself into that, we saw when he first came in, he starts to get a little bit frustrated and bogged down.
Not straightforward, is it? You'd think it was easy, wouldn't you, standing at the other end to a guy who's on 194 off 120 balls. That should bring its own challenges. There you go, there's the answer.
Well, they just brought that fielder up from the fence, and Sam Whiteman has seen that and just played a lovely little shot over his head.
I think my answer, if you asked me personally, if I possessed the ability to do it, it would be the latter of those two options.
Yeah, I think I would.
Take the free hit and try and up your strike rate as best you possibly can.
I think I would.
As much as enjoyable as it would be to stand at the non-strikers end watching Prithvi team comes first.
I wouldn't have gone early, but I think now, with nearly 10 overs to go, let's fire all our bullets. Well, that's well fielded.
It is well fielded by Danny Lamb.
Question coming from Manny, just to say, good day. First of all, enjoying the energy on the commentary. Keep it up. So thank you very much for that. Say, this is one of the best displays of batting I've seen following the recent Durham innings when they scored 350. And that was obviously against Sussex, wasn't it, in the first round of this competition.
Tries to play another clever little scoop, but doesn't come off on that occasion.
The question is with the recent trend of T20 scores being over 200, and looks fairly easy to take that into account now, the 50 over game over 300 looks easy since we see more games going over these scores nowadays. Well, I mean, 300 in a 50 over game is a long T20 really, isn't it?
Yeah, it also, I mean, you have to take into account wickets lost and why you're able to bat the way you can in 20 overs, because you're not as likely to get bowled out, are you? Whereas we've seen in 50 over cricket, we've also seen, I think, some low scoring 50 over matches in this tournament so far. That's the wickets falling are a massive mitigating factor, I think, in those high scores. So when it does come off like this, it's pretty interesting. I mean, you look at the way that England, they reinvented themselves after the 2015 World Cup, and all of a sudden, that summer, the summer I got hit in the back by Tim Southey, that was the summer of the revolution with New Zealand here, Brendan McCullum's side then, the way that they played against England. All of a sudden you had massively high scoring 50 over games where there just wasn't that dead period in the middle when spinners coming on.
That's the big change, isn't it? There's proactivity in the middle of the overs. I didn't quite get the gist of Manny's. Was there a
I think there was, but maybe I didn't read it particularly well.
But no, I mean, you're absolutely right, Matt. You've got 20 overs to burn your resources, so you can go harder earlier. That's the gist of it, I think.
It was thoughts on the recent trend of those scores increasing, which I think we've answered pretty well.
That's just clipped away for a single, so doing a good job at the moment. It seems like Shaw's just slowed down as there's been a couple of singles. I'm not quite sure what to make of it after the fireworks that we've seen from Prithvi Shaw.
Building up for a big finish.
Well, he's now on 195, so he's in the nervous 190s.
Terrible place to be.
Terrible place to be. We did see him just play it sensibly on his way to the 100 when he was in the 90s, and then as soon as he got there, just unleashed. So are we seeing a repeat of this? Because I reckon if he gets himself to 200, we really might see him unleash again.
Yeah. And he's earned the right to do that, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
He can chew a few up getting to 200. That's no problem.
Yeah, we've got about 5,000 people watching the live stream at the moment, so there'll be plenty of people.
Is that right?
Yeah, plenty of people hoping that that's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, Whiteman takes a swipe at that one, but it is called wide, so he'll get another go at it. Well, welcome to everybody who's on the live stream. It's lovely to have you with us.
It's a good number, isn't it? 5,000?
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
You can see on screen there of ways and means that you can get in contact with us as well. There's a question from Harry that I'll pose to you, Phil, the first one, and then
I've got a son called Harry. It's not him, is it?
Pulled, but it goes straight down the ground. Get a single, brings Shaw back onto strike. 5 short of his double century and 4 balls remaining in the over.
that's from Harry Beard, and the first part is how excited should Northampton be at the potential prospect of Shaw and Gay opening in Red Bull cricket? There's the first part of the question.
Okay,
As a Northampton fan,
Oh, enormously.
fantastic, easy answer. Second part of the question, also given both the 23, could we debate that if obviously that partnership were to happen in Red Bull cricket, could that be the best young opening duo in world cricket? If you could pick any 2 young openers in the world, who would you want over Prithvi Shaw and Emilio Gay?
But one of them's got to be domestically qualified, I guess.
Yeah.
Just to bring a bit of boring coach talk into it.
Thanks, Phil.
Okay, let me think about that. That does open up a lot of players.
And just gets under that one, shovels it down towards deep mid wicket. Just get a single there. So he has slowed down a little bit, Prithvi Shaw, as he approaches his double century. 196 now, just 1 boundary away.
So the English player would be Ben Duckett.
Is he under the age of 23?
Oh, no, he's not. I didn't hear that qualification. Oh, good question. Okay, under the age of 23 with a first name of Emilio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that
Safe.
one's gone
Safe.
straight down towards the
Oh,
fielder.
oh, no.
Bounces short, bounces past him. Just an awkward bounce in the end. And the upshot is a couple of runs.
Wow. That was, yeah, Bashir's having a day in the field, isn't he? He dropped a pretty simple catch on the boundary earlier on. He kind of dived past one, and then he didn't read the spin. The ball was mishit by Whiteman. It was going to spin, and Bashir nearly ran past it. And another day that goes for 4. Thankfully for the young man, to spare his blushes, it only went for an extra single run.
And just another easy single on offer. 1 ball remaining in the over, and Prithvi Shaw is on strike. He is on 196.
We could put it out there to the 5,000 to come up with your best opening pair under
Yeah,
the age of 23.
Send us your suggestions.
But this guy stakes a claim, doesn't he? Prithvi Shaw for sure.
For sure.
Dear.
196.
Is that it? Oh no, straight at him.
Driven straight to the fielder.
What's he doing?
And he's looked up in the air. That's probably one of the few balls that he has hit so directly to a fielder all day. But it's the end of the 41st over, and he's given up the strike to Sam Whiteman. He remains on 196. Sam Whiteman has quietly moved along to 31 off 36 after it was 9 or 10 balls that he took to get off the mark. It was quite a few, so
You just felt the pressure building on him, didn't you? Bless him.
yeah. But he's done a job.
He has.
Done a job for his club today, and he's done a job for Prithvi Shaw, playing that support role.
It's a change of bowling here. Oh, it's Danny Lamb. He's just going to come around the wicket.
Yeah, Danny Lamb continuing. He bowled well in his last over.
It's good for Dixon. He's got an experienced campaigner here. Danny Lamb's played a lot of cricket, T20 cricket, and as an all-rounder who has bowled a number of overs in T20 cricket, and that's he's going to be drawing all of that experience here. It's good to try and keep the youngsters out of the firing line at this point. Yes, they'll learn from it, but they might get damaged by it as well.
Well, his last over went for 5. He's bowled 5 overs and is none for 22. So it's really, in the context of this match, excellent economy rate from Danny Lamb. He's tried to pull that one. There's a huge shout. The umpire is unmoved. And boy, that has got the crowd up and about as well, the eagerness of that appeal.
I can't believe of all the things that we've seen in the middle today, Mel, that's brought the biggest reaction from the Steelbacks fans.
Well, he's well outside the line there.
He really he looked like he was about to propose to the umpire.
Yeah.
Down on one knee, then both knees.
Also, it's kind of like a treble appeal, wasn't it? You know, the kind of the regulations are you can't appeal twice, so you can only really appeal. You can't appeal. How's that? And he kind of went 3 times. He was pretty sure it was out, I think, or he was trying to convince himself, but it was actually quite well outside the line, I think.
And that one's clipped deep mid-wicket. They get the single, so yeah, again, sure, he just slowed down a little bit of approaching the milestones, but when you're 197 off 126, I think you've earned the right to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll just be hoping that Sam Whiteman can get him back on strike a little bit more frequently than what he's been able to so far. He's 31 off 37.
Well, he's going to get the single there. Back on strike. Prithvi short. And time in this over. 3 balls remaining. Can Danny Lamb prevent him from getting there this over? Or is this the one where he brings up a magnificent double century?
That's well bowled again.
And is well bowled. He lost his shape a little bit on that one. Hand coming off the bat, so it's just another single. That's okay though, because he's still there. 198.
Yeah, he's not walking off this field with a number starting with a 1, is he? There is no way that's happening. He's going to be a 200. That'll be the first time I've seen a 200 in 50 over cricket as far as I can remember. That's a wide.
What do you reckon Sean Dixon and Somerset do with their bowlers for the rest of this innings as well? Jack Brooks has got 3 left. Ned Leonard's got 2. Shoaib Bashir's got 3. Danny Lamb has the 4 after this one. 5 for Curtis Campher, 6 for George Thomas, and 5 for Lewis Goldsworthy.
You can't bowl spin at the moment, it's sure, is what I would say. That's one. That'd be my going in point to that. Now, you might tell me the numbers don't add up and he's going to have to, but that would be my first thought, is I can't bowl spin at Shaw.
I don't think he has to.
No, okay, then that's where I'd start.
Yeah.
And then I'd be thinking from the back end, and who do I want to on my last 4 overs, and then work out the rest from there.
I suppose you've got a bit of an extra headache, the fact your overseas internationals going at the best part of 11 and over, which...
That's just driven firmly. There is a fielder, so again, happy to just get there in singles at the moment. Prithvi Shaw.
Pretty good over that, wasn't it?
Was a good. He's been good. His previous over went for 5.
And yes, there was a wide in that, but he's actually bowled a pretty good over. A lot of experience in that, holding your nerve, trying to get the percentages on your side. If someone then does something ridiculous, which Shaw has been doing hitherto, and will do again once he gets the 200 up, then you can't do a lot about that. What you can do as a bowler is try and get the percentage on your side, get the fielders in the right place and execute well, and that's all that you can do. And that's what he did. Fair to say the bowlers don't look particularly enamoured at the prospect of bowling to Prithvi Shaw. A slow walk to his mark.
just 1 run short. It's double century. Pulls it, and there it is. He brings it up with a single. 200 runs for Prithvi Shaw. It's been a chanceless innings.
Is he going to run off the pitch?
He's going to celebrate. He pointed to the number 100 on his back when he got to 100. Well, they might have to replace that with a 200 on his back now. It has been a monumental display of flawless batting from Prithvi Shaw. His 3rd game here in this tournament for Northants, and what a signing it has been. Magnificent, off just 129 balls.
Well, it's just been a pleasure, isn't it? We've got a great view up here, our elevated position on top of the Lynn Wilson stand, and that's been an absolute joy to watch. I can't think of a better innings on this ground that I've seen. Been absolutely fantastic.
I can't think of a better innings that I've ever seen.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, and that's a little top edge.
That's going to be 4, I think, is it?
No, it's going to be picked up by Bashir running around. So I've just done the calculations again. You know, I've been on this. So
Yes.
his 4th 50 has come up in 26. So he did slow up a little bit from the 3rd one. So first 50 off 45, second 50 off 36, 3rd off 22, and 4th off 26. That is remarkable. So the second 100.
Oh, that's poor fielding. That
got
is
through the
poor
fielder.
fielding. That's poor fielding.
4 runs, that's a freebie. It's not
Hallelujah.
been the best day in the field for Somerset, it must be said.
You just get everything behind that, don't you? Get something behind it, throw yourself at it, throw your cap at it, throw your cat at it, anything, just get something behind it.
So that second 100 he scored off 48 balls.
Wow.
Get him on strike for as much as you possibly can for the rest of this innings,
Well,
Sam Whiteman.
And he pulls that one, he'll get a single. 227 not out. I did say we were on for it.
You said that very early, and I thought,
did.
okay, that's a big shout, but when it's a benchmark, didn't expect us to get close to it.
Well,
and it's us now, not just Prithvi, it's us. We're all in it together.
We're all in
Didn't
it together.
expect us to get anywhere near it.
Hey.
Haven't we done well?
27 runs to equal, 28 to beat.
He will
His
know that as
highest
well.
ever loose. Of course he
He
will.
will know that.
You look good for being 200 not out, Phil, as well. I've not even broken a sweat up here.
Get him in singles now.
Well, it's certainly been fun to watch.
He's in at the end. What number is he going to be on?
Caravan's coming off now, Phil. This is going to be absolutely ballistic. The handbrake's coming off, the Caravan's being left at home, and Prithvi Shaw is going to treat us to some fireworks.
There we go. It started.
Just clipped off the toes. 4 more.
It's a genuine question, though, Phil. Like, what if Prithvi does bat for the whole 50 overs? What number is he on come the end of it?
But we're still only in the 43rd over. We've got time.
It's just scary,
We've got
isn't
time
it?
to play with.
What's the highest list day score, do you think?
Whatever.
Yeah.
Blimey, that is a question. 1 second. I can tell you the highest list A score at Wantage Road, for Northamptonshire, is 425. That came against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in 2016. So
and we lost that game.
there is a number. We did lose that game, yeah.
I was there. We lost that game.
Yep,
Yeah.
sorry. That's twice I've done that to you today,
Yeah.
isn't it? Should stop kind of...
That was a game of cricket. That was an amazing game.
But again, you notice that he was quite happy to take the singles. Got himself there. First ball. Next up. Goes for 4.
It's an unrequested drink. Always on the lookout for that, just in case there's there wouldn't be a message coming out, would there? Message in a bottle.
So the highest ever list A individual score is currently 277. And that came off 141 balls. And that was Narayan Yagadisan
Well said.
Thank you very much. So that was for Tamil Nadu back in 2000, well, not that long ago actually, in 2022 in Bangalore. Ali Brown's got the highest or in what would be this competition. That was 268 for Surrey against Glamorgan in 2002.
I mean, Prithvi will probably know about the score in the domestic Indian comp, won't he? I would imagine he'll know that. 277.
Yeah, he probably will. He certainly will know his own.
Yeah, for sure.
A lovely sound off the bat there, but just gets in the single. But that is exactly the job that Sam Whiteman needs to do. Moved quietly onto 41 or 43.
He's caught up nicely, isn't he?
He has caught up really well.
This looks like the matchup that is most likely to bring the downfall of Prithvi Shaw, Danny Lamb, because he's bowled very, very well.
He has. He's been the pick of the Somerset bowlers today.
Oh. However, he might not be on much longer.
Beamer.
Another one of those.
Ball slipped. No one means to do that, of course. Prithvi Shaw doing well to get under it in the end. Just what you don't want, though, to give someone on 204 a free hit.
Brilliant.
How does he bowl here? He goes short, and Prithvi doesn't get all of it, but it's enough to get a couple more runs.
Yeah, Danny Lamb is probably understandably having a little word with the fielder at backward square leg there, who didn't show a lot of interest in fielding that ball.
Yeah, he just shrugged his hands out that way as well. So just, I guess, probably natural that after being spanked around like you have been, there's just some frustration out there in the field. Backs away this time, goes, there's a chance, and it's dropped. It was a difficult chance, diving in the field. It's the first chance that Prithvi Shaw has offered in this innings today, in this double century, but he survives.
There's a few unhappy campers out there in Somerset shirts today, aren't there? Danny Lamb showing his displeasure to his teammates at ball before. Brilliant effort, must be said, out in the deep.
That was a great effort, and it got applause from Danny Lamb as well. So yeah, he's not just one-eyed on it. It was encouraging.
Just carved away very nicely there by Whiteman. He has absolutely got it bang on at the moment as far as being able to turn the strike over. So he settled into that role really well.
Is that a no ball for not enough in the circle, I think?
Now the wheels are coming off. Wheels are coming off for Somerset, I'm afraid. They've been frazzled today. Frazzled by the quality and the unrelenting attack of Prithvi Shaw. And it's just not easy for a side when you come up against someone like that in that vein of form. So Danny Lamb bowls a second free hit of this over. Goes short again, pulled again. It's just going to be a single.
He's come out of that pretty well, hasn't he? You said earlier, and Mel, you said as well about just how well Danny Lamb has bowled in the circumstance. I mean, he's going at less than 6 and over when his teammates have been going at 8. At best case scenario, outperformed the Irish international Curtis Camphor. He's going at 11s and over.
Well bowled again.
Go short again.
The grunt is a giveaway.
Yeah.
I've picked it now. The grunt of Danny Lamb grunts when he bowls his slower ball. Listen out for that. But he has held his nerve very well. And others have kind of fallen away really and let their standards drop in the field from time to time in particular, and sometimes with the ball. Danny Lamb has stood up well.
And that one's just come off the pad, has it?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just get the signal from the umpire. I'll get a run for it. that is the end of Danny Lamb's over. So still have 6 overs remaining. Just how many can Prithvi Shaw get in 6 overs? And let's not forget, it's not just about him either. How many can the Steelbacks get? They're 348 for 2.
The minimum here is the minimum from this point is 400, isn't it? And I haven't said that many times. But watching Northampton's bat over many years.
Wow.
Yeah, 36 balls to go, and Ned Leonard's going to bowl his 10th over. Is he going to bowl his 10th over? We're not, actually, I'm not entirely sure. He's only bowled 9. I think he's given the jumper and the sunglasses to the umpire, and he's ended up taking them back.
The umps have miscounted, I
Pretty
think.
sure he's only bowled 9.
Well, it feels like everybody's frazzled.
No.
Everyone's in thrall
Change of plan.
to Prithvi Shaw.
Well, it must be a change of plan because the scorers have got him down at 9 overs. Looks like Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, is going to bowl then from the David Capel end.
That
He's
can't
bowled
be right, can it?
5 overs, none for 37.
Wow.
Whether they're looking at this as a match-up against Sam Whiteman, who isn't exactly timing the pants off it at the moment. Stream powered by Daffabet. Whether they've taken that as an option,
I wonder
maybe.
what's just happened there. Well, I mean, that was a very late decision, wasn't it? That wasn't a captain's decision. It was the umpire intervened there. And it was Leonard who was going to bowl the over, I think, wasn't it, Dan? And
It was, yeah, although it looks like they still haven't quite settled on this.
Just seems to be some very confused people out there.
The 5 fielders outside the circle are long on and long off, deep mid-wicket, deep square, and almost a deep point as well. The fielders outside the circle for Sam Whiteman. So
coffee van.
yeah, Phil has
Oh,
just
bold.
whipped it down to long on for a single. So Prithvi will have 5 deliveries from Sam Whiteman to face.
That's good cricket.
See, I suspect plenty of width could be on offer here from Lewis Goldsworthy. I don't think he's going to want to allow Prithvi to target that short boundary.
Yes.
Man's just gone out to the bar.
He's just gone straight to that bar, hasn't he?
And that doesn't matter because that's gone over the bar. 6 runs out of the ground, through the trees, into the garden. 350 for the Steelbacks. What a cricket shot. I mean, it doesn't matter whether he's out there, does it, at the
It's
moment?
a fantastic cricket shot, and it really is. And it's gone miles, and it's a beautiful shot. This bowler should not be bowling at this batsman. That's point one. That's, I think I mentioned that some time ago. He can't bowl spin now. The other point is this bowler cannot bowl straight at this batsman.
No.
If he is going to have to bowl at him, which he's reluctant to do so, I understand that. I would be too. He's got to bowl it on the wide line and take his chances.
Or would you not go back to Curtis Camphor?
He would do anything apart from bowl slow left arm.
Jack Brooks, I suspect, would be more effective at the top of the game than what he might be at the death
Yeah, for
now
sure.
with the pace that he's got available to him. But
If you ask Prithvi, who do you want to face? Pick a bowler.
oh, of course,
It's this guy or
Yeah.
the off spinner, isn't it? It's one of those two.
absolutely.
So it's just a crazy matchup. He's probably going to get him out next ball, but it is a crazy matchup.
He's on 214 now. Prithvi Shaw. New ball requested. Is that one flew over the fence? Should be a good souvenir to whoever lives.
That
In
ball
that house?
landed. There's a lane that goes behind the white fence there,
Oh.
and it comes out onto the road down there, and that's where I used to get in. When I used to walk out of school, walk along there, climb over the fence, and I was in the ground by 9:30.
Are you basically admitting to a crime?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am. That's probably the only one I'm going to admit to. There may be others, possibly.
Width this time. Cut away. Prithvi's going to look for 2, I think. He's going to get it, so he's going to keep the strike.
He looks tired.
I was thinking the same
Yeah,
thing.
the first time as he jogged through for that second run. It's the first time, actually, that he has looked tired, though.
Needs to try hit some boundaries.
Forget about running.
Straighter this time. He's filled it out there. It's just going to be a single. So he's not prepared to throw this away, is he?
No, he's not.
Pretty sure.
He's not.
He's got that eye on that highest personal score for himself. He's, what is he, 10 away from it now?
10 away now, 2:27. Still 5 overs, 5.1 overs to go as well.
Shot.
It's a cracking shot by Sam Whiteman, isn't it? Just opens up the offside. It's a single. They've set the field pretty well in this over. I think Goldsworthy, to be fair to him, I think he's bowled the over very well.
Good over. He's bowled a good over, and he's got, what's he gone for? 11 something?
11. Bang on 11.
Yeah.
Bang on 11. So 5 to go then, and the score is 359 for 2.
Any over at the moment with one boundary in it is a good over, isn't it?
Yeah, completely agree. Tom Taylor, I'm surprised, isn't at that gate with his pads on.
Just walk out. Just walk out there. Swap. Just tag.
Sprinting down the steps, won't he? I think if he does get that opportunity to have a bat with the score as what it is. There's been a whole heap of pressure on him over the last 2 games, and he's batted brilliantly, hasn't he, for 100 down at Gloucester and then 40 here to win the game on Sunday.
Well, you know, Northampton batters have given the bowlers something to bowl at. They've got something to defend.
Certainly do. Well, could be interesting because it's they're just going to have to come out and go for it.
Yeah.
Aren't they?
They really are, yeah.
Danny Lamb then. Slower ball to Sam Whiteman, who just plays that, dissects the field brilliantly. The fielder gives up on it. And that's 4 more to the score. Sam Whiteman moves to 48. Steelbacks into the 360s. Lovely shot, that.
Lovely shot all along the carpet. Nice shot, wasn't it? It was a slower ball, and I think it might have been a back of the hander, but he just got his length too full. Whiteman held his shape and, yeah, got his front leg out of the way a bit, didn't he? It was a nice shot. Timed it well.
Didn't hear the grunt that time from
Danny
Lamb from the slower ball, so
true.
Shorter this time, pulled away, chance. I think that's 6.
Yeah, it's the into the wicket slower ball when he grunts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
6 for Sam Whiteman, back-to-back boundaries, and he brings up his 50 as well. 54 from 50 balls. Strike rate at 108, 5 fours and 1 6. After a pretty stodgy start, he's caught himself back up again, hasn't he?
Yeah, and has done really well, Sam Whiteman, because it was difficult for him. He was scratchy at the start, so keen to get off the mark. And
he's gone. 50 and out. Sam Whiteman chops on. Danny Lamb gets a reward, and he does deserve that wicket. 7.3 overs, 1 for 48 now for the Somerset seamer. Sam Whiteman has to go for 54, and all eyes on the steps to see which cricketer's going to be coming down those in a blue shirt. It's got to be Tom Taylor. I'm going Tom Taylor.
100% Tom Taylor.
Phil's going Tom Taylor.
I want to see Tom Taylor.
Mel's
out
going
here.
Tom Taylor.
I think it is Tom Taylor.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You've got nothing to lose at the moment.
Just the dismissal. It was a back. I think it was a back of the handball. We're just seeing it on the replay. Yeah, it was. Just kept a little bit low. There's a couple of balls recently have kept a wee bit low, which will be very encouraging for Northants bowlers. Oh, it looks. Is it? Yes, I think it is.
It's got to be.
Got to be.
What are the binoculars saying, Mark?
It's a long way away. That's what they're saying.
Got a bit of McManus about it, but I think it is Taylor.
It's Tom Taylor.
I think it is Tom Taylor.
Well,
coming into view.
Prithvi Shaw's 217 not out of 139 balls, and the man in form strides to the crease. Tom Taylor.
Yeah, that's right.
Joins Prithvi.
And wicket does allow me to say.
Have you got a pun lined up for us?
That Whiteman has chopped on to Lamb.
Oh.
That's what I saw. Yeah. Did you see anything different?
Look, I'm going to pay that. I'm actually going to pay that one. I'm going to pay. We haven't had a lot of punnage from you today.
Long time left in this day yet, man.
Oh, it's true. It might be a punish.
Oh. See, you've joined in. And actually, that's higher quality than mine. That's very good.
I chopped onto Lamb was pretty good.
I wish I was as quick as you two.
Quick, I've been working on that all day. Believe it or not. Yeah, as you say though, just reward for Danny Lamb and the younger seamers in the Somerset lineup. There are a few of them will have learned from how he's gone about his business. He stood up well. He's still got a few balls yet to bowl though.
That's gone straight up. There's a fielder underneath it. He's not, oh, he's got there, Ned Leonard underneath it. And he's just put that one down.
Oh,
and it's going to come back for three in the end.
I have to say, that is very, very poor cricket. And I would imagine that Andy Hurry has just banged his own pen on his pad as well as I have. Because, okay, people drop catches. It was a poor attempt, I have to say. It was a bit swirly. It wasn't easy. It would have been a good catch. He dropped it, but then was sulking about the drop and allowed what they don't want to happen, which is Prithvi Shaw saw him sulking and thought, we'll have another one.
Well, Danny Lamb was absolutely furious, screaming for the ball to come back in.
Should be furious.
Short. Oh, it's beautiful by Prithvi Shaw. Guided down to deep third for 4. 221 now for Prithvi. He's batted all day and he's been absolutely stunning to watch. Just a question, Phil, with your role in the past. Is there some sympathy here for Somerset, though? Obviously, that kind of 3 that came through, you banged your pen on the table. You said Andy Hurry would have done in the Somerset dressing room as well, but it must be incredibly difficult, mustn't it, to keep yourself motivated the whole way through here?
I'll come up there. I've got two answers to that one.
Short.
That kept low as well.
Pulled away, yeah. Didn't get up, did it?
So the first thing is, you know, people look, this is world-class cricket, and he has played absolutely beautifully, and he's put enormous pressure onto a young side, and he's beaten them. Okay, so that happens, and they'll learn from that. So in that respect, you're not going to criticise that. What you can, I think, rightly criticise is a lack of game awareness, a lack of keeping your own standards high. He dropped the catch, fine, people drop catches, but then it was a sulk. He was down on himself, fed up, and didn't get the ball in, which allows Shaw to go to the striking end and hit the next ball for 4. So that lowering of personal standards is frustrating. On a day you're going to execute well, you're going to execute poorly, people make mistakes, but that was effort. And effort is the minimum you must expect. So that's what I'd say about that.
Yeah, fair enough. Good point. Jack Brooks then is going to bowl from the David Capel end. He's got 3 left if required. He's bowled 7 overs, no maidens, none for 62 so far today. Had a bit of trouble, didn't he, with front foot, a couple of wides to Prithvi Shaw.
Well, I think that was just a case of him trying so hard to do anything to dislodge him, stop him from scoring. Just doesn't matter what they've tried today. Offered just one chance, and that was after he'd passed 200. It's that little uppercut he played in the last over. I think that was the first time he'd actually played that particular shot.
Yeah.
And so he's still pulling out new shots on 222.
What's left? he's got a repertoire, hasn't he?
Gosh.
Well, he saved it, because I reckon there'd be an argument to say that might have been shot of the day from him as well.
Well, he's played some crackers.
Fielders on the rope, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover, and a deep cover point as well. And that is a ridiculous cricket shot. They've just brought the fielder up from deep third, and Prithvi's thrown the kitchen sink at it. Shoaib Bashir hasn't moved. That's 4 off Jack Brooks' first over. 226 now for Prithvi Shaw. And does that equal his?
No, I think
it's one more to go. And that probably was the most ungainly shot he's played today. Yeah. There was no shape to that whatsoever. Ball still flies for 4.
Oh, well bowled.
Good delivery from Jack Brooks. It was there to be hit, I think, and Prithvi would lined it up. It's still there. Quite sure how did he manage to time that one quite so well, bearing in mind he didn't have a foot on the ground, and I think his head was somewhere else. And
I think it's called talent.
Now that might be where I've been going wrong.
That's a wide.
Going to be a wide, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. 226 of 143 deliveries.
Prithvi's taken a very... what's he do? He looks tired, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He looks tired now.
Well, he's batted for 202 minutes, obviously the entirety of this innings. 27 fours, 9 sixes in this innings so far. That's down the ground.
Get down.
It's going to be just the single. So Prithvi Shaw moves to 227 and he equals his
New bat done.
career best. And yeah, he's just signalled to the dressing room to say, I need another one. Need another one for the remaining 3.5 overs. So it'll be Alex Russell or Freddie Heldrick running another one out for him. Does beg the question how many he came over with.
Yeah. I think his bat supplier is going to be happy to send him a few more, though, don't you?
I think so. Slow ball from Brooks. Down the ground from Taylor. And 4 for Taylor.
Great strike, that.
7 off 2 from Tom Taylor. Bit of a dive, well, a despairing dive, wasn't there, by Danny Lamb on the boundary edge. Can't haul it back in.
How many balls has he faced, Tom
2.
Taylor? I mean, that's... he's in.
He's in. Yeah, the form batter comes in to join the double centurion.
Ow.
Outrageous.
One more then. Danny Lamb does the fielding. Prithvi Shaw gets out the way of it. And he's going to have a ball left in this Jack Brooks over to attempt to get past his personal best in List A cricket.
It'd be lovely if he just blocked it and ran a classic forward defensive shot and just jogged at the other end.
Well bowled by Jack Brooks. He gets himself out the over with a dot ball. Prithvi thought it might have been a little bit wide. I think he moved over, didn't he? And Jack Brooks just saw that and followed him out there. So those guidelines do move. 388 for 3 after 47 overs. 18 balls remaining. And how many bats has Fred Heldrick ran out? Is that 4?
I think it might be 4. Certainly 3.
No, there's 4.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He's carried 4 out.
Yeah, he has.
That's number 27. One there's number 13.
There's a story, it's before my time. The guy called John Wilde, who played for Northampton in the 60s, was on 12th man duty. John Wilde, as local listeners will know, a real character. And his son Duncan, who played for Northampton as well, also a real character. John Wilde was 12th man and was fed up running on and off with drinks and whatever else one day. And someone called for a change of gloves and he got a cycle. Found a cycle and cycled out to the middle. Dropped the gloves and cycled off again. They have been backwards and forwards with a few sticks, haven't they? I think they're probably happy to do it, to be honest.
Danny Lamb then, he's got 2 left, and unless something outrageous happens, I think we'll certainly bowl out today. It's a slower ball from Danny Lamb, and Taylor's just placed that perfectly, just out of reach of Danny Lamb on his follow through.
He's only got middle, Tom Taylor. No, I mean, that was he still middled that ball, didn't he? It still carried about 25 metres. Here we go. This could be the moment that Mel predicted.
Oh my word, where has that gone? That's gone all the way down towards the Jackson Grundy, over cover for 6. Prithvi Shaw 333, 233. I'm getting carried away. Give him another 10 overs and you never know. But that's a new highest List A score for Prithvi Shaw, 233 not out.
So when he scored his previous one, I've just gone back to the scorecard.
Oh my word, there's one bounce down towards the fielder.
So it was in a Vijay Hazare Trophy game in 2021. He made that 227 off 152. So he's also made it in fewer balls this time around.
Wow.
And after this ball,
See a couple, but I don't think Prithvi's going to be running too hard now.
No. He was batting, so he was batting for Mumbai against Puducherry in that Vijay Hazare Trophy. Batting alongside him was Surya Kumar Yadav, who made 133 off 58 that day.
Oh my God.
So if it's any consolation to Somerset.
That's going to be 4 more.
Great shot.
238. Poor line from Danny Lamb. No protection down there, and that brings up the 400 for the Steelbacks. 400 off 47.5 overs. What
Yeah.
a day of cricket so far.
If there's any consolation to Somerset fans, it's not the first. They're not the first team that Prithvi Shaw has been doing this to.
That's a good point. I'm sure they'll take some consolation from that.
Oh dear, it's just been a day out.
Shorter ball from Danny Lamb. Umpires have a look and they're going to signal a no ball.
She's only about 4 foot tall.
1 for the over. So no ball from Danny Lamb. He's going to have to bowl that one again.
Can we claim batting bonus points?
I don't see why
Because
not.
we could do with a few, couldn't we, in the championship?
It wouldn't go amiss.
Transfer these across.
Wouldn't go amiss, that is for sure. No ball has come to the end of Tom Taylor. Prithvi Shaw can't believe it. Tom Taylor's got to go, run out at the non-striker's end. He's gone for 10. Prithvi apologises, and I think Tom Taylor says, "No, it's all right. I think you've done enough for Northampton today. I'm okay. I'm okay to take it."
Prithvi looks really upset
He
with
looks
that.
gutted, doesn't he?
He does.
He does.
I'm sure Freddie will have some consoling words for him as he's run a drink out.
Get out
Tom
there quickly.
Taylor
Freddie
goes.
Heldrick is on duty today, isn't he?
He certainly is.
It is frustrating when your 12th men are slow off the mark, and actually Freddie is out there like lightning.
I reckon Prithvi Shaw's probably gone through a few litres of water during this innings so far today.
Oh, he deserves every single sip. He just looks so disappointed with that wicket. But that's a sign of a good teammate too, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It was a very natural, genuine reaction from him, wasn't it? Oh, sorry, mate, I've just stuffed you.
Absolutely. Lewis McManus then, captain, comes to the crease. He joins Prithvi Shaw.
Okay, the question now is, can Prithvi Shaw get himself to 250? Well,
what
we're
are
on
there,
milestones.
12 balls left?
12 balls left.
Oh, what's he on?
12
Two-
runs to get.
Where is he?
238 he is.
Oh, yeah, he can't he? Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
can McManus get him on strike quickly?
I'd be backing him to do that, 250.
I think so.
I think,
so. Stream powered by
60-40. I'm going 60-40.
Stream powered by Daffabet. He's currently got himself 6th on the list of List A scores of all time. He's just gone past Martin Guptill's 237 not out for New Zealand against the West Indies in Wellington in 2015. Next target is Shikhar Dhawan, 248 for India A against South Africa A in Pretoria. 257 is Darcy Shaw after that. So 250 would put him 5th.
He's in good company.
There are some names.
Yeah.
There are certainly some names up there.
It'll have been a good innings that's been more attractive than this. This has been fantastic watching. Sharp.
Quite down the ground. McManus, is that going to be 4? Brilliantly done on the boundary. McManus gets off the mark with a couple of runs down the ground.
Damn, 2. It's a 2.
What's he doing?
What's he doing? He's not read the script. 405 for 4. He's been so mesmerised by what Prithvi Shaw has done, you almost forget to look at the overall score.
Yeah, that score's really just crept up, hasn't it? All of a sudden, every now and again, the screen in front of you just pops up with a new, with a partnership or a total, and you suddenly go, "Oh, okay, we're there now, are we?"
Yeah, that's a good point. I like the fact he didn't just run himself out there as well.
Yeah, that would have been a disappointing way to go. Thought the same thing. Don't do that now.
Still thinking clearly.
Down the ground. Has he picked him out? He has. Simple catch. I think that's Danny Lamb down there doing the fielding. Certainly been the pick of the Somerset players so far in this game, and Lewis McManus goes for 2.
Perhaps could have just gone along the ground and not tried to go for the big shot again. Because what you don't want now, well, they're 400 5 for 5. So any kind of criticism is mitigated by the fact that they are where they are. But I guess you'd just like to see Prithvi Shaw get the chance to take it to 250, really.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? That would be great. I think this is Rob Keogh coming down steps now, is it?
Playing in his
It is indeed.
150th game, I believe, today for North Ends. Is that right?
That's absolutely right, Mel.
Funny
How did you get that? His family are here as well. I popped out for a comfort break early, bumped into his fiancée, Georgie, who's in the hospitality box below us. So, and I bumped into his dad and his future father-in-law on the way in today. So the Keoghs are supporting Rob very well in his 150th game. He's got a testimonial year next year as well. One club man with us through the academy from the age of 14 onwards. So he's one of our own. And we always like, it's any Northampton player doing well is great. When one of your own does well and has a good career, it's even better. Now get off strike.
I was about to ask you, what do you think the conversation was between Rob and Prithvi as he walked out to the crease there? Was it, just take one, please, and can I face the other 8?
It would have been, this won't have been it, but it wouldn't surprise me if Rob said, can I have your bat for my benefit here, please?
Oh.
Certainly no interest in Rob Keogh to take the single then, is it? And
yeah.
Get his teammate on strike.
Maybe that's what Prithvi said. Maybe he's just said to him, like, just go for it.
Yeah.
Not worried about 250.
Well, looking at the reaction that he gave when Tom Taylor got run out of the non-strikers end, it would allude to the fact that he is a complete team man. And what a catch by Shoaib Bashir! One-handed specky at short third, and Shoaib Bashir pulls himself to his feet after what's been a pretty tough day in the field for the young man. He's taken a great catch, and his teammates head towards him and give him a pat on the back.
Well, it was just so almost languid, the way that he moved back and just casually threw himself in the air. The one hand going up. It was an excellent catch in the end.
He was waving goodbye to it in some ways, wasn't he?
That was
it just stuck.
Terrific catch, and he's dropped a pretty easy catch earlier on. He's had a few missed fields, so it's nice to see that moment for the young man.
It is. It'll make him feel a little bit better, won't it? And the next chance that comes along for him, he'll feel a little bit more confident about as well. So that's a nice outcome, even though it's led to the dismissal of Rob Keogh.
Yeah, just a little flurry of wickets at the end here.
Just had a message through from our producer to say that the stream got to 8,400 viewers during this first innings.
That's got to be a record, isn't it? I would have thought.
In the air again.
Comes Justin Broad, and out goes Justin Broad. 9,200 people watching the stream that are being treated to this Jack Brooks. Well, a bit of a masterclass there, wasn't it? Was that 3 wickets in the over?
It was. The ferret has struck.
A triple wicket maiden.
Was it seriously?
Yeah, for Jack Brooks.
Oh,
wow.
My goodness me. With the score as it was, that's absolutely incredible.
No,
2 off the first.
I apologise.
There was a good tumbling stop on the boundary, wasn't it, by Daniel Lamb, I think.
Even so, that's great work from Brooks.
So Prithvi's got 6 balls, just for his personal record. There's bigger things at play, but 6 balls to get 12 needed to get to 250.
And he's going to be facing, really, you would say, the pick of the bowlers.
Absolutely.
Today, Danny Lamb.
Luke Proctor makes his way to the crease then. And as you say, there's 6 balls left in this innings, and the Steelbacks are 405 for 7.
2 blows, does it?
Oh, there's one of them.
Yep, there's one.
That's gone all the way. That's 6, 244. 6 for Prithvi Shaw. Can he get that to 50? Has your odds changed? 60-40.
It's odds on now, isn't it? Well, it was odds on before.
Yeah.
I think it's 80-20 now.
I think it's 100%. I'm
Okay.
going for
All
it.
in.
All in.
Mel's gone all in.
Didn't miss
All
that Yorker
in.
by much, Danny Lamb. Slow ball, well bowled. Good
Clever.
comeback.
Was a good
Clever.
comeback.
Very good comeback from Danny Lamb. But that flick of the wrist at the end on that 6 from Prithvi to get that for 6, just to dig it out was phenomenal.
It was. It had a bit of Cameron White about it, the way that he cracked the bat in behind the straight drives. Beautiful cricket shot. And he could go the other way as well. He could have gone the other way with the right hand leading and got it squarer. He just chose to go straight for a change.
Oh.
Get
It's
down.
out.
That's
There's a
out.
chance.
Oh.
It's out. Prithvi Shaw has to go. That has been an absolute treat to watch. Prithvi Shaw goes for 244 of 152 balls, and rightfully so. The people of Northampton get to their feet, giving the young man a proper round of applause as he makes his way off the ground. The Somerset fielders on their way to shake his hand as well. What an innings. That ranks #1 for me. Guys, I don't know where it does for you two, but that is phenomenally good.
It's difficult to compare formats, isn't it? I remember David Sales 300 here late in his career against Gloucestershire, which was phenomenal. In white ball cricket, that's the best I've seen.
Well, it was certainly just a display of variety, of good judgment. At times powerful, at times clever. It really had everything, that innings, in it. It was superb to watch, and stamina as well. When you look at it,
He just kind of ran out of gas a little bit, I think, at the end. It just so tough. Hitting those sixes and being out there the whole time, it obviously takes its toll. Oh, gee whiz, he's entitled to feel tired. He's earned his number, hasn't he, today? He's earned his money. And he's entertained the crowd. That's, Northampton haven't had a strong season, and it's great for the supporters to be able to get behind something like that. It's just the boost that the club needed. Let's hope he can take that forward throughout the rest of the competition as well. That was fantastic.
I'll tell you what, I've watched my first 2 Northants games, his last 2 games.
Northants are everybody's second favourite team.
Is that so?
Yeah.
I don't have a favourite team.
Oh, well, then there you go. Apart from if it's your first team.
But, yeah, all I can say is I've been entertained since coming down here.
You've picked 2 absolute crackers so far, haven't you? Looks like Simon Kerrigan's going to get himself off the mark with a brace of runs into the leg side.
Just quietly, what a lovely shot that was.
It was
from
nice,
from
wasn't it?
Kegsy,
Yeah.
at number 10. They will have. These guys will have spent a lot of time together. Obviously, both Lancashire old boys. They'll have spent a lot of time in the nets together.
There must have been a bit of panic up in that Steelbacks dressing room for people scrambling around looking for pads and gloves and bats and helmets and all sorts. Those wickets have tumbled, haven't they, quite quickly at the end of this innings. 413 for 8.
Would get bowled out. Not now.
Going to be another one added to the score, 414. So Luke Proctor's going to face his first and the final ball, assuming it's a legal delivery, of course, of the innings. 414 for 8. What does Luke Proctor try and do with this last one?
Where's the hole? He likes to score behind the wicket. They're both filled with fielders at deep. Well, long leg comes up. Actually, I mean, Danny Lamb will know all about Luke Proctor as well. So
Yeah.
he's brought third man into the ring. He's probably going to bowl straight at him, I would have thought. Very straight.
It's well bowled by Danny Lamb. And you have to say, he's been brilliant today, hasn't he? He's bowled 10 overs, he's got 2 wickets for 81 runs. But the Steelbacks and Prithvi Shaw are going to be the talk of the town. 415 for 8 here at Wantage Road in this Metro Bank game between Northamptonshire and Somerset. So Somerset going to need 416 to win in the second innings.
Well, I did come here today thinking too, I was looking forward to seeing James Rue bat, because obviously there's been a massive amount of buzz around him. And so I'm still looking forward to that, because if they're going to have any chance of making a dent in this mammoth total from Northants, they're going to need all of their best batting to come to the fore, and just how much they may have been demoralised as well could come into it too. But they've got nothing to lose. 415 on the board. They've just got to go for it, haven't they? But it was just sensational to watch Prithvi Shaw, someone of that class, go about it in a really interesting way. He paced the innings at various times based on the situation, based on where it was, and we've just all been really treated today. That was very, very special, and I feel really lucky to have been here to witness it.
Yeah, I think treat is the word that sort of resonates with me. It has been a treat to watch that. You get to watch those innings on television or on highlights packages or whatever. You very rarely get to see that up close and personal with a great view that we've got here. So very privileged to have seen that. It had everything, didn't it? It had great clarity in terms of the options that he took and the options that he didn't take. His decision making was outstanding. His intent was to bat through the innings and play at his own tempo. It had light and shade as well, like a beautiful work of art. Some of his shots were sublime in terms of playing late, deftly finding gaps, moving across the crease, opening up areas to score into with subtle flicks and deflections. And then another gear was to go straight down the ground, launching bowlers straight back over their head if they erred in their length. If they erred in line, he scored a square of the wicket off front foot and back foot. There wasn't a shot or an area of the ground that he didn't hit into with just enormous skill. I can't speak too highly enough. You cannot play that innings any better than that. I defy anyone to have played a better innings than that for the balls that he faced. Fantastic and a joy to watch, and a real boost for Northamptonshire. We're only halfway. Both teams have got a bat, but the first half that's been fantastic and just what the membership needed.
Yeah, an absolute privilege to have watched that innings from Prithvi Shaw. We will take a break for lunch, and we will see you in a short while, where, as I say, Somerset will need 416 to win this game at Wantage Road.
Northants supporters are reminded that the next Northants home fixture in the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition is Wednesday of next week against Worcestershire. Tickets are available online and in the club shop at the Lord Wilson sales around. And remember, you will save by buying in advance. We also have the ECB African Caribbean Cricket Festival here at the County Ground on Sunday, which includes a pair of exhibition T20 matches, junior coaching sessions, authentic Caribbean food, and music from Roy Hemmings and the Drifters.
Back everybody to Northamptonshire. Welcome back to Wantage Road. If you joined us for the first innings, you would have been treated to arguably the best innings you might have ever seen. But the second innings is about to start, and Somerset require 416 to win here against Northants. George Thomas and Andy Mead are going to open the batting, with Tom Taylor opening the bowling from the David Capel end. The stream here at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. And of course, if you'd like to get in contact with us throughout the afternoon, you can do via Twitter. George Thomas off the mark straight away with a single into the leg side. Yeah, you can get in contact with us on Twitter at NorthantsCCC or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. So we had over 9,000 people tuned in for that first innings to watch that absolute masterclass by Prithvi Shaw. Good innings by Sam Whiteman, Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay in there as well, but I don't think there's going to be anybody else the headline's going to be about. Well bowled by Tom Taylor. It's going to be a mighty game if Somerset are going to get close to this score. Welcome back, Mal.
Thank you. I've just run up the stairs, so I'm a bit out of breath.
Half an hour isn't a long time, is it, from once we've kind of made our way over the gantry, round the ground to grab some food and back again? Oh, a lift from Tom Taylor. What a delivery that is. Haven't really seen that on this pitch through that first innings. Tom Taylor, quite a tall guy. Andy Mead does well to drop his gloves on it as it goes through to the keeper, McManus.
I was impressed with Tom Taylor, and he's bowling against Sussex. Didn't get any wickets, but was really good with the new ball.
Yeah, he backed up Jack White really well, didn't he, as that opening pair?
They were terrific in that first period. It's probably unlucky not to take any wickets, but it was a great bowling partnership early on. They'll have their tails up to the Steelbacks. Man, at first slip right now, Prithvi Shaw, giving them a lot to celebrate already today. He must be tired.
Do you think he's going to move a great deal from first slip, or do you think he might be stationed there for the majority of the afternoon?
Yeah, I'm not sure that they'll keep a slip in there the entire time, but whenever they do have one, I think he's earned the right to just stay in there close. Good slips fielder as well, so why wouldn't you have him there?
Well, I suspect he's probably seeing it quite well now.
Yeah. He certainly had a good enough look at it.
And Andy Mead is off the mark with a single into the leg side. So just 2 runs off the first over, 2 for no loss. Somerset, 1 apiece for George Thomas and Andy Mead. And that required run rate is 8.45, Mel, from pretty much ball 1. What does Somerset do? Do they have time to build an innings here, or do they just have to go pretty hard at this for 50 overs?
Well, they're going to have to go pretty hard, aren't they? But at the same time, the last thing they want to do is actually see wickets tumbling early on, because how often do you see scoreboard pressure like this just send a team collapsing? I guess at some point you think, well, net run rate, if they get to a point where they think, well, it's just impossible for us to get there, do we just get as close as we can and ensure that the net run rate damage is limited as much as possible? Early days, of course.
Absolutely right. Jack White then to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Down the leg side first up. Good carry through to McManus. Jack White picked up 3, didn't he, against Sussex on Sunday and looked brilliant for them.
Yeah, 3 for 29 off 9 overs. And just that partnership, although you didn't see Taylor take many wickets, it did feel like a real team effort from the two of them in taking some early wickets.
Big flash from Andy Ameed. Jack White offering a bit of width, and the Somerset opener's not got many other options, has he?
I wasn't interested to see how Andy Ameed goes. It's an interesting story, really. He's just signed by Somerset a year ago. Got a lot of help from Saka. That academy that has really, in such a short space of time, done a wonderful job bringing talent through.
Nicely played for one. Yeah, they've in a short period of time, they've not got far away from a title of almost being the most successful academy of all time, really, with the amount of cricketers that have come through that system over the last 2 years that have now ended up with professional contracts around the country.
Absolutely. And when you look at a case like Andy Ameed from Scotland, played in a couple of under-19 World Cups, couldn't quite break into the World Cup squad, the World Cup side, ended up playing I'm not sure what year that was, which one that was. It must have been 2015, I think it was. And was it Warwickshire? Was released by them at the end of 2018. Could have been lost to the game, but with the help and support of Saka, he's managed to get himself a deal with Somerset. So I guess it goes to show too the investment that you can make, that just because someone's career doesn't quite start off the way that they might want it to, it doesn't necessarily mean that they should be lost to the game.
No, of course, and it's great to see that academy isn't just for the 15, 16, 17-year-olds that are coming through. As you said, you have an ability to go back and find your feet again. Great delivery from Jack White. Shape with the new white ball, something that he did so well here on Sunday. Just tailing back in, wasn't it, towards the off stump of the Somerset opener.
Yeah, that was a real feature of his opening spell on Sunday. And of course, then it was an incredibly overcast day, and we did have rain about. It's a very, very different kind of day today, but still able to find swing with the new ball, and of course bowling later in the day, I should say, as well.
Again, nicely played. Another run off the bat. So 6 for no loss after 2 overs, and a good start for Jack White, backing up his opening partner Tom Taylor. George Thomas on 2 and Andy Ameed on 3. I wonder what the conversation would have been like in the 2 dressing rooms at lunch. Northants, what do you say after a performance like that as kind of a coaching staff, and from a Somerset perspective, how do you G everybody back up again?
I don't think the coaching staff probably had too much to say, except for well done in the Steelbacks dressing room. For Somerset, I guess maybe it's making sure they don't panic, for starters. Just look to build, but they can't afford to take too long to get themselves in, to start playing some shots, looking at their scoring areas.
Good shot. First boundary of the afternoon goes to Somerset's Andy Ameed. Just cuts that one away off the back foot through the offside.
I think you talk about personal standards a wee bit as well, don't you? In both changing rooms, really. Just do your own job well, be professional, and so on. And for Somerset, they've got to stay in the game for as long as they can, because you never, this number's been chased before, so and it will be chased again. Of course, it would be a huge surprise if it was chased here today, but it is chased. Somewhere in the game, this number is chased once a year, and so why not? So don't dial this performance in. And there'll be a few of the younger guys. Andrew Mead, I think he's previously with Warwickshire from memory. He's been given another opportunity here. He'll want to show what he can do, so get himself in, make a good number at a decent rate, and you never know. But what you don't want to see from a coaching perspective is the players just kind of accept defeat halfway through.
Lovely shot over the leg side this time. One bounce, maybe two. We'll call it a one bounce for over the leg side. So 2 boundaries in this over. As you say, there is that intent that needs to be shown early doors from Somerset. So the director of cricket, Andy Hurries, I'm sure that's the nickname of Sarge, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
So
you know where that comes from?
I don't. I know he did scare the life out of me down at Taunton last summer, though. So
he's an ex-Marine.
It figures.
Yeah. So you kind of do what you're told when you're around Andy.
You're absolutely right. I was making a video at Taunton, kind of behind the scenes of the blast, and stood by the dugouts at the start of the game. And he looked at me and he went, "Are you meant to be here?" and I went, "Well, I'm happy to leave if you wouldn't like me to be here." And he went, "I think that would be best." So I made my way back off somewhere.
He sounds terrifying.
He gives you a stare. He's got a good. I think that the stare probably says 1,000 words. I think, but a nice bloke.
Yeah, he is a really nice bloke. Yeah, as I say, he's ex-Marine, and I know he was on a coaching course with David Ripley, and many years ago now, at the old Level 4 course. And after the events of the day, they went off to the bar and were having a quiet drink, and there was a member of the public who was in the bar and recognised some of the guys as cricket coaches and was letting them know about the state of English cricket and ad infinitum, and it got a bit much. And Rip said, "I was ordering a drink," and the last thing he saw was Andy carrying this guy out one-handed, just depositing him nicely and gently, placing him outside the pub,
Jack White,
walking back in again. And the other cricket coaches were like, "Oh my God," and Andy didn't blink. So yeah. But he's kind of he's an unassuming looking guy, isn't he? Yeah, he's kind of average guy really, but he's very well thought of down in Somerset in Taunton.
That's 2 absolute beauties from Jack White in his first 2 overs.
I was saying to Mel on the way around to lunch, there's a bit in this pitch. They didn't bowl well up front, Somerset, but there is a bit in it. I saw the first over from Tom Taylor. One went low, one went high, smashing that area.
Call for 2. Leo Gay does the fielding. George Thomas comes back for a couple. Yeah, you're right. There is a bit of life in there, isn't there? It did go pretty benign quite quickly, didn't it? But
once the new ball had gone, which, yeah, absolutely. And then it just seemed to be magnetically attracted to the middle of Prithvi Shaw's bat for the rest of the game.
Which one? He did have 2 bat changes early on in his innings.
He did.
cut away. 4 runs. Good shot by George Thomas. Somerset moved to 20. So they can't allow any sniff of a bad ball to pass, can they?
Nice cricket shot that, wasn't it?
Very nice.
High on the back foot, toes, high left elbow.
We're in for an almighty day if Somerset get close to this score.
Creepers. We really are.
Back-to-back fours.
It's not good.
Back-to-back fours for George Thomas. Pounces on the width. Bit of a drag down from Jack White.
Just praising his new ball bowling before, but he's just been a little bit loose. Says, come on. this afternoon.
Just watching that replay, and there was one just from directly behind him a minute ago. And his front, I mentioned on Sunday, Jack's front arm. It's vital to everyone, but Jack's one of those in particular. Front arm is just opening a little bit early. That's a good comeback. Unfortunately, it's a no ball.
Yeah, he's just overstepped, isn't he? So he's going to have a free hit to contend with. Batters have changed ends, though, so Lewis McManus can change the field if he sees fit, but obviously there's only so much you can do with a couple of fielders outside the circle, isn't there?
So it looks like the third man's coming up, so I would expect another guy to go out on the leg side. There's a conversation between captain and bowler. Now off he goes, yeah, out to deep mid-wicket. I'm not sure if you might be able to help me with this, Dan. I think that the bowling coach, Chris Little, is not with the team at the moment. Is he doing a job in the women's 100 or something?
Yeah, shot all the way for 6. Well, that has punished the free hit. Andy Hamid wallops that one over the leg side for 6. Yeah, Chris Little is with one of the 100 franchises. I don't know which one it is, but I did spot him on a balcony the other day.
I think it's the one that's based out of Lords. Is it the Twiglets or the hula hoops? Or
no, the Posh Crisps. The Posh Crisps. Obviously, it's the Posh Crisps. The Posh Crisps Lords, isn't it?
Well, the Tyrrells.
Yeah, of course it is. Come on. Don't have hula hoops at Lords.
Does make you golden wonder, doesn't it, sometimes? That was another crisp burn,
yeah,
by the way. That was from Mel.
I got it.
Yeah.
I refuse to acknowledge it. I hope that Golden Wonder crisps haven't made their way to Australia and therefore it was lost on Mel as well. But
Look, I'm not unfamiliar with the various domestic cricket iterations over here in England. I went to my first match of that tournament actually last week. Never been to one before. It was fun.
What flavour crisps were playing?
I don't know.
Oh.
The quavers against the pretzels. I'm going to say this, and this is, bear in mind, I think we've talked before, Dan. Jack White had a fan club, I'd be the chairman.
Yeah.
That's the least good
Could
over.
I be in that club?
Yeah, you're vice chairman.
Fantastic.
That's the poorest over I've seen him bowl.
Oh my word. He's got
That
underneath
could be
it. There's
out.
a chance.
That could be out.
Underneath it. Gone. First wicket for Somerset. George Thomas goes for 13. Had one fielder out on the leg side, and he's picked him out perfectly. That man, Justin Broad, who does the work out there, takes a pretty simple catch in the end.
Bit of a nothing shot, wasn't it? Just trying to, it sort of helped it on its way, really. It was difficult. It's a difficult ball to time that because it just sat on the wicket a wee bit, and he got underneath it too much. There was less pace on the ball when it arrived than he'd hoped, and he ended up really just sort of lofting a practice catch out to Justin Broad on the deep backward square boundary, and he doesn't drop those.
It's quite a long boundary, isn't it, down into that pocket as well.
It is.
He's seen it quite successfully from a couple of batters in the T20 Blast here at Wantage Road, but that's been more towards the members' lounge as the bowler's been bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. But that kind of pocket of the ground just keeps getting bigger, doesn't it, as you look out the window?
There are two pockets. That's one. This is the other one right below us here. We're opposite the Turner stand, the Ken Turner stand, and this is the longest boundary on the ground. I think I've tried to convince you of this before, or somebody, or myself. This is the longest boundary down here. You get so many opposition players caught going straight down here. But a bit of a soft one, really. It wasn't a great ball, was it? He just kind of helped it around into the fielder's hands.
Yeah, just picked out the right fielder as well. I guess this is what might happen, though. They're going to push. They're going at nearly 8 and over, which they have to do. It's not going to take much for some of those kinds of shots that you probably need to play if you're going at 8 and over to get wickets.
Yeah, that's true enough. True enough.
Well, Lewis Goldsworthy is the new man for Somerset, number 3 today, playing his 19th list day game. High score of 111. Career strike rate of 79 as well. Nice shot to get off the mark,
That's
isn't it?
a start, isn't it?
Straight onto the middle of the bat, push down the grounds, and evades Rob Keogh giving chase. So Lewis Goldsworthy gets off the mark with a 4.
What a shot that was.
Yeah, it's not so much a shot as a statement. Really lovely work from him. Very much a statement of intent.
He timed that much better than I thought he had. That was fantastic. Beautiful shot straight down the ground.
Nicely bowled by Tom Taylor. Good comeback. Reply to that first ball.
Tom Taylor. I was round at the coffee van on the way back.
You were. Thank you very much for bringing me one as well.
You're very welcome. Well, they had to send out for the almond milk, but you know, it was worth the wait.
It was. It is. Thank you.
And so I got a sort of close-up look down there at Tom Taylor from side on. I think he's bowling as quickly as I've seen him bowl. He's obviously with great confidence from his all-round cricket at the moment, and he's really running in. He's timing everything. He's hitting the bat hard.
It was that bumper, wasn't it, to Tom Haynes on Sunday that really rocked the Sussex captain.
Did.
And you had to feel it played quite a significant role in Tom Haynes' eventual dismissal a couple of, it was about an over and a half later, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think he
was,
fell to Jack White.
It's easy to say this from here, and obviously the protocols are in place. It hit him so hard, the ball went straight back down the wicket to the bowler, having hit him in the helmet. I'd have liked him to go off for a kind of a standing count, really, just to get checked over properly. Hope he's okay.
Down the leg side, and an appeal this time. Nothing given from the umpire whatsoever. He just brushed the pocket on the way past, didn't it? But they look convinced.
Well, a bit of a celeb appeal there from Tom Taylor as well. He didn't turn around until he was almost all the way down the pitch.
I don't know whether he hit it or not, so I want to say that firstly. It did look like the guys behind the wicket were convinced that he did hit it. Just flick something on the way through.
It's hard to tell.
Who knows?
Just curiously, and it's not particularly a loaded question, but with that concussion protocol, has your opinion changed on it since you were in the coaching team to now, obviously in the role as a commentator as you are today? If you were coach, would you have?
No, it hasn't.
No, okay.
Because I think I can say that honestly and genuinely because we had a player with a severe ongoing concussion during my time, Richard Levy, and I've actually subsequently, just after I retired, actually I got hit on the head with my car boot, which is another story, and I suffered a concussion as well. But anyway, that's another story. But having been around Richard and seen how he struggled with that and how long it went on for and how serious it was, from a blow that was relatively innocuous compared to the one that we're talking about in the Sussex game, no, it's not to be taken lightly.
Yeah. I think it's something that cricket can learn a lot from other sports, particularly the NFL in America. Just tucked into the leg side for a single, another one added to the score. So in the NFL, I don't know how well you know it, but they'll have like an independent doctor in each stadium that isn't affiliated to either side, and at the point that expert says that player needs to be withdrawn from the game, then that player has to be withdrawn from the game. The coach, anybody with what I guess you would conceive to be an invested interest in that player, doesn't have a say on whether that player does or doesn't continue. And I do feel that other sports could learn quite a lot from something like that. Nice shot.
It's a lovely cricket shot.
Lewis Goldsworthy. It's going to be another long chase for Rob Keogh. I don't know whether he's going to get there. Just about fetches it back in. Saves his team a run. And I think that might be a round of applause from the Keogh balcony beneath us today.
At the Rob Keogh end.
But there's so much that they're only just learning now. When you think of how recently it was that we started having concussion substitutes. Remember 2019 when Steve Smith was felled by Joffa Archer bouncer at Lords, and Marnus Labuschagne ended up substituting for him. In fact, Danny Lamb, who's playing in this, he was the first concussion sub in English first-class cricket. Yeah, he replaced Joe Meny in 2018. So this is all quite recent stuff.
Yeah, it is.
And I think one of the things that they realise too is it isn't the first concussion that necessarily is the one that does the most damage. It's the subsequent blows and the subsequent concussions. I think Will Pucovski, we were talking about terrifically talented young openers, I think he's had something like 11 concussions, and some of them are bizarre. Like one, I think he hit his head on a door. He tripped and hit his head on a door handle. Another one, he was in a net, and a ball struck him from another net. So people would talk about, you know, it must be something wrong with his technique. Some of them have just been rotten luck, but they're real fears about the young guy, and very, very talented cricketer. Ash Gardner is another one in the women's game. She's had repeated concussions. So it's that cumulative effect that you can get over a period of time that really is only being understood now and in very recent years. So cricket has certainly, when you think it's only been in the past few years introduced concussion subs, it has probably been a bit behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, but it's learning, and it's learning quite quickly, isn't it? Which is really important. Jack White's responded really well after that push drive from Goldsworthy. It's bowled. It's a bit of a sloppy bit of fielding at short mid-wicket. It's taken a bit of pace off it and probably in the end stopped it racing away for 4, but not the standard that Vasconcelos sets for himself. End of the over, 6 done, 43 for 1.
Jack, I said earlier, just before the wicket actually, that the previous over from Jack White was amongst the poorest that I've seen him bowl, which is to his credit. You know, there was very, very few poor deliveries, let alone poor overs, but that was one. That was a much better over from him. And just watching closely on the replays, when he finishes straighter, when he finishes on the edge of the cut strip, you know, his follow through, when that finishes on the edge of the cut strip, generally the ball seems to be going where he wants it to go. It's when his front arm is opening and he finishes wide of the cut strip that he's not too sure where it's gone.
Oh, what a delivery by Tom Taylor that is. He's bowled some beauties in this.
Absolutely, he's on fire, isn't he?
Spell,
he's just in great rhythm. And Jack, I don't know if he's feeling quite well. He's just down on his haunches down here at third man. But it's something that I've, in my time, talked to bowlers about, giving them something that they can use in the moment. So for Jack, it would be, you're finishing straight, that's great. You can, don't worry about too much else. There's a wrist going on or something, but your action, most of it is pretty solid if you're finishing straight. But when his front arm pulls away, he kind of follows it there. The arm will drop, the bowling arm will drop, and then he's searching for line and length.
Nice shot by Lewis Goldsworthy. Justin Broad does the fielding, stops that one going for 4. He is a real live wire out there on the boundary, isn't he, and saves his team a couple of runs. Goldsworthy picks up 2.
Yeah, some good work all round. Some good work. I lifted my mic to have some of the coffee that was so generously brought to me. Seen some good fielding out on the boundary by the Steelbacks, and I think there ended up being about 5 dropped catches in by the Somerset players earlier today, which didn't help. A couple of difficult ones, must be said.
Nice shot by Goldsworthy. Yeah, there was an email that came in, which is, it's from, where is it? It's from Robin, who is a Somerset member, and obviously agrees that Shaw's innings was magnificent, but has mentioned about the fact that Somerset's second string, and how would it have gone if Overton Henry Gregory was playing? And as I say, it becomes a little bit rhetorical because it's going to be harder, isn't it, against those guys? They're a better quality. But a question that I thought at the half-time break was, when you lose so many of those senior players, to the point that there aren't any about, are there really? Jack Brooks is there, but he's not a first-team regular now, is he? Their captain's gone. Lewis Gregory, the T20 captain's not there. It must be quite difficult as a unit to look for that leader, to really keep the morale high when you are essentially, not to call it a second team because that becomes quite offensive, but when you're missing so many of those key players.
Yeah, I think that's right, and particularly then that is challenged when you're well behind in the game, isn't it? As it's proven. What you're finding out though, and this is coach speak, but Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr will be finding out quite a bit about the character of their young players, and they'll be watching the body language, everything that they do, their standards, their decision making, their appetite, who's looking at the captain, who wants the ball, etc., etc. All those things you can demonstrate to the coaching staff. So keeping your own, it's a cliche, but keeping your own standards very, very high is really important. There's going to be plenty of days in their hopefully in their long careers when they're going to be behind the game, and so you're looking as a coach for, who do I want on my roster, who do I want in the trenches with me when the going gets tough. Everyone can be vocal and present and so on when your team's on top, but when your team's well behind and the ball seems like a bar of soap, who's standing up then? Who's making that extra run for the backing up? Who's making that extra dive for the stop? Who's getting the bowler's cap and jumper and slapping him on the backside, even when you're going at 8 and over? That's what you're looking for, so you can take stuff out of it.
Yeah, well, that shot there from Andy and Mead brought up Somerset's 50. They're 52 for 1 off just the 6 overs, and if you look at the worm, Somerset are ahead.
Yeah, Northants were 45 off 8 overs.
Yeah, no, I mean, Northants had a steady start. They didn't jump out of the gate too quickly. They got themselves set. Look, we could be in for a really, really interesting chase. But to that point, look, we all know, don't we, that the one-day cup is up against the other competition that's being played. It's up against the 100. There, I said it.
I think you're allowed to.
I'm allowed to?
Yeah.
Good. Right. It's like Lord Voldemort. But it is going to have it, and it's going to affect some counties more than others. Yeah. What it can also do, if you look at the positive side, is unearth new talent.
Yes, absolutely right.
And we're seeing in these 2 games that I've done, which are the first ones that I've been fortunate enough to come and do in this particular iteration of the tournament. I've done one-day cups before, covered matches for sure. But we've seen quite a few teenagers playing, 19, 20-year-olds as well. So I guess what you take is that there's a real opportunity for young players to gain experience playing against some other really good players as well. I mean, we saw not just Prithvi Shaw, we saw Cheteshwar Pujara playing here, scoring a lovely century a few days ago. So while I understand there are people who are still pretty cranky and they've got absolute valid reasons for feeling that way as well, I guess what you have to do from a county perspective when you're doing this is, okay, this is our opportunity to win a competition, but also to actually get some experience, not just to observe it, as Phil said, but to give them that experience.
Yeah, and I guess that works with the coaching staff as well. When we spoke earlier about Chris Little, it kind of gives somebody else an opportunity to come in and take on that role. I think the only thing with regards to the 100 is don't say it 3 times whilst looking in the mirror. I think then you're into a whole world of pain. Goldsworthy's look good though, changing the subject completely.
He looks
10
a
off
good
40.
cricketer. I like the way he's going about his business.
As I said earlier, he's played all 3 formats for Somerset. He's only 22 years old. Played in the 2020 England Under-19 World Cup. One kept a little bit low, didn't it, I think, but did well to dig that one out. As I say, 20 first-class matches. This is his 19th list A, 25 T20s. So he's played all formats at a young age.
He's a lovely combination of a cricketer, isn't he? Top order batter, can probably bat up and down the order, to be honest. Good fielder and very nice slow left arm. So yeah, very much the modern mould. He
averages just over 50 in list A. He's played at 18, so it's not a huge number, but he has averaged 50. So
for my first viewing of him, he looks a very, very good player.
And just in that as well, that's at a strike rate of 80 as the over finishes, and he's scored 6 50s in that, and got a century as well. So it's been consistent, hasn't he?
Which is something that young players struggle with when they come into the big show. So yeah, they've certainly got one for the future. It's obviously they know that because they're picking him in all formats. But yeah, this is my first viewing of him live, and he certainly looks a very good all-round talent.
Absolutely, and that defence is almost similar to what we saw from Prithvi earlier. It's the sound off the bat, the speed that the ball travels from off the bat as well. It's timing it even, like positive in defence, I suppose, is probably the best way to sum that up. Nice shot from Andy Meads, just strayed onto the pads. He said thank you very much, flicked it round the corner to the leg side for 4.
I think I came across Andy Mead, I think, playing for Scotland as a young man. Have I got that right? Would that be his? Yeah, okay, they've got the right guy. Yes, he played. I think he was connected already with Warwickshire. Then Scotland had a connection with Warwickshire through Dougie Brown, who was the Warwickshire director of cricket, and obviously ex-Scotland international. So my inquiries about Andrew Mead's availability were met with a no, thank you. He's with Dougie down at Warwickshire. But he bowled a bit of leg spin then as well, and batted. I think he was an opening batter. I think he batted 4 or 5 in the Scottish national age group teams. Took a team up there a few years for some cricket, and yeah, he really impressed me. He was out of the game then. Warwickshire released him. It's nice to see he's getting another opportunity here because he's a really good young cricketer.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about just how much Saka has done in bringing him through the
That's his
academy.
route, is it? Okay, I wasn't in the box then, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think he was the first, was he? But I think he might well have been the second to have picked up a professional contract. Kashif Ali, I'm pretty sure, was the first at Worcestershire.
Yeah.
And I would have it. I'd have an each way bet on kind of second or third, I think, for Andy.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. So
Okay.
at the age of 20.
Apologies, I'm covering old ground, sorry.
No, you haven't, and it's at your personal knowledge as well. But at the age of 27, we were just sort of saying could easily have been lost to the game.
Yeah.
Leg side again for Tom Taylor, but he's got Justin Broad out there tidying up.
And you definitely don't have to apologise because you bought me a very nice coffee on the way back.
I can't dine out on that all day. It's going to wear out. That goodwill's going to wear out.
I'm pretty easily pleased. Doesn't take much to buy my undying gratitude. A coffee is definitely one way.
Sorry, Dan, didn't get you one.
That's all right.
Next time, definitely going to get you a coffee.
Well bowled from Tom Taylor.
He's bowled some very effective short balls this afternoon.
This is, I think, at the moment, what I'm seeing from Tom Taylor is his best cricket for Northants. He was someone who he started his cricket with Derbyshire and then went to Leicestershire, which was a sort of an unexpected move, really. For I know when he came into the game with Derbyshire, he was very highly thought of. Didn't quite kind of train on, as they say about racehorses. Went down to Leicester. It didn't quite work for him there. When John Sadler came across from Leicestershire, he was really keen on the one guy, if anyone he wanted to bring across if he could, was Tom Taylor. And I think we're now seeing what a good cricketer that guy is.
Quick single for Somerset.
Yeah.
Well judged.
Was it? Yeah, it was well judged.
Sitting a little deep, maybe.
Too deep. He's not responded there at all at mid-wicket. Doesn't find himself there very often. But mid-on's on the edge of the circle. You've got to, if you're deep then at mid-wicket, that's a huge area to drop the ball into. You've got to get tight and shrink that gap. Point 1, so he's too deep. Point 2 is he didn't really respond to it. It was clear early on in that delivery that it was going to be a defensive shot, so you can hustle in from mid-wicket pretty quickly. You don't need to be back waiting for a strike. Get yourself in tight. I know we've got 415 on the board, but these things matter. Keep your standards high and enjoy it.
I love that you actually thumped the disc.
Did I?
Yes, you did. We're almost in rant territory.
Oh no, it doesn't take much. What? Of course it does.
I don't know about you, Mel, but like what I find so interesting, like having Phil's company and having the opportunity to chat to other coaches as well. Not only do they give you kind of the insight that fans wouldn't have, and I certainly wouldn't anyway, as whatever you'd call myself. I don't even know what I'd call myself, to be fair. But you get that insight from the professional coach. You also, not only do you get the kind of this is the insight, then you also get the nugget of kind of information on what you could do to kind of fix it as well, which I find so valuable.
If only anyone ever listened to me, that would have been great. I'd have been more effective that way. White is struggling here a bit for rhythm.
Nice shot by Lewis Goldsworthy for a single.
No, it is absolutely wonderful to have you in the commentary box with us with your wealth of knowledge.
So, someone walked in. Who's come in?
I think I need Phil Rowe as a life coach, I think.
Oh, I need one of those.
Funny you should say that. I'll give you one of my cards later.
Oh, you'd have your work cut out with me, I can tell you.
I like a challenge.
It'll take more than a coffee.
Better delivery from Jack White. I suppose Lewis McManus and Northants have obviously got a good buffer to play around with, haven't they, with that first innings score of 415, but I guess they will be mindful not to let that game drift quite too easily. They get a bit of a benefit in 3 balls time. They can put another 2 players out. Do they put 2 out straight away with the number they've got on the board, or do you keep the pressure up? But I mean, it's not a low score to defend, so I guess you've got more to play with. But
you know, I probably would.
Just put them out straight away.
Yeah, I would. Just strength, because boundaries, the currency to win this game is boundaries, isn't it? And momentum through boundaries, really. Yes, other parts of the game are important. It's not one-dimensional by any means at this stage. It might become so later on in the end. But at this stage, do not concede boundaries. You know, don't let a bit of momentum build if you can possibly help it. So that might sound negative, but actually you've earned the right to do that. You've won the toss, you've batted first, you've got 400 on the board, and now protect it. So yeah, I would. Yeah, for sure. But it will be interesting to see, because at other times I'll talk about too many men out, won't I? So, but I think in this situation, when you know what the number is, then you can play for that number.
Well, because if you can keep the boundary count down, and you can almost allow the singles and the 2s, but the pressure's going to build if they can't get a couple of boundaries away almost every over.
Yeah. Just force the error, get the percentages on your side when you're fielding.
Nicely played. It's only going to be 1 though. Fielder down there on the boundary. So just a single to end the 10th over. End of the power play. 62 for 1 the score. So fielders can go back if required. And yeah, Phil's just given the international sign for a bit of spins. I think he spotted McManus having the helmet run out.
Good Simon Kerrigan. So as we talked about on Sunday, that was his first game for quite a while, wasn't it? It's good to see him hold his place in the side.
Yeah, the side unchanged. It's a bit of news. I don't know if we mentioned before about Ben Sanderson. Of course, he has been out the last couple of games. Apparently he has a slight fracture to the wrist, if anyone's wondering. Not too serious, apparently. He should be able to start training and hopefully be back in the side soon. That's why we haven't seen him for a couple of games.
Yeah, and he's so important with that new white ball as well. The real wicket taker in the T20 Blast this year. Missed out on the first couple of games and came back into the team. I think he led the wickets in 2022 for the Steelbacks in the T20 Blast, and came back into the 2023 side and got the ball swinging both ways, picked up big wickets. I think from memory, I think he picked up the big wickets against that Lancashire in that Phil Salt and Joss Butler game. Obviously that didn't go Northant's way in the end, did it? But he got those 2 big wickets then.
Just using Ben at the right time in the T20, isn't it? You know, in previous years he's been asked to bowl some at the death, which is not his forte, but with the new ball up front, good as anyone.
First ball gets a round of applause from his teammates. Dot ball for Simon Kerrigan. Again, just a little bit of caution from Andy Amid. The problem is they can't afford too many dot balls all up. And that one will get a single. Long off running down.
So when you really look at that kind of worm graph, I mean, the acceleration for the Steelbacks
came after Prithvi Shaw got his 100.
So it was kind of like, what, about that 30-second over, wasn't it, by the looks of it? That's where that real spike kind of comes in, whereas it was a fairly steady kind of building platform up to that point.
Yeah, the 200 was brought up in the 32nd over. So then they'd more than doubled it in the next 19 overs. 18 overs, sorry. Once Prithvi Shaw had got out of first gear, started seeing it a bit better, and managed to kick on.
And that's it. There's no point panicking. They just need to keep it moving. They can't afford to get, I think, stuck at any point, because the issue is Kerrigan finishes his first over is if there are a couple of wickets, it just slows things down. It brings the momentum screeching to a halt for a batting side when they're chasing a big target.
We're going double spin, I think. Keogh at the Wilson end. That'll please his family, who are all beneath us.
Best view in the house.
Yeah, just a reminder, it is Keogh's 150th game for the Steelbacks. A bit of a celebration, the family all around today. He got a couple of wickets against Sussex.
I guess the mindset here, not only is there a bit of turn on offer, but do you kind of try and rush through 10 overs and allow Somerset to look at the board and go, oh my word, 20 have gone now?
Absolutely. I think pace of play is really important. It's something that historically we have been abysmal at, and that's including most of that when I was around. So I put both hands up for that, tried to influence it. Guess what? Nobody was listening. But we are generally quite slow between overs. In fact, it cost us promotion one year. We were second on points in 2015, I think it was, and we got penalised for slow over rate, and those deductions allowed Notts to creep above us, and Notts went up in second place rather than Northants.
Great bit of fielding down there on the boundary, saving runs. That's been a bit of a feature for the Steelbacks in their innings this afternoon.
Yeah, that's James Sales on the field, isn't he, at the moment? Not sure who he's on for. I think it might be Jack White looking around. Tom Taylor's
didn't look right, did he?
No.
Didn't look right.
Yeah, Tom Taylor's there at mid-wicket, isn't he? So.
But Simon Kerrigan is very, very quick between his deliveries, and it's key you can get into that cadence as well. That's what bowled.
Yes, don't talk about slow over rates. That's and penalties. That's been
missing out on promotion though. That's tough, isn't it?
That is tough. England losing 19 points and Australia losing 10 points after one of the most entertaining test series in years. It was an interesting one as well. It's aerial, but it's safe. Just get one.
Did that punishment make any difference? Obviously in kind of material, but yeah. In terms of mindset, did it make any difference? Because I've been sitting around pondering what on earth can be done with regards to over rates, and I've got no idea, because clearly match fee fines don't really interest anybody. I'm not convinced World Test Championship points are going to bother people that much.
I don't think it'll change things for series, because when teams are in series, they desperately want to win series. And I think they only start looking at World Test Championship when the final gets closer and they're in contention. Oh,
that's a great
goes
shot.
Down the track, and that's all the way. 6 runs, lovely shot from Andy Amid. who has been impressive today.
That's into the top tier in the members' stand. That's a lovely bit of batting, wasn't it? Chassis down the wicket, straight back over his head.
We've had another chassis. You're back
Lovely.
on your ballroom dancing.
1, 2, 3. Early in the over as well, taking the risk early in the over, getting the boundary early in the over. It just makes the rest of the over open up and you can play more comfortably. It's good cricket.
Oh,
Yeah, there's some
especially
cliche. I know I'm coming out with some cliches, but they're good cricket, good sound cricket. Nous really from Umeed there.
Vacant territory there through mid-wicket, so an easy single to pick up. But when that boundary is a 6 as well, you know, because you almost want at the moment 2 boundaries and over to tick along. So the 6 just helps massively. Extra couple of runs. Down the track again, clears the fielder at mid-on, and that's another 4 runs. Lovely work by Andy Umeed, who is racing along now on 47 off 41. 80 for 1 now. Somerset. So, you know what? They've looked at this score and thought, 416, bring it on.
As they should do. Good on them.
And again, that big gap, a lot of space through mid-wicket. There's singles on offer there. Kept that turning over.
Entirely sure about this field just now. That's just died in the pitch. But yeah, Umeed came down the wicket for the 3rd time. He went straight 6, and the next one he went over mid-on, who was in the circle. Mid-on then went back as I was expecting, but they brought in long off into the ring, which left a huge gap at mid-wicket, which guess what? He then milked a single into. It's a little bit easy, really, for me.
So what we were saying earlier about the fielders chasing the game, chasing the ball, it just puts the batters in control, and it lets the batters know that they're in control as well. It sends that message, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
81 for 1 after 13 overs. As Keogh continues. Andy Umeed in particular has been very, very impressive. 1 run off a half century.
Catch.
Down the track and has been put down. Tough chance.
Great effort, wasn't it?
It was a brilliant effort to get down low. I think they're the ones that either stick or don't stick. And they come back hard at the bowler.
It's going to be hard to fit this replay in, isn't it? The speed that Keogh's getting through this over.
It is. Yeah, that was a great effort, wasn't it?
It was a terrific effort.
That's a great shot. That is a wonderful cricket shot.
Played late, played fine, 4 runs.
Quicker ball from Keogh. Outside off stump, and Goldsworthy just let it come in under his eyes and just opened the face of the bat and ran it down behind the 1 man there at backward point on the single. It's a lovely bit of cricket.
Brought up the 50 partnership between these two as well.
Hit firmly. Prithvi sure, so there you go. He's not at slip the whole time. You're wondering if he will be.
I heard the wood from here on that. A very optimistic appeal, Mr. Keogh.
Well, optimistic appeal notwithstanding. It's 86 for 1 at the end of 14 overs. And just travelling along nicely. Umeed, 49 off 43. And Goldsworthy, 21 off 33. So playing the support role at the moment.
It's 86 for 1 Somerset. After 14 overs, Northampton were 80 for 1.
So they just started to pick up a bit at that point.
This is going to be a good little battle here. Bill Simon Kerrigan just needs to vary his pace, try and get one to hold, try and get one to grip. Don't want him to go into that mode. I don't want him to go into exclusively firing it in mode. I'd like him to stay positive, vary his pace a wee bit.
Brings up the 50. Andy Hamid with that single. Comes off 44 deliveries, and it's been very positive batting from Andy Hamid. He's played some lovely shots. Just a nice little wristy flick there. Kerrigan threatening to do his own fielding.
Currently, Simon Kerrigan's got 4 men behind the wicket. He's got 2 men behind on the offside, 2 men behind on the single. This is on the leg side. I think that's at least 1 too many. Someone needs to plug that mid-wicket gap and make the batter go somewhere else for his easy single. At the moment, just knock it into the leg side. They can just rotate. It's too easy.
Yeah, well, there's a fielder down at long on, then one down at deep mid-wicket, no one in between. And no one in front of them, so that whole almost quarter of the ground is there for the 1 or 2.
Oh, that was close. I'm not sure any of these guys have fielded, but Luke Proctor fielded 1, but these guys are kind of redundant at the moment.
That was close. Chance for a stumping. It's just taking a long time to get up, just making sure that foot is still planted behind the crease. Well run. Throw wasn't perhaps as fired in as sharply as it could have been, but they were probably going to get there anyway. So it's the end of the 15th over. Pretty good one from Kerrigan on that occasion. 90 for 1. Now remember chasing 415.
Yeah, just the 4 singles, wasn't it, off the over? So, yeah, you'd say an over that's a win for Simon, a win for Northants. But the singles they got were without pressure.
Yeah.
I want the guys to have to work a little bit harder.
Gee, I tell you what, you would be a hard taskmaster as a coach, wouldn't you? Run rate 6 and over. There is a shout. Not going to be given.
Yeah, the run rate went up by 0.1 in that over, from 9.2 to 9.3, and Coach Phil Rose going, it's too easy out there for you. It's too easy.
Nice sweep from Andy Hamid. Again, we'll just get a single.
See, look at the field for the off spinner. He's got 2 men in the ring behind square, one either side of the wicket. Whereas for the left arm spinner, there are 4. I just think that's at least 1 too many. I'll stop saying that now.
No,
I think there's something else to have a moan about.
Have you heard about this new competition? It's like a T20, but a bit shorter.
Let's talk about slow over rates, shall we? Let's see if we can really wind him up. Let's put someone in at 1.5 and slips.
Oh yes.
I had a meltdown after that game against Knox. Absolute meltdown. That was one of a few. Not many, a few. I mean, a few. Genuinely, a few in my time. I think there were probably 3, and that was one. Because I was just a bit cross that we hadn't got around between the overs quickly enough, and I thought I could communicate that quite clearly to the team. I did. It led to Rob Newton nicknaming me Red Row, which he still calls me to this day.
Now, that's the end of the 16th over. 95 for 1. Chasing 416 for victory after Prithvi Shaw scored 244 off 153. Yes, you did hear that correctly. 244 off 153. An incredible innings from the Indian opener. Kerrigan's going to continue with his bell.
And for all of my moaning about singles being too easy, we haven't conceded a boundary for over 2 overs.
Like I said, you're a hard man to please.
Well, yeah.
It's sort of what I guess what I was saying before, and in spreading your field and being happy to give away the 1s and 2s, because if they're not scoring boundaries, then that's a different kind of pressure that's going to build up.
Mel, absolutely, and I'm with you 100% on that.
It's up in the air.
That's huge.
That is going all the way. That is enormous.
That's gone over the member stand.
That is an extraordinary strike from Andy Mead. That's gone all the way. Cleared the stand.
Yeah, not many do that. There used to be a bell. You can just see it, Mel. You can see the sort of the bell housing there.
Yep.
And I don't know whether it's what's the word here? Whether it's a fictitious story or not. But the story is that someone once hit the bell and rang the bell. That went over the bell.
It certainly did.
But to the point about boundaries, so let's just clear that, and then we can stop talking about it. What I'm not saying is that the boundary rider should come in and squeeze that gap. Let's have the boundary man out there. What I'm saying is deploying the fielders that are in the ring a little bit more strategically. So I'm not asking us to squeeze, I'm just asking us to plug that gap at mid-wicket from one of the 4 men that we've got who are behind square. That's it.
Absolutely.
We can put that to bed now.
We can put that to bed. Instead, let's just acknowledge that absolutely enormous 6 from Andy Mead has brought up the 100 for Somerset.
That was effortless as well, wasn't it? Just looked like a lofted drive, rather than a 6 hit, it was a lofted drive.
Yeah.
And we both thought, I think initially, has that gone straight up? Yeah.
I thought it was going for 6, but I just had no concept. It's at the opposite end to us.
Yeah.
Just had no concept of quite how far it was going. So, new ball has come out.
That's really good intent from Somerset. That's a very good start to the way they're going about this run chase.
It certainly is.
That was a bit quicker and a bit flatter, as might have been predictable.
Yeah, good response. Been really impressed by Andy Mead. It could be quite daunting normally, coming out with a total like that on the board. Also losing your opening partner quite early. But he's played a very mature inning so far. He's been supported by Goldsworthy on strike now. It's 27 off 43. Yeah, he gets a pass fielder in the covers that time, but is a sweeper in the deep. So just a 1 run in the end.
I'm just looking round, Mel, to see if I can see Jack White out there on the field, and I can't see him at the minute. We know he was off earlier. James Sales is still on the field for Jack White, he didn't look altogether happy with life. So that might be a slight factor in the thinking of Lewis McManus about what resources he's got. He wouldn't obviously be thinking about what bowling resources he's got. Now he's 1 down. At the moment, he'll want a message coming on pretty quickly to let him know what that's about. But he's been off the field for longer than a...
Keogh, first ball of his over, and another shout. He's appealed several times. Keogh feels he's in with a chance, but again, umpire not interested, but signalling a leg by.
No, it wasn't a bad shot. It was a long way down the wicket. The ball had a long way to travel. Get on it. Well fielded.
Really sharp work. Just on the 45.
That's a great stop. Not renowned as a great diver in the field, Emilio Gay. He did a great job there. That was full length. That was 4 if it had beaten him.
That's just whipped away. Again, happy to concede the single. does bring Andy Amede on strike. Batting at the other end now from where he hit that absolutely monstrous 6 last over. I'm quite fascinated by Somerset's kit, I must say.
That's interesting, isn't it?
It is interesting. Well, Prithvi Shaw gets a fingertip on it. Might have slowed the momentum or the trajectory of the ball somewhat. Yeah, it's an unusual one, isn't it?
It is. I don't quite know how to describe it.
It's block colours.
Arc.
I think as he said, it's block colours, isn't it?
Is that like a pinky colour, cerise colour?
Oh, I think there's definitely hot pink on there.
Hot pink.
I
There
would
you
call
go.
it hot pink, and I've
Hot
just
pink.
seen the Barbie movie, so I know what hot pink is. That's the end of the 18th over, 108 for 1. Umid has raced along now to 62 off 53.
Good start by Rob Keogh. Talked about him a little bit on Sunday. He's perhaps over his career has been a little underused, in particular in white ball cricket. 4 overs for 17 at the moment. He's just dropping it in there really nicely. He's got big hands, Rob Keogh. Gets over the ball, gets a lot of overspin on the ball, gets it to drop. So if there's no turn on offer, then there's still the drop on the ball that he's got to offer in his armoury. He's bowled very nicely. But Kerrigan is out of the attack, and I think it's Justin Broad replacing him at the David Capel end.
Yes, it is. Justin Broad coming into the attack now.
Here comes Prithvi down to third man in front of us. He's getting a lovely little clap from the crowd.
He is acknowledged there. Lovely to see. And now he's going back in. He just came down to interact with the crowd, now called back in.
Do you think he just wandered off there?
Look, he can do whatever he wants today.
crack on. Yeah.
Just let him do what he wants. That one is
Wowzer, he's hit that hard.
great fielding. Terrific work in the outfield again. Something we've said a few times.
Did either of you two spot Prithvi Shaw's rather shiny sunglasses as he made his way down?
I
think
did.
kind of like solid gold lenses.
Yeah.
If we can get a close-up on that on the stream, Mr. Cameraman, that would be wonderful.
They're special, aren't they? Be interesting now to see the way that Somerset play Justin Broad here. They'll be starting to think about is Jack White coming back onto the field. Doesn't look like that's imminent particularly. So Northampton may be one bowler down. There might be an argument here for trying to target Justin Broad, and let's get him out of the way. And then that really does cause Northampton some headaches.
He was expensive on Sunday, wasn't he? Sussex targeted him.
He bowled 4 overs, none for 39. So went at nearly 10 and over.
Had some lovely feedback about Prithvi Shaw in the lunch break. I bumped into someone that I've known for a number of years, Gail, who's now the Northants, working in the cricket operations for Northants. And she said to me that Prithvi Shaw is such a humble gentleman. She said he's just lovely, always speaks to all of the staff, he's very courteous, very polite, goes out of his way, which was lovely to hear.
It certainly is. When you think of the high profile of Indian players, in particularly when they're at home and they can't go anywhere because of the huge, passionate fan following that they have. I'd have to say he's always been one of the first to say hello as well when he's in the Indian team.
Oh, that's a delivery, isn't it? Hello.
Bit of spice in that one.
Nicely taken as well by the keeper.
It's a very good take, wasn't it, by McManus?
Keepers Union.
We got to look after each other. We're a rare breed.
They certainly are.
One of my favourite things in cricket is the keeper keeping up to the stumps to a seamer, medium pacer.
He's about 75 miles an hour, Justin Broad, just to give you a bit of context with regards to the pace that Lewis McManus is standing up to.
Are you up to the stumps for 75 miles an hour, Dan? Have you got that in the
I
locker?
don't think I've ever seen a 75 mile an hour bowler, Phil. That might be my first problem. Then I think Lewis McManus probably trusts Justin Broad a bit more than what I would trust anybody that I keep to.
So there's a bit of a Mothers Union meeting at the moment between, I think it's Tom Taylor is one of them, obviously the captain, Lewis McManus is involved in that, and Justin Broad. I guess they're probably talking about lines to these two guys. Bit of feedback coming in from Tom Taylor as a senior member of the side, senior pro.
So while spinner's been replaced at the other end, Rob Keogh is going to continue. It's number 17 after 4, so start of his 5th over. And just leans back and cracks that one through the covers. They're going to come back for 2. Do it comfortably.
Do you remember what you said to Prithvi on Sunday evening after that Sussex game?
I don't. Oh, on the sweep, there's 2 fielders converging.
Did you ask for did you ask for a 150?
Oh my goodness,
Prithvi?
you're right, I did. I said I wanted a 150.
Yeah.
I'd totally forgotten I said that. That's quite funny. Chips it up in the air, but it's safe. And they will come back for a comfortable 2. We said hello, because I hadn't seen him since that tour of Australia when he was dropped the 36 all out. That was the last time I saw Prithvi there, so round the nets doing fielded or bowled. Following that team around, it was a really fraught tour as well, because it was, again, the COVID tour, so it was actually really, really hard to follow that series. Oh, it's in the air again, but just managing to chip it over the fielder at mid-wicket.
Very nicely bowled. Nice variations in pace again from Rob Keogh, and that ball there in particular was it dropped on the battery. Thought it was going to land closer to him. It landed further away from him, hence the lofted nature of the strike. Well bowled.
It's easy single down to long on to finish off the over. So 20 overs gone and 120 for 1 on the board. Yeah, so that series in the COVID years was, of course, a famous series where India were bowled out for 36 in Adelaide, won the game in Melbourne. The incredible draw, the SAG, possibly the greatest draw I've ever watched, and then won in Brisbane. But Prithvi was part of that, and after that 36 all out, he was dropped still around. But yeah, watching the net sessions rugged up in masks and all sorts, it was fraught. Oh, pounded straight back over the bowler's head. That was magnificent.
But that wasn't any closer to the bowler, because he could not have avoided that. It was absolutely hit like a tracer. Sort of bail height, Andrew Mead early in the over again. His boundary options have often been taken early in the over. Clears his front leg and just slapped it back. He hits the ball very hard, this guy.
He does. Yeah, so you're right. And so we said hello down there after the game on Sunday. And I did, you're right. I said I wanted a 150. Thank you very much.
I think he said no worries as
You
well,
did?
didn't he?
Did he?
I
He
think
said no
so.
problem, 150?
Yeah,
No
coming up.
problem. Okay.
He's delivered, hasn't he?
Nicely played. Well, if any Northants fans want to buy me a coffee or a beer, you're welcome. I'll put in some more requests, shall I?
Yeah.
What should I ask for next?
Another one?
It's been quite a similar innings from Andy and Mead, though, isn't it? So far, I mean, he's 76 off 64, and we spoke earlier today about how you look up and all of a sudden someone's on a particular number, and Andy's played that similar kind of innings. There's not really been a shot of anger or panic or frustration in that 76, and yeah, 20 overs in, he's striking similarly to Prithvi.
Good shot.
Lovely shot over extra cover. And it is going to go for 4. I thought Fielder might be able to cut it off, but no. That's a very nice stroke from Goldsworthy. He's just starting to catch up a little bit now. Goes to 38 or 53.
I like what he's done, Goldsworthy. When he's gone aerial, he's hit it over a fielder's head, hasn't he? Every time, directly. So he's using the infield to tell him where the gaps are in the outfield. Hit it over extra cover. Never going to be someone straight behind him. He's done that a few times and mid-wicket.
Or just go along the carpet when you know that there's a fielder down at deep mid-wicket. Easy single. That finishes Justin Broad's over, his second over, so 17 runs coming from his 2 overs so far, and 21 overs gone.
Feel Northants, I mean, here's a statement of the obvious, get ready. You just feel from Northants' perspective, they kind of need a wicket. That's the only way it's looking like they're going to slow this run rate down. These two guys are taking good options. They're getting just about enough to feed off to score. When they haven't had boundaries for a while, they have then taken a higher risk. Andrew Mead's gone straight down the ground for a couple of sixes early in the over to break the over open. They've played very, very well. Northants need a wicket.
Well, the run rate at the moment is 6.3 and required is 9.8. But they've only lost 1 wicket, as you say. So, again, no need to panic. They've still got some batting to come in as well. I mean, Mead looks fantastic.
Yeah,
nice sweep.
He really does.
Nice sweep. That is just the kind of shot he's played very well. But he's looked so commanding and in control of the situation. There's nothing flustered about him at all.
No, I think you've nailed it there. He's looked brilliant.
And that is a lovely, delicate shot. Just get the one for it, but that's okay.
And they're both really contributing as well. That the partnership, the 100 partnership just came up a couple of deliveries ago, and Goldsworthy's obviously contributed 40 of those towards that. So it's been kind of an even share between the two of them as well. So Lewis is not putting the pressure on his teammate to kind of do the bulk of the work for him. As you said, that strike rate for Lewis Goldsworthy is just starting to kind of catch up again, similar to what we saw with Sam Whiteman.
That's out.
Another shout,
That's
and
out.
this time the finger goes up.
Had to be out.
Rob Keogh gets the valuable wicket of Andy Mead, who has looked so threatening for Somerset. LBW is the call.
Oh, that's dead, yeah.
Trying to sweep, and he departs for 77 off 67, just as things were looking very good for Somerset. Another little twist. They lose their second wicket for 135.
Just sense Rob Keogh kind of intuited that something was going to happen. He started going very full to me during that over, and that was an attempted sweep. He tried to take it on the full because it was a very full ball, and the ball just kind of got under the bat. Extra bit of pace on the ball, hit from the half volley in front of middle stump, and the umpire will always give that out. But well played, Andrew Mead. Hasn't played a lot of sort of first team cricket in a number of years. Somerset have invested in him, and I think he's repaid that. It's good to see him back on the professional circuit. So well played, young man.
Yeah, well, just saying, he was looking very unflustered by everything, but it was good bowling by Keogh. He'd been threatening, he'd been appealing, he'd been pushing him, trying to put as much pressure on as he possibly could, but it was well battered by Mead. Still got them into a very good position, and this brings James Rue out into the middle, who I said at the start was looking forward to seeing him bat today.
Me too, yeah, very, very much so. And I think Dan knows his nickname. Don't you, Dan?
Yes, I think so. I'll say it on air and hope that it's right, but I believe it's Kanga.
Yeah, I think it is.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
Just beautiful.
Is there any other nickname that you could have if your last name was Rue?
Just great.
You'd hope not, really.
Well, is the entire Roo family nicknamed Kanga? Because that would get confusing.
Yeah,
It feels like a professional cricketer's nickname, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's a nickname that filters its way down to an amateur level. I don't think the skill set's there. So I kind of feel like it's an exclusive kind of professional cricket nickname. Kind of the type of one that develops when you spend hours on a bus with one another.
There's a conundrum here, I think, for the captain. Well, there's probably a few, but one of them is how many more overs at this point do you give Rob Keogh? He's currently bowled 6 overs, 1 for 27. Got the big wicket there of Andrew Meads looking very dangerous. Rob Keogh's going at 4.5 and over, and he's got it on a string at the moment. But do you pull him out of the attack, because you're probably going to have to shuffle your bowlers around a wee bit with Jack White, I think, still off the field. I think he is, yeah. So that's looking like he may not return now. So that would be one question for McManus. You never get a ball off, do you, as a captain in this format? Always decisions to be made.
Yeah, and I suppose, forgive me for not knowing the exact scorecards from last year. It's down the leg side from Justin Broad.
Big glove.
That's going to be 4 runs added to the score. Lewis Goldsworthy moves to 45. But I suppose, as a captain in list day cricket anyway, you're probably not going to find yourself in this situation too often, defending 415. So you possibly don't have a blueprint to go to. It's a bit of a learning kind of curve, I guess, for McManus and his bowlers in this situation.
Yeah, definitely, and having a man down. Yeah, so you're going with your plan A. That'll quickly change, as it always will, depending on who's bowling well and what matchups that are working for you and the matchups that are maybe not working for you. And then one of your main bowlers goes down, that creates a problem. I thought the way that Andrew and me they targeted is too strongly, but certainly took more aggressive options against Simon Kerrigan, knowing that if you let Simon Kerrigan bowl at you, he will strangle you. You know, he's good enough, he will get on top of you. So we're going to have to get him out of the attack, and I have to take some personal risk to do that, and did so. But it was low risk. You know, he shuffled down the wicket, got a couple away. It wasn't huge risk, but it was calculated and well targeted.
Yeah, and he was rewarded with his personal highest list day score as well, that's 77. But yeah, I'm sure walking off, he'll be feeling there was a lot of runs left out there. There's certainly not been any demons in this pitch at all, has there? There's no massive turn. We're not seeing as much lateral movement as what we saw on Sunday. A lot of that's obviously going to be down to the overheads. And then Northampton
It nipped early on, didn't it?
Yeah.
There was nip early on, particularly for Tom Taylor.
Yes.
But as soon as the ball gets a little bit older, it's certainly gone quiet. The sun's out now. Looks set fair for the rest of the day.
Yeah, interesting that McManus is up to the stumps for Goldsworthy. He's obviously quite keen to use his feet against Justin Broad.
I don't think he'll thank me for saying this. It's a compliment. He looks like a kind of an old-fashioned player a little bit, Goldsworthy. Just a busy player. You know, you could believe he was a wicket-keeper. He's got that kind of look about him with the bat.
Yep.
Busy at the crease. Very difficult to bowl a dot ball to. Runs well. Chips it over the field. And that's a compliment as well, by the way. You know, finds the gaps. Doesn't have to go big. Probably can clear the ropes if he needs to, but just a busy, awkward bloke to bowl out. But I'm looking forward to seeing Roo, because he has scored some runs this year, this guy.
Yeah, so he scored his 6th 100 of the year, didn't he, against Worcester in the last round of this competition. 5 of those came in the county championship. I think is he certainly the first, if not the only batter to go through 1,000 first-class runs in Division 1 this year?
Oh, in Division 1, yeah. I think his name's escaping me.
Rashid Patel might have 1,000 at Leicester.
I'm looking at Durham, opening the batting. Used to play for Yorkshire, left-hander.
Alex Lees.
Thank you. That's what I think he may have got there.
Yeah, so James Roo 1,034. Tom Wesley's his nearest competition on 919 in Division 1. Alex Lees on 1,152 and Luis Deploy on 1,022 in Division 2.
He's off, isn't he, from Derbyshire at the end of the year?
He is.
That could be out.
It's a chance. Vasconcelos, great catch. Rob Keogh picks up his second wicket, and Lewis Goldsworthy has to go. Just picked Vasconcelos out at long on. Another wicket for Keogh.
Another wicket. He bowled beautifully. Very good catch by Vasconcelos on the long on boundary just below us. We had a very good view of it. Had to move sharply to his left and then dive. He normally has to dive. There's not a lot of him. Dive to his left, got two hands on it, goalkeeper style, and caught it. What I really enjoyed then was the celebration. Prithvi ran at Rob Keogh and jumped at him basically. Rob Keogh had to catch him, and did so. He's a good fielder, Rob Keogh. Caught Prithvi short. So the guy's been out there and got a score of over 200. He looks a bit tired, but he's still got plenty of energy to celebrate his teammate's wicket. But back to Rob Keogh, he has bowled absolutely beautifully today, and did so also in the game on Sunday. Has now removed both of the set batsmen. So you can't hang around here. They're chasing 400. It's a shame that they've lost to the two set batsmen so quickly together. So we've got a guy coming in now, Sean Dixon, the captain, obviously yet to face a ball, and Kangaroo has faced 3 balls. So this is the game has quickly changed in that respect. But well bowled Rob Keogh. He's learning. He's still learning his trade really in white ball cricket, and 2 for 27 from just over 6 overs. Reflects how well he's bowled.
Yeah, 2 massive wickets, and you'd say really the difference between the two teams at this stage at 23.2 overs gone has been the outfield catching, hasn't it? Those chances came to, well, they fell for Vasconcelos, didn't they? He had the 2 chances, but how much of a difference might that have had if Somerset had picked up that wicket, broken that partnership that he and Prithvi Shaw was building? And yeah, 2 chances have gone up, and one Justin Broad earlier on today, and then that one by Vasconcelos has been taken.
He has got good hands, Vasco. He's only... You might have just heard that. He just said to the crowd, I made it look harder than it was. I think that's typically self-deprecating. It's a good catch, that.
Back into the work straight away. And Sean Dixon gets off the mark off his first ball. So that run rate now is 10.3 and over. Yeah, it's starting at this stage must be incredibly difficult. I guess there is still time. There's still over half of this innings to go. But yeah, that's going to start climbing quite quickly, isn't it? If those ones, 2s and dots are going to be the scoring methods at the moment.
I wonder if it's early in the competition. It's something that we used to talk about. I'll come on to that in a sec. Watch this one from Rob Keogh. But very often in these in the T20 group games and in the 50 overs, a qualification place can be decided on net run rate, and that might at some point come into the thinking for Somerset if they feel that could be close.
Big appeal for LBW. Rob Keogh loves it. So does the umpire. James Rue has to go for 1. Somerset are 4 down. 143 for 4, and Rob Keogh's on fire. He's got 3 for.
What an appeal that was. That removed any doubt there might have been in the umpire's mind. Took a long time to give it out. It was a attempted reverse sweep.
It's just straight as enough, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, I can't see a lot.
Crashing into middle?
I think it's hitting the stumps. I think it's probably out, yeah. Yeah, and the height wasn't an issue at all. His knee was very bent. I wondered whether height might have been a factor because the ball still had a way to go, but his knee was very bent. So I think, looking at it from behind now, that's probably hitting leg stump. I think that gets, if you review that, I think that still stays with the on-field umpire, to be honest. But yeah, well bowled again from Rob Keogh. And now, I guess, what I was leading into there was the debate about net run rate. At what stage as Somerset do you bat out your overs and accumulate as many as you can to make sure you get a decent number, rather than being bowled all out, going down fighting, and then your net run rate is hammered as a result of that. So it's early in the competition to be having that kind of debate. But I know certainly from a Northampton perspective, we lost out on qualification because of net run rate one year, and so yes, a sad way to go out of the competition. So coaches will be aware of that. But as I say, it's early in the competition to perhaps be thinking about net run rate.
Well, that's something that I did mention earlier. Now
Oh,
I
did you?
know.
Sorry.
Now I know why you bought me that coffee, because I did mention on Sunday my talent for taking wickets when I go for a bathroom break.
Right.
Go for a bathroom break, come back, couple of wickets fall.
Game's changed, hasn't it?
Has changed.
George Bartlett, then the new man for Somerset, joins his captain at the crease, 25 years old, all format player for Somerset, and looked very good. I think he made 55 up here for Somerset in the championship from memory, and I think he might have been adjudged to have
Well done, umpire.
been out off a call that might not have been, but
Oh, is that right? Okay.
yeah, a good cricketer anyway. 143 for 4 after 24 overs.
I just said in the background there, you may have got a well done umpire. He just saved Rob Kerr getting a cricket ball in his left ear. Rob was not looking as the ball got returned to him, and the umpire called duck, and he ducked, and the umpire caught the ball in front of Rob's head. It
was a good catch, wasn't
It
it?
was a good catch, yeah. He played, Tom Longley played for Derbyshire. So he still plays club cricket, I think, up in Derbyshire.
Is the other umpire James Treadwell as well?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, yeah. Interesting, Tom Longley, because he's a bit of a stickler as an umpire. But apparently, talking to people who play club cricket against him on a Saturday, he's quite a competitor on a Saturday afternoon. The white line fever has been mentioned.
Oh, there's plenty of cricketers around the world that have got a bit of white line fever. Justin Broad to continue. Sean Dixon is showing exactly the intent that's going to be required from Somerset if they're going to get close to this total. George Bartlett having just faced the last ball of the last over to get into his work as quick as possible. So there's a whole array of Somerset cricketers that have been capped by England for the under-19 setup, and George Bartlett is another one of those. He's off the mark with a single into the leg side. It's another one of those cricketers with one of those kind of fun facts as a youngster. You look into his records, and he's got 179 for England under-19s in a youth test series against India in Nagpur in 2017.
Yeah, beat Nasser Hussain's record for a overseas score, I do believe.
Yeah, it's all the way back from 1987.
Gee whiz, you two know some stuff, don't you?
It's
Wow.
it's called the internet. It's brilliant.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe so, but yeah, firstly, you're aware of it, so that's point one. Point two is you can remember it.
Well,
Sensational.
like you have these. So if you look this way, you'll see
Oh, okay.
a page full of notes. But see, this is it, because I don't have your wealth of knowledge that's built up from years of watching. Some of us,
many years was it?
some of us have to actually do some prep.
Nice shot from Bartlett out to Sam Whiteman. He's been pretty quiet so far this afternoon.
Got to call that Whiteman Way over there.
Oh, I like it.
If that's Sunset Boulevard, that's why,
Yeah.
because he just lives out there.
He
Pretty
does,
much,
doesn't he? I think he's got a leasehold out there in the front of the football stand.
Yeah, I don't like that stand. Say it quietly.
I do like when you look around the ground though that every corner of it is different. My favourite part by a distance is the signal box.
Yeah.
I mostly because I sit there and wonder kind of how and why it ended up there, if that makes sense. There must be a story as to why it was selected, why it was moved to the cricket club. And I mean, you might well have the answer, but
I know a man who does. He's on the other side of the ground, Andrew Radd, and he will talk about that. I have heard him do so. So I want to do it justice. So perhaps I don't say too much. But it used to be the scorer's box at one time, and then it was the press box at one time, and it was then the box allocated to wives and girlfriends. VIP. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, on the right over there, and it's now not the property of. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? But it's now the home of the supporters club. They've got a bookshop underneath, and upstairs I don't know quite what goes on, but it's theirs anyway.
So this is the little black and white building next to the old scoreboard to our right.
That's right.
See what I like. So I have one particular, something I judge whether I like a cricket ground or not. Any sort of cricket ground, big or small. I like a cricket ground where you get a sense of where you are from within the ground. So what I love about this ground is all the red brick buildings that you see and the chimney tops around. So it's quite distinctive, and I really like that. That's why I'm a bit meh about the MCG. You could be anywhere in the world, same Optus Stadium. You've no sense, unlike Adelaide and Sydney, of where you are in the world, because it's a bowl. It's impressive when it's full, but just having those distinctive features.
So I mentioned earlier about Rob Keogh, and he's been pulled out of the attack, and Simon Kerrigan's been brought back in. It was harshly dealt with, well targeted earlier on in his first spell from the David Capel end, Simon Kerrigan. Good captaincy, get him back on. Two new guys, get some more unders over his belt, rebuild his confidence. That's very good man management. I really like that. Well done, Lewis McManus. Oh, that's
an absolute jaffer, isn't it?
Wasn't
That's
it?
turned square.
Wow.
That's gripped from Simon Kerrigan. Change of ends, and
Heavens above.
oh
Whoa.
my God, that's
Wait.
pitched middle and leg and missed off stump by quite a way.
swept.
And that's your response.
Powerfully reverse sweep for 4 by Sean Dixon.
That's the modern game, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you've done. I don't think there's many cricketers in the world that are going to be good enough to have nicked that ball before, but
None.
that's a great reply from Sean Dixon. One bounce, reverse sweep for.
That's
Big
out.
appeal, pad first, Rowie says, umpire says no. Phil Rowe still got his finger up. We better check the replay.
May not be
Bit
able
of
to
a
see.
trigger finger on Sunday from Phil Rowe.
Oh, that's out. That's out. He's absolutely smashed that off his pad into his bat. That's out.
I think it was pad first,
It
wasn't
was,
it? At least
yeah.
the noises indicated that way.
It was.
A bit shorter from Kerrigan. It's well picked up by Justin Broad out on the boundary edge.
It's a hard decision to give, that one. You know, if you see it in slow motion, of course, he's going to give that out, but he doesn't get the benefit of that. He hears 2 noises, but can he be sure that it's pad onto bat, or was it bat onto pad? And you've got to give the benefit of the out to the batter.
Just like you did.
Yeah, but I don't have to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter.
Over bowled then, Simon Kerrigan's 5 overs, none for 34, and a good over, that one delivery that turned big, and then the LBW appeal towards the end of it. Definitely pad first was, I think that's just been picked up on the effects mic, isn't it, from
Is that right?
outside.
Yeah, that was oot. Oh yeah, there it is again. Yeah.
But Sean Dixon then, 9 not out, lives to fight another day. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the David Capel end as well. It's going to be the first look at Luke Proctor today.
So Mel, you like these red brick buildings, and some of them, but obviously by no means all of them, but a large number of the buildings that you can see are that's what I'm looking for here, are due to part of the thing that Northampton is most famous for. ... Which is?
Oh, God. I thought it was the cricket team.
Well, that's one of them. That's one of them. But no, Northamptonshire is in terms of industry, is most famous for shoemaking.
Oh, right.
Handmade shoes.
I
And
did
there
not know that.
are numerous old factories, and not many of them now turn out shoes. Most of them are kind of loft apartments and so on. But yeah, huge. Was the centre of the handmade shoe industry in the world was Northampton for many, many years. Hence, the local football team is known as the Cobblers. That's their nickname.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So brands such as Church's shoes, Jeffrey West shoes, Barker's. Are these not meaning anything to you at all? Are they? No. Okay. They're very posh shoes to be.
Yeah, I don't wear posh shoes.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, very few of us can afford the price of the shoes that are still made here. There are still some though.
This is good. I've been getting very good education today.
But you'll love this because you are a cricket numpty, which is a compliment. Which is a compliment and nothing else. Is only a compliment. So where I live is opposite the racecourse park in Northampton, which at one time was a racecourse many years ago. But on the racecourse park, particularly opposite my house, are strips of concrete about 11 yards long.
Chance for a run out. Well judged by George Bartlett.
So they're about 11 yards long and 6 yards wide, and there's about, somebody will know the answer to this in this ground, I'm sure. I'm going to say there's probably about 15 of these dotted around a big area of parkland in the racecourse park, and they are the basis for matted cricket pitches, which I'll come back to in a moment.
Shorter ball from Luke Proctor and pulled away from Sean Dixon. They're going to look for 2. Captain's going to come back for a couple.
Yeah, and they were utilised by workers in the shoe factories around Northampton in the lunch breaks and after work in the summer, and they would put matting down and some netting round and come out and have a net in the break. And there were 15 of these, and it was absolutely flooded with local workmen in the factories coming out and playing cricket in their lunch break and practicing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. There you have it. Bowled.
Very well bowled. Good bumper by Luke Proctor to finish his first over. It's gone for 6 runs. And Somerset are 161 for 4 after 27 overs.
And something I certainly do love is travelling around and getting to different counties, each one with their own particular tradition, their own particular history, the uniqueness of the grounds as well. It's part of the charm of it, really. All the different counties. I've been lucky enough. I've been to all 18 county grounds.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
Good for you.
many times.
And aside from Northampton, what's the next favourite for you?
Oh, there's so many that I like. And the going to come back for a second.
That's
yes,
tight.
It could be tight. Nope.
Well fielded, James Sales.
Yeah, very well fielded. Unable to just take it cleanly, Kerrigan, on that occasion. My closest one to where I live is Edgbaston.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're pulling a face.
Well, no, in terms of a county ground, yeah, that's an international stadium.
Oh,
So,
well, they're all county grounds, so are they? My favourite place to sit if I am covering a game is actually at the Oval,
Okay.
for a specific reason. And that is because I never sit inside. It's a little bit of a hermetically sealed coffin inside, so I sit outside in the overflow area, so it's like the only place where it's almost like you're sitting in the crowd. I absolutely love that, so you get such a wonderful sense of atmosphere. Another easy single on offer there. So during the 5th test, for example, it was absolutely outstanding sitting outside at the Oval. I know there's lots of lovely ones. I love going to Worcester and seeing the cathedral in the background.
Yeah, that's nice, isn't it? How about outgrounds? Have you been to many of the county outgrounds?
Is Scarborough an outground?
Yeah.
I've been to Scarborough.
Yeah, I mean, that's a different place, isn't it? Because that's almost like a county ground in its own right, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I saw a women's match up there. I'm not sure if I don't know how many other outgrounds I've been to.
I think it's a really nice English tradition. Northamptonshire used to have a few. We don't currently have an outground or any outgrounds. But over the years, have had many. But I quite like an outground. Cheltenham's a nice outground, for example, for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it adds a nice bit of character to the year, doesn't it? I know Sussex used to play fixtures at Horsham. They used to play fixtures, obviously, at Arundel, and also at Eastbourne, I believe, as well.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
I know Eastbourne left went pretty early because I think that's been redeveloped as a bit of a shopping centre, so unfortunately they don't play there anymore. And I believe Horsham and Arundel both stopped because I think it was almost costing Sussex money to
It is expensive
to have the games out there, which is a shame because Sussex is a massive county in terms of like one side to the other.
Yeah.
So to have all of your cricket, and to be fair, Hove is fairly central between east and west, but it did feel like it kind of moved the county around, if that makes sense. Made it a little bit more accessible, which, funnily enough, is obviously something that cricket's trying to work hard on, isn't it? Trying to make itself more accessible.
Arundel's a one where I would really like to see some cricket. Obviously, it's rich tradition as in hosting overseas teams.
Dan had a very successful game of cricket there, didn't you, Dan?
Well, my team won. My team won.
By 10 wickets.
By 10 wickets.
Which number did you bat?
3. So I think the technical term for my experience at Arundel was padrash, I think is what I suffered from that day. I've not even come close to playing a game there since.
Oh, that's so sad.
Never once had it on the fixture card, like to the point that like your team's played but you've not been picked, or been asked to play but the opposition couldn't get 11, or it's been washed out. Nothing. I've not even been there as a player since. Sat there all day with my pads on.
Well, that's what you're 1 from 1, aren't you, in terms of victory? So maybe that's telling you something. Don't go back.
But you kept wickets.
I don't think I did at that
did you
point.
not?
No, I think I got the displeasure of like the square is massive at Arundel, and it's quick as well. And when you're a club cricketer, not to a particularly high standard, good shot by Sean Dixon and well fielded by Rob Keogh. He's definitely going to save his team a couple of runs. When you get out on like a proper ground, you don't realise, one, how big a square is and like how quick they are, and also how quick the outfields are as well. And you disappear out to a boundary, it feels like you're in a different county, and this ball flies at you from all over the place and you get peppered, and it was a tough day for me, so thanks for bringing it up.
No problem. That's probably overhead high, is it? Yeah,
it's going to be a no ball.
Yeah.
I think Rob Keogh actually really hurt himself.
Oh, did he? He's got problems with his, he does.
He's running off the field at the moment.
I hope that is not significant.
Well, he was wincing pretty hard and then stood up and just kept kind of shaking and grabbing at his hand. So, yeah, just waiting for a substitute fielder to come on now, but that's a real shame.
That is a real shame. You know, I think about Ben Sanderson, as you said, he's got a hairline fracture of the wrist. Jack White is off the field and he looked in discomfort, something around the hip leg area, I suspect. Rob Keogh's now gone off with a digit injury. That's 3 bowlers. Northampton could well do without that. The resources are not particularly deep. That's well fielded. That's very well fielded.
Excellent stuff.
Well, particularly in terms of this game, have they got anyone who could come in, maybe get 10 overs out of a couple of part-timers?
Well, there's 2 spinners who are not playing in this game, Russell and Heldrick. James Sales is a good seam bowler, but then after that, then you're looking at untested really at this level. That's not to say they can't do the job. There's a young guy, Gus Miller, who's a good all-round cricketer, who needs to play at this level really soon to see if he's up. He played a game or 2 last year. He needs to get into it this year if he can. But obviously, if the team's doing well, it's difficult to break into it. But I'd like to see more of Gus in the first team if possible, just to see where he is. Where is his level? Because there is a gap between the second team and the first team, obviously.
Oh, could this be the day? Pretty sure that we see his off spin. He's bowled a total of 36 balls in first-class cricket. None for 44.
I don't want to disappoint you, but I think Emilio Gay might be slightly higher up the pecking order than Prithvi Shaw. I know he bowls a few seamers, doesn't he, Emilio?
He does. Yeah, he does. There were hopes for him as someone who could kind of get you use a few overs up here and there in various formats. It hasn't quite transpired. He has he is susceptible to side strains and back issues. So I think we talked earlier about how much he loves playing cricket. If he's missing cricket through injuries sustained whilst bowling as a real part-timer, it's not encouraged him to perhaps put the work in that he might need to do. So he's probably down the pecking order for that reason.
Yeah. Kerrigan then to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and that required run rate now is crept up to 11.6 and over.
Once it hits that tour ball market, especially, well, we've still got 20 overs after this one. It's very difficult.
I mean, they've still got wickets in hand, haven't they? These two in at the moment. Curtis Campher's carded next, and Danny Lamb's a handy batter as well. I don't know that much. That's a good shot. I think that's gone all the way for 6. Signalled by the umpire. Just to confirm my suspicions, Sean Dixon picks up 6 and moves to 24. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know a great deal of Ned Leonard, Jack Brooks and Shoaib Bashir's kind of batting records.
Brooksy can hit a cricket ball. Yeah. I think he's got a first class. Has got a first class 50. I don't know. I'm going to have to check this out. Something's telling me he might have a first class 100. I don't.
Yeah, a high
possible?
high score of 28 in List A cricket.
Right. I'm going to have to look at that because if he has, firstly, I hope you're not listening, Jack. Firstly, I'm surprised. Secondly, thought something's telling me that he has got a first class.
I can save you the work.
And has he?
He has, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he might have done.
109 not out.
It's amazing.
Well bowled.
I mean, that's thoroughly deserved.
I thought that's what you said the first time. That's what it sounded like anyway.
I think I messaged him actually. We had a good exchange about it at the time. That's what was in the back of my mind. I was talking myself out of that. I remember Alex Wakely's benefit year. Alex picked a team of his favourite Steelbacks players that he'd played with over the years, and Jack Brooks was in that team. So it's a fictional team, okay. And we published the brochure, and Alex, very kindly made me coach of the team. So I had to write a sort of a resume of each of the players, and we published it and out it went. And I got a message from Jack Brooks saying, "Rowie, I've just seen the Alex Wakely benefit brochure with his favourite all-time team in it. Why am I batting below Lee Daggett?" I said, "Jack, this is a fictional team. It's never going to play any matches." Brooks, there's principle at play here. It's brilliant. That was funny. So he takes his batting seriously. He was offended that we'd put him in below Lee Daggett.
Certainly one of the game's characters.
That's out.
It's up. And that is out. George Bartlett goes for 13. 5 down now for Somerset. Luke Proctor gets his first. And you've got to wonder at this stage whether that might be the end of the day almost for Somerset.
Well, the scoreboard pressure isn't going to go anywhere. In fact, it's only going to increase. And it's not really surprising when you see a team score 415 that it just eventuates in wickets for the chasing side. But for Northants, you have to think at this stage as well, they would be very happy to put this game to bed early, having lost 3 bowlers.
Absolutely.
With some sort of injury.
Yeah, and as we spoke about, do Somerset try and bat for the 50 overs to try and reduce any net run rate deficit? Obviously, that net run rate, in terms of a positive for Northamptonshire, could be huge, couldn't it, if this gets wrapped up?
It works both ways, doesn't it? You know, one team really benefit from it, and the other team really, it's a real disbenefit to them. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard to kind of concede defeat and just play out the overs. It's a tough thing to do, and it's kind of against my intuition. But from the end of the competition, you might be ruining the fact that you didn't, if you didn't, and it costs you.
Yeah, absolutely right. Curtis Campher is the new man for Somerset. Quite expensive with the ball earlier today. Only bowled the 5 overs, went at 10.8 and over, but averages 34 in one-day international cricket, 757 runs, over 30 appearances. So some serious pedigree and talent. He kind of, well, he made his debut, didn't he, against England in that one of those COVID series down at Southampton where everyone was looking for who and what they could play against, and there was 3 ODIs, wasn't it? I think all played down at Southampton. He scored 59 on debut.
That's right. That does ring a bell, actually. Yeah.
I think it's highest score of 120 in ODIs, so definitely no slouch with the bat. Curtis Camphor had a difficult time with the ball in hand earlier, but that was
But who didn't?
Yeah, exactly. In the full flow of Prithvi Shaw.
Short straight away from Luke Proctor. Just really rushes you, doesn't he? Proctor, slingy action, skiddy off the pitch as well, and
He is. This is something that has become a Northants joke over the years. He's quicker than you think.
I say it's just clocked in at 79 miles an hour, so it's not outstanding pace, is it, by any stretch? But really does seem to rush the batters. Slower ball that time from Proctor. Really well fielded on the leg side.
I think something about bowling actions is that if it's slightly unusual in its timing, it kind of effectively adds miles per hour to it, because you're not used to the, Alan Donald, for example, what a fantastic bowling action that was, but it was a very classical action. It was bang, bang, and the ball came, and you could see the ball all the way in the run-up, and it's kind of what you see most of the time from a seam bowler, that kind of classical professional action, so you know what's going to happen when. Now, there are bowlers who are not quite in that mould, and in terms of their action and the purity of their action, if I could put it that way, and Luke Proctor is one of those. So there's arms and legs in different places, and the ball comes out just a bit earlier than his front foot really hits the ground, so it just rushes you a little bit, and you see this sort of bowler get a number of wickets against before players get in against them. Andrew Hall would be a great example of that. Hawley, his release was just slightly earlier than is normal, and he got so many people LBW before they'd got in against him, because they just rushed and it hits them on the shin before they've moved. Now, the unusual timing of a bowler, whilst it might look aesthetically not particularly nice, can be a real advantage. Has that made any sense at all?
Yeah, definitely does. 31 overs gone.
Possibly.
And the score is 185 for 5. Sean Dixon on 26. Curtis Camphor on 2.
Let's think about some classic examples of this. I'm going back in the years, but these are international guys. So Mike Proctor would be a great example of that. Max Walker would be another great example of that as well. And to a degree, but for different reasons, Jeff Thompson is probably the best example of that. And no one really has bowled quite like Jeff Thompson, and people had great trouble lining him up because you didn't see where the ball was coming from.
Well, he had that back arm, the bend in the back,
Yeah.
and it was hidden so that they couldn't see the hand where the ball was coming from. It's actually, I was watching some old footage of him the other day for some weird reason, and it was an odd action when you look at it in today's standards.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I think coaches are often too keen to change actions that look a bit unusual, a bit quirky, and you shouldn't really think about a bowler without thinking about the effect on the batsman. And if someone's action is kind of repeatable and not dangerous, and it's natural to them, and it's a point of difference, that can be really helpful to them.
I think that's the key, really, with all the study into biomechanics now and what's repeatable and good for the body. Yeah, it's quite possible that someone like Jeff Thompson would have had it coached out of him, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is, when I look at Lasith Malinga, for example, well, that's a bit of a hack.
Yeah. Across the
Talk to each other here, gents. If Lasith Malinga had been at the wrong time in English cricket, he would have not played, because he would have had that coached out of him and been ineffective. even Jimmy Anderson, you know, when Jimmy Anderson got into the England setup, they tried to change an action, and it broke him, and he couldn't really bowl with it. And he, in the end, Jimmy Anderson being Jimmy Anderson, said, you know, thank you very much for your input, but I'm going to go back to bowling how I used to.
A lovely shot there by Camphor, just opens up. It was in the air, but always going to be safe. Lovely shot from the Ireland international. Takes him to 8 off 8 balls. But that run rate has crept up to nearly 12.5 now, so they need more boundaries like that. Yeah, look at someone like, is that the end of the over?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. End of the over from Kerrigan. 192 for 5 with 32 overs gone. Needing 12.4 and over to get them to that 416 required for victory. Someone like Pat Cummins, a great example, played 1 test for Australia in South Africa, and then it was 6 years until he played his 2nd test because he just kept getting stress, injuries. It would be really sad. He'd spend all winter building himself up, and then right at the start of the season he would break down again. We used to have what I called the annual Pat Cummins injury press conference, where at the time he was at university. We joked he was the best paid university student in Australia on a central contract. And it was 6 years before he was able to play his 2nd test match, which is amazing.
Was that, were his injuries thought to be related to his action, or it was just one of those things?
Yes, so his first one came in, it was actually his foot, his heel.
Okay.
Oh, that's an unusual shot, but it's well played. Lovely innovation there from Camphor, and that's another 4 runs. Just used the pace of the ball and placed it very well.
This is going to be great from Camphor. He's got one option here, hasn't he, now, with the run rate that's required.
Yeah, it's clarity, isn't it?
Only one way to go. So the first one he picked up in South Africa, which was a heel, a hot spot, and then ended up getting a back.
Okay.
And when you talk about Jeff Thompson, he actually did a lot of work with Dennis Lilly.
Okay.
Who, of course, was sort of the poster boy, if you like, for coming back from a back injury. And so what he ended up doing was he worked on exactly what we spoke before about repeatable action.
Yep.
Oh, full toss. And it was almost an absolute blinder. Well, it would have been a specky and a half. Great work in even getting one hand to it.
Oh, Vasconcelos, like a
it
salmon,
was
wasn't it?
Vasconcelos was.
Like a salmon.
It was incredible effort from Vasconcelos. Boy, he was annoyed with himself as well because he knew that would have made the highlights reels for a long time to come.
If he was Prithvi Shaw's height, he would have held on to that one, wouldn't he?
That's the comment, isn't it? I like that.
Yeah, flash and a miss. But yes, so Pat Cummins worked on his alignment, on his movement through the crease. So when he came back, he probably didn't swing the ball as much because his lines were a little bit straighter. But he was able to bowl without breaking down all the time, and has been one of the most durable fast bowlers in the world since.
I just love him. I think he's just a fantastic cricketer.
So he doesn't swing the ball as much as he used to, but has become much more consistent.
Right. And he hasn't dropped in pace either, has he?
No.
He's still, he's still up there, isn't he? Still genuinely quick.
Yes, absolutely.
Dennis Lilly played here for a few years. I don't know if you knew that. He played some domestic cricket for Northants.
That's well played. Beats the fielder. Might go all the way.
Oh, wow.
And
that's a great bit of
if
fielding.
that has been saved, that is absolutely brilliant work. Just getting the fingertips inside the rope. Super work in the outfield.
Sam Whiteman making his way down. That's brilliant, isn't it?
Wow.
Absolutely brilliant by Sam Whiteman. The full length of Whiteman Way to get the fielding done. Save his team a run.
Goes over the top this time, Camphor, and there won't be any saving on the boundary rope this time. That is 4 runs. So Camphor has decided he is going for this. 18 off 13 now for the Irishman. Dixon going at a runner ball on 29. 206 for 5. So the 200 coming up in that over. 33 overs gone.
Yeah, 210 required still off 17 overs. That run rate at about 12.5. So that it's clarity, isn't it, for Curtis Camphor? He's come out, he's got a job to do. He knows if Somerset are going to stand any chance of getting close to this first innings score from Northamptonshire, he's going to have to go at, well, probably 180, 200 for the rest of this game. So he's got one thing on his mind, and he started off well.
And two South Africans at the crease, and they're not known for taking backward steps, are they? So they'll be looking at this and thinking it's still possible. They only kind of know one way, don't they, which is to go on the front foot.
Kerrigan continues his spell. Oh, and he gets underneath that one. That's lofted, and it's going to be saved again by Sam Whiteman, who has been prowling that boundary rope.
It's a good try. Sam Whiteman is normally out there, to be fair, but he's got some company.
Oh, man.
James Sales is with him today.
Okay.
I appreciate the confidence that you said it, though.
Look, I knew. Looking out the window, don't have my binoculars. Okay, that's played straight back. But you're welcome, Sam Whiteman. They shouldn't all have the same caps on. So you talk about Dennis Lilly being here. I was looking up a bit of history between these two sides, and some of the names when they met in the 1979 Gillette Cup final at Lords.
Mm-hmm.
And Viv Richards scored a century in that game. Joel Garner took 6 for 29. And it was Somerset's first ever trophy, I believe.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we could help.
Yes, I wasn't sure I'd be able to bring that in, but you brought up Jeff Thompson. I thought I'd bring up Joel Garner and
Yeah.
Viv Richards. One of the great things about domestic cricket in England is that almost every big name in the game has played it.
Yeah. Bold.
Yeah, well, bowled just a single there for Camphor.
Simon Kerrigan has persisted with this field. I said I'd let it go, but I haven't. Of 4
You
men.
don't let anything go.
But this is the gap that needs plug in here. I'm pointing at deep mid-wicket, sorry. But for the well played.
Oh, that is just slapped.
Smashed that, yeah.
Lovely shot from Dixon, rewarded with 4 runs.
Now, one of the reasons I think that Simon Kerrigan's bowled that length is because he doesn't want to get picked up and hit into the mid-wicket boundary. Because he's not got a fielder there, because he's got 4 men in the circle behind square. And so bowling a shorter length, Dixon's read the play very well, gone very deep, and he's got 1 man to beat on the offside boundary, which he did very skillfully. It was a very good back foot shot. But if he's got his fielders in the right place, he can bowl a little bit straighter. And I mean, Simon's played a heck of a lot of cricket, but I think he's got it in his head about being swept or reverse swept or lapped or whatever. And he's got fielders there as insurance fielders who haven't really contributed during his whole spell. And he's bowled now 9 overs, and I think I can remember them fielding 2 balls. So hopefully, even though the bowling coach isn't present, Graham White is present, who obviously is the same skill set as Simon Kerrigan, and hopefully they can have a little chat about that and a review over a cold beverage after the game.
Or something to cheer you up, Phil. Just look out the window in front of us that Rob Keogh is back on the field. So
that's good.
He's got a bit more tape on those fingers, but he is back out there for the Steelbacks, which is great to see.
That is very good news.
Proctor continuing, and it is going to be Keogh who has to do some fielding there. They come back for a second. But it is good news. He's got tape on his left hand, tape on his right hand. But playing in his 150th game for the Steelbacks, obviously wants to be out there in the middle, especially on what has been an excellent day for the home side.
He's just blanked Phil.
I think he's looking at his girlfriend, which...
Oh, ball's coming to him again. It's a magnet.
To be honest, fair comment. I'll just leave that there. Yeah, his family's in. That's a little wave to his lovely girlfriend. Fiance, I should say. Fiance. Georgie. Who's very knowledgeable on cricket, actually.
You'll have to try again and see if you can get a thumbs up from him next time.
Just defended by Dixon.
I think Rob's dad, Ian, is in the family box down there as well, and it's late in the afternoon now, and they've watched a lot of cricket, so I think there might be he's got his attention on those guys, making sure they behave themselves.
Have you not made your way down there yet? Thought you might have had a little knock on the door and.
Been busy. Take this job very seriously, Dan.
I can tell.
Don't make this up as I go along.
And they're very lively, the crowd below us. I saw a tweet from someone down below talking about giving the commentary box a little wobble. So
right?
if it starts wobbling here,
Okay.
that's the fans downstairs. Nicely played, but I really have to say that the boundary riders have been outstanding today.
That is Sam Whiteman.
Yes, thank you, Sam Whiteman. Well done. He's been good, hasn't he? He's been so good, he's almost been like two fielders.
Everywhere, he's been everywhere. What he did really well there, which I liked, was he got the ball away, got the throw away really quickly. Dixon is a very good runner between the wickets, but even he wasn't going to go again.
Oh, that's gone so fine. No ball as well. There wasn't much that the fielders could do about that. Just absolutely flew off there.
He's done really well to get that fine, hasn't he?
He has. It was extra effort as a Yorker that probably took his front foot over the line. To be fair to Luke Proctor, he did have, back in the day, he did have some issues with consistent no ball, and he looks to have sorted those out. That one he just, with a bit of an effort ball, a Yorker. It was a good Yorker, wasn't it? I mean, it was a successful Yorker. It went for 4 off an inside edge. I mean, I guess the only good news about that, it didn't clean the batter up. It was a no ball.
True.
So.
It's just a little conference going on at the moment, a little discussion. Camphor has moved on to 26 off 17.
Got there quickly, hasn't he?
He has got there very quickly.
These two are dangerous players.
Dixon, 37 off 37. So they are definitely the batters that are giving Somerset hope. Can they keep it going? A straight back past the bowler. That is a lovely shot. Curtis Camphor only knows one way to get his team out of a hole, and that is aggression with the bat.
Yeah, that over's definitely going to help, but it's at this point in the innings where these worms of Northamptonshire and Somerset are just starting to split. It's got to that point after Northants got past that 200 and the run rate skyrocketed really, whereas as you can kind of see on that graph that Somerset has just started to kind of flatten out, but obviously that over's going to help that no end.
Yeah, so 12.5 required, and they're going at 6.5, but I think that run rate just going up a little bit with these two at the crease, Camphor and Dixon. So Rob Keogh, who had to leave the field after copping a blow trying to stop a ball, absolutely flew past him in the field. It's gone off for a while, come back with some taped fingers. He is going to have have a bowl again. He's bowled 7 overs so far, 3 for 28.
Kind of feel they're going to be targeting deep mid-wicket here with the off-spin ball coming into the bat. There it goes.
Fielders running in. Well fielded. Balls fired back in. So just get that single.
I'd like another fielder over here, but I don't know where he's going to come from. I'm going to try and work that out. Bring a 12th man on.
Again, the vacant territory out there on the leg side enables the easy single.
This is a conundrum of reverse sweeping. So because Dixon and Camphor both reverse sweep, there are 2 men behind square on the offside. Ideally, if neither of them reverse swept, you could get that extra man onto the slog boundary on the leg side. But it just encourages then, if there's only 1 man behind square on the offside, the reverse sweep will come out very quickly. So you can't have one everywhere.
And that's just hit straight in between those 2 fielders behind point. So I just will run through for a single. Is this one of the bigger pockets of the ground? This is deep mid-wicket as well.
It is.
Can't recall seeing a lot of sixes hit that way.
That's a great 2.
Terrific running. Vasconcelos was herring in from long on and was good with the throw, but they ran the first one hard, gave themselves every chance of completing the second. So Dixon moves on to 42 from 40. A flatter delivery again. Vasconcelos with work to do, and they've done exactly the same thing. Well, it's thrown to the keeper's end and well wide of the stumps, so they managed to pick up another 2 runs. Good running between the wicket essentially put a lot of pressure on the fielder for Sierra.
That's great cricket. They've played this over brilliantly so far.
Last ball of the over, and that's just chipped into that vacant space on the onside. So single to finish it, 36 for 5 after 36 overs. Still that required run rate creeping up ever more, 12.8 per over, even though these 2 in Dixon and Camphor are doing an excellent job of keeping the pressure on the fielders, trying to up the scoring rate. It's just so hard when there's 415 staring at you from the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was a well played over, wasn't it? They scored off every ball. There was great intent, great run between the wickets, and yet they were still 3 short of the required rate for per over, which only then obviously sends it north. So boundaries are what's required. So every over without a boundary is a Northants win.
Well, I think when we were watching them play a few days ago, and remember saying they just need 1 or they were chasing then, and it looked like it was beyond them, and it was, well, they just need 1 or 2 really good overs, and all of a sudden that changes things. And how many did they get off?
25.
They got 25 off 1 over.
Yeah.
And that completely changed the dynamic of the chase.
It did.
The problem is here with the volume and the time in the game. They could use a couple of really good overs like that, and then all of a sudden, I'm not sure that Northants are actually going to give them those kinds of overs.
No, I think that's right. And the captain just sensed, let's get this game killed off. He's brought his main bowler who's available to him. As we said earlier, Jack White is off the field, but Tom Taylor had a great opening spell. He can count himself a bit unlucky. 5 overs, 1 for 30 was his opening spell. Could have picked up a couple more. He's in very good form. So he's been brought back into the attack to kill this partnership off, and everyone can relax a little bit.
Oh, he leans back and carves that one over extra cover. Again, brilliant work down there on the boundary, and that is Sam Whiteman. Fabulous work. He has been brilliant on the rope. Great awareness, great athleticism, speed in chasing the ball down, and also the speed at which he fires the ball back in. Really good work.
It was brilliant, wasn't it, by Sam Whiteman? He wasn't supported by the other fielder, who I think that's Freddie Eldrick maybe there. Oh no, it's Alex Russell, who only really reacted late in the day. You've got to go you've got to go for. Well, that's a great shot.
Curtis Camphor, more innovation. And another 4. Lovely boundary there. Good thinking from Curtis Camphor. Knew that those fielders were up behind the stumps.
It's a wonderful shot.
It's almost swept a wide, a reverse swept a wide Yorker with a bit of a switch hit as well.
That's exactly what's happened there.
Yeah.
I mean, that skill set, that skill level is just off the scale to do that. That's fantastic.
Rob Keogh was interested for a little while, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just got enough on it
Just
to get
enough.
over the man at short fine.
Goes straight down the ground this time. More conventional shot, but this time clears the rope. So Curtis Camphor giving us an exhibition in 360-degree hitting here, and it's entertaining to watch, to say the very least.
It is, certainly is. That was in the slot, wasn't it? Indeed, hitting, but it was right in the slot. He's on fire here. And I just wonder about the extra run there. Yes, earlier in the over, Sam Whiteman did a brilliant stop on the boundary, but it was too long for the support fielder to get to him. You've got to follow the man out to the boundary. He's going to flick it back in, get it in as quickly as you can. Would have been bowling at Dixon.
Oh, Camphor goes again. Straight down the ground.
4 more.
And
bounce.
4 more. 1 bounce. Was just waiting to see if it actually managed to clear the rope. A 4 is the signal. So Curtis Camphor has just flicked a switch in the past few overs. 45 off 22. We were saying he was going to have to go almost a strike rate of 200. Well, he's just over that at the moment.
18 off the first 4 balls of the over. So the captain, I think that was the right decision to bring back his main bowler that was available to him, Tom Taylor, who's in great form. Back he comes, and his first 4 balls have gone for 18. And suddenly it doesn't look quite as comfortable for Northants.
Well, it was interesting. I just said I wasn't sure that they were not going to give them one of those or a couple of those overs. They need more than 1. But Curtis Camphor has not given up the ghost on this chase. That is for sure.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a double play, isn't it? 1, attack the strike bowler, give Lewis McManus something to think about. Does he have to look elsewhere from the David Capel end? And 2, that run rate was up to about 13 and over, so I've got to go. So it's kind of working brilliantly for Somerset and Camphor so far in this over. I mean, if you look around, there are 5 bowlers available without Jack White. Kerrigan's got 1 left, Keogh's got 2, Broad's got 6, Proctor's got 5, Taylor's got 4 at the end of this one. So there are the overs out there.
Yeah.
But where McManus looks, if he doesn't feel like Taylor can keep going.
Oh, and he's just helped that around the corner, and that is 6 more. What a shot. Well, they just sent Keogh back to deep, fine boundary. And Curtis Camphor had a look back there. He played the shot there for a boundary earlier in the over. And so this time, he just used the speed, picked it up, deposited it over the rope on the other side.
What I'd hope to get is a field that you can bowl 2 different lengths to, because then the batter can't know what length you're going to bowl. And with this field, mid on and mid off both in the circle, you've got to bowl. If you're going to bowl full.
Oh, he's gone again, but this time straight to the fielder.
Okay.
He makes no mistake. So Curtis Camphor, after some brilliantly innovative striking of the ball, has sent it down the throat of deep mid-wicket and departs for 49 off 23, the 6th wicket to fall for Somerset in this monumental chase.
Got his line
259
right.
for 6.
He got his line right there. If you're going to bowl, he had to bowl short with that field. The mid on and mid off were up in the circle, so he got his line right. That was over middle stump, and that's got to go in front of square. He's got to try and hit it for 6 basically at this stage of the game, which he tried to. Didn't quite make it. Got most of it, but it was easily pounced in the end by substitute fielder James Sales at mid wicket. But that was the best bit of thinking in that over from Tom Taylor, because Northampton started to get a bit rattled there. And those fielders running here, there and everywhere. The ball was going to all corners of the ground, and credit to Curtis Camphor, because he scored 360 there. He got a wide Yorker, which is one of the best shots of the day. And there's been plenty of good shots today. As Dan said, he kind of reverse swept a wide Yorker. Got it up and over the man at short third man. Was one of his highlight shots, a really good hand. And whilst he was there was still life in this chase. Danny Lamb's no slouch either, coming in at number 8.
Yeah, do Somerset keep going, Phil? That I guess is the question, or is it now a case of we'll bat for 13 overs, get maybe 320, 330 or something like that, maybe 350 even, and think, wow, it's not that big of a deficit after all.
Keep going.
Just keep going flat out
At this stage.
Yeah.
I mean, not forever, but where we are now, right now, I'd keep going. Captain's in on virtually 50. Danny Lamb can play. You never know. Northampton started blinking a wee bit. And no doubt, it's not a confident team right now. And a bowler down. So I'd keep going.
That's just worked into the onside. Thought about a second. Settle for one.
It would be a monumentally upsetting defeat for Northamptonshire from this perspective. But, it's never over until it's over, is it? And certainly whilst Camphor was there, as I said at halfway, once a year this score is chased down somewhere, and it's got to happen somewhere. It could have been today. Could still be today, it's unlikely.
Well, look how much of a difference that innings that Camphor made. There's a little win predictor that pops up on the screen every now and again, and it's been as low as 0.03. And I think it just popped up on screen, that Intelligent Cricket win predictor at Somerset back at 12.1%.
Okay.
So
yeah,
that cameo, that innings from Camphor's made a huge difference.
Yeah, that's a 1 in 8, isn't it? 12%. Yeah, he did play very, very well, the young man.
Did indeed.
Geez, we've seen some cricket today, haven't we?
We sure have.
Wow.
Well, we've seen some outstanding cricket today. Half a shout there. I tell you, Rob Keogh has been impressive in his appealing today.
He lives it, doesn't he?
He'll tell you he's very appealing.
He's done quite a bit of it. But been rewarded with wickets as well. That's well swept. Lovely on the reverse from Lamb. And he gets off the mark with a boundary. It's an encouraging start for the Somerset, travelling fans. I know there are a few of them here.
As soon as we said earlier, didn't we, you need 2 men on there if you think the guy can reverse sweep. We should know that Danny Lamb can reverse sweep because we've got Kerrigan in the side and Proctor in the side who have played most of their career with him.
He goes for it again, and this time he goes over the top.
6.
That is a wonderful shot.
I think that went all the way.
It did go all the way.
That's
Clears the rope. So Lamb, 4 and a 6. He's only faced 4 balls and he's on 10. So if there was any question about whether or not they were going to keep going for it, Somerset, I think we just got our answer.
I thought it was a good question at the time.
It is a good question.
I agree. It was a good question. Yeah.
This time, happy to get the easy single down to long on. And that is the end of Keogh's 9th over. 3 for 49.
I had a little dent in Rob Keogh's figures, but in the context of a game where we're going to see, crikey, how many runs at the end, who knows? But probably about 700, I would think, something like that. Going at 5.5 and over is pretty decent in that context.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a tough day for bowlers all around,
Jeez,
you would have to say.
Isn't it just?
Who'd be one? Who'd be one? But that run rate as well, those last couple of overs, they've taken a nice chunk out of it. It was nearly up at 13, wasn't it, an over, and it's dropped down to 12.1. See the wicket of Camphor there on that win predictor has made quite a significant impact on that. They're down to back to 1.4%. So when Camphor was in and when he was going, he was really taking large chunks out of that.
12s itself is not particularly the issue, it's how long they've got to do it for.
Exactly. If it's 12 and over and you've got 3 overs left, you're like, okay, but there's still 12 overs remaining.
And they've only got 4 wickets to play with as well.
I'd like to see us sharpen up there. Tom Taylor's last over was a bit mixed for me. We just need to be clear on what we're doing here.
Taylor in again, and it's a flash and a miss from Lamb.
So the field that Taylor's bowling to, he's got 2 men out on the offside, he's got a 3rd man and a deep cover, 3 men on the offside saving the single, 2 men on the leg side at mid-on and short fine leg, and 2 men out on the leg side, boundary, 1 at slog and 1 at deep backward square.
Oh, just a little drop and run through for the single.
It'll be interesting to see if we maintain the same field here. It looks like Tom Taylor is happy to have mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. He'll be setting his own field here. He's a very experienced campaigner, and he's a useful death bowler. It's not quite what it is effectively death, isn't it? I guess at 12s, however long there is still to go, it's pretty much death bowling. Back of a length.
I just feel like Northants would like to close this out early. They'll be hoping, as we see the 50 come up for Dixon off 45 balls. It's been very solid for them. He was support there for Curtis Camphor. Now he is the set batter, needing to stay there, desperately needing to stay there if they're going to have any chance. Somerset. Oh, and that's a lovely little piece of innovation, like what we saw from Curtis Camphor earlier. And Lamb has picked up where Camphor left off. Another boundary coming. It takes the score to 277 for 6. Lamb has moved on to 16 from 8. So he has taken up the mantle from Curtis Camphor, who is going at a strike rate of 200.
It does massively just clear the mind as a batter to know that you've got to go. It's you could look at it and kind of go, there's way too much pressure on me and I can't chase that down.
This time he goes straight, and there's a fielder underneath it, taken comfortably just outside the ring. So it was a little cameo, it was aggressive, but in the end it was short-lived, and Lamb departs for 16. The 7th wicket to fall for Somerset. And with 7 wickets down, you feel this could come to an end quite quickly now.
You'd think so.
39th over now. And they're still a long, long way behind.
Good catch by Alex Russell. That ball was just spinning in the air, wasn't it?
Yes,
As it came
never
towards
straightforward. He doesn't look the most confident under. He doesn't look the most confident under the high ball, but he caught it, and that's the main thing. It was these catches do swirl around a bit. Lamb trying to go over long on, but just got a thick outside edge, and that's the silence of the Lamb.
Oh, he's here all week, folks.
My younger son is telling me that he's done some great fielding. He's actually sent me a video. Let's have a look at it. He's obviously in the crowd somewhere, and unfortunately I couldn't see.
Oh, he's here today.
He's probably come in early from a hard day's work. Whether he caught one, I can't quite see the video, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Can't quite see what it is, but
Well, Wendell's in.
Wendell is in. Wendell flag in hand.
With the biggest flagpole in Northampton.
Perhaps you can see on this, Dan. I can't quite
I'll give it a
see.
go. Oh, he's almost like... What's he doing? Oh, I can see him throwing it back. I can't
Does
see
he
him
catch
doing the
it?
fielding in the first place. Maybe one-handed on the bounce.
Was it? Yeah, it's genetic. That level of fielding is genetic, Dan. That.
Plays a decent standard. Ned Leonard off the mark straight away. That's the international kind of code of a club cricketer, isn't it? It's kind of, oh, you play a bit of club cricket? Yeah, and then the question is, decent standard? It's like, well, I've got no idea, really, but I'll say yes because it makes me feel a bit better.
Lovely.
Don't know too much about Ned Leonard as a batter. It's just 4 innings in List A cricket. So far, he's got 8 runs to show for himself across those 4 innings. But he's joined his captain, Sean Dixon, at the crease with 11 to go, and Justin Broad's going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre. And the score, as you can see, 278 for 7. Dixon on 50 and Leonard on 1. Broad so far 4 overs, no maidens, none for 30. I suspect there could be a fair bit of work left for him to do in the rest of this innings in the absence of Jack White.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Yeah, absolutely.
Keeper up to the stumps as well. Shorter ball from Justin Broad, just a single. It's all on Sean Dixon's shoulders now, isn't it?
It really is.
50 or 45 at the moment, striking at 111. Has not really shown that level of aggression just yet, but if he's going to carry on where Curtis Campher and Danny Lamb left off, then he's going to have to start targeting Justin Broad, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, when he was in with Lamb and everyone who preceded Lamb, but up to and including Lamb, he could count on them getting their contribution. Obviously, Campher led that partnership, but now he's going to have to get some of runs that Leonard might not be able to get.
Short from Broad, and that's powerfully struck out towards the leg side. James Sales does the fielding, restricts it to 1. I think they're both subfielders. Are there 2 subfielders
yes,
out there?
Yeah.
Sales is out there and
yeah.
Russell's out there. So we know Jack White is missing as 1. Prithvi's off as well.
Yeah.
He's earned a sit down, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a
Lovely
nice
shot. Ned Leonard only scored 8 runs in his List A career so far, and I mean that shot would lead you to believe there could be a few more. It's a lovely shot.
It was a lovely shot. It was a lovely shot. So well played, Ned Leonard. That's a lovely straight drive, lofted straight drive, very well executed. However, it was in the slot, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
And he's still going to hit it, but from a Northampton perspective.
Short again, out to James Sales on the bounce. Just a single. Opportunity for Justin Broad as well to pick up a few wickets and at the end of this game, isn't there?
Absolutely, and it's good experience for him as well. It all sounds very comfortable, doesn't it? Wow, 12.7 with 11 overs to go and so on and so forth. But it won't feel like that when you're out there. It'll feel like they've still got a chance of throwing this one away. That's in the gap, I think. Well, it's not.
Sam Whiteman, that man is out there doing the work. Just ran his fingers down the side of it, I think. Took the pace off the ball, and Sean Dixon timed the ball nicely, didn't he? But so you're going to play a good shot to beat Sam Whiteman out on that boundary.
There's every inch of grass out there, doesn't he?
Takes it personally, doesn't he?
This is my way.
Nicely bowled. So rotating the strike well, but clearly that's not enough. That run rate quickly back up to 13 and over. Justin Broad finishes his 5th, none for 39. Dixon on 52.
What have we got here? No, not at all. No. So 10 to go.
Yeah. 129 to win.
129 to win, 7 down. How many games have been won from there in the history of 50 over cricket? Not many, I suspect.
No, that is a question I don't have an answer to.
It's very specific, wasn't it?
It was
at
rather,
Northampton,
yeah. At Northampton.
On a Wednesday.
Under blue skies.
Surrounded by old shoe factories.
I've learned a lot today. It's been wonderful. Always like to learn something new every day. Well, I've learned quite a few things today.
Well, we've got the Steelbacks Ultra in as well at the moment, just down in front of the electronic scoreboard.
I love that.
That's Wendell Pemberton.
He's been called many things. He is known by many names. I've never heard Ultra.
This is the man with the flag.
It is the man with the flag.
Legend.
I love a flag bearer.
It's a big flag.
Big man. You'll hear him. He'll be singing very soon. He's got a wide variety of songs. One of my favourites was his tribute to Alex Wakely.
Can you give us a cover?
I can.
Short from
Out.
Proctor, out to the fielder. Good catch. I think that's James Sales out there in the deep. And captain Sean Dixon has to go for 52, and Somerset 288 for 8. Luke Proctor with his second wicket. And you would say that should be about done and dusted for the Steelbacks today at Wantage Road.
The large lady is limbering her larynx. Might say that.
About to give the what do you even call it? I can't. The cover. There was a better word than cover, wasn't there, of the Alex Waitley song? But
oh yeah, no. I mean, it kind of It was. I don't know how long it took him to come up with it. It was Waco, 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 Waco.
Oh.
Sometimes for the whole of a T20 game, both innings.
Well, Sean Dixon's got to go. Round of applause as
well
the
played.
Somerset captain departs. He made 52, second highest score for the county today, behind Andy Ameed's 77 at the top of the order. And Jack Brooks is on his way to the middle. He's going to join Ned Leonard. As we learnt earlier, he's got a first-class 100 to his name, 109 not out, which I did do a bit more research into. It came in a Roses game, in case that carries any extra weight
I think it does,
than any other first-class 100. But yeah, he just needs 128 to win off 9.4 overs.
Got an uncomplicated style, Brooksy. In defence generally, I'm not going back a few years, but in defence generally throws the bat and pad at it, and in attack throws the bat at it, gets his leg out of the way, and it can travel, which it needs to do.
It certainly does. A couple of sixes per over for the next 9.5 overs.
I would like to see a Yorker. That would be my preferred ball here.
It's a short ball. It's up. Oh, it's not far away from McManus. He thought about it for a second. He thought he was interested, but just evaded the wicketkeeper. Good ball from Luke Proctor. It wasn't the Yorker that Phil called for, but it was a well-directed short ball instead.
Question for you two cricket numpties. Why is the helmet on the field at the moment? Because it nearly got in the way of Lewis McManus' turn to try and catch it over his shoulder. Now, the helmet didn't get in his way, but it could have done. It was pretty close. Why is it on the field? Wow.
Powerful shot from Ned Leonard, but straight at mid-off. I suppose...
Get it off the field.
Yeah, I suppose he's using it at the moment with Broad up to the stumps at the other end. That's not to say that we haven't got sub-fielders to run it on and off. There are two of them on the field at the moment.
We've run out. We've run out of legs.
Yeah, but there are no sub-fielders anymore because we've had a few injuries.
I can spot a certain left-arm wrist spinner in the dugout at the moment who looks like he's enjoying the sunshine. It's a good short ball from...
There you go, and the ball very nearly hit the helmet, didn't it? I mean, that would have been on cue, wouldn't it, there?
They managed to scamper a single in between all of that as well.
Get the helmet off the field when it's not required.
It's a proper rant, isn't it? His side scored 415 today.
Yeah. It's a hard taskmaster.
Good habits. Good habits forever.
Took a horrible bounce off the end of the square, didn't it? But
didn't it just?
Well picked up in the end by Alex Russell.
That tells you how dry and ruttled those ends are.
Prithvi Shaw's on his way back, and I can imagine Phil in the dressing room at the end of the day. Well played, lads. Prithvi, fantastic innings. But why was that helmet on the field at the end?
That's so unfair. I'm leading with that. I'm leading with that. Get the helmet off the... Well played, Prithvi. Get that helmet.
Justin Broad then to carry on from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. 5 overs, none for 39. Ned Leonard on strike with an enterprising 10 off 8 so far, including a nice lofted straight drive the over before. Short ball from Broad. I think that's going to be one for the over. I thought that might have been.
I thought that was quite high.
Yeah, I thought it was. Well, we'll get the benefit of the replay.
Good lad, though. We're getting it up there. Don't want it halfway waist high, do you? He did get it up there. But hit a net.
Yeah, I've seen shorter no balls today, I think. But anyway,
Agreed.
one for the over. It's well bowled again. Leonard just taking the long handle to that one. Got no choice, has he now? That run rate up to 14.5 and over.
On bounce as well. He's a strong boy, isn't he, Leonard? Well, Leonard's a strong boy, but Broad is a strong guy when he bends his back.
Gives himself a bit of room.
What a lovely hit that is.
Leonard goes down the ground. I think Tom Taylor's going to cut that one off before it goes for 4. So it's just going to be 2 more added to the score. Do you think, obviously that run rate's now 14.5, 14.6 and over. It's not done by any stretch. 2 wickets for the Steelbacks and 124 runs to win for Somerset. But is there anything in hindsight Somerset could have done differently with this run chase to be a little bit closer than where they are now? Any batter that potentially stands out that could have gone a little bit harder, a little bit earlier?
I think it's just very difficult for a team in this situation when you're talking about 416 runs required. I guess Golds was probably the slowest, scored 47 off 62. But
in a way, he was kind of playing, to some extent, he was kind of playing the same role.
That's right.
That Sam Whiteman played, wasn't he? And I thought he played it pretty well. He just got out at the wrong time.
Yeah, that support to Andy Ameed early on.
And they went bang bang, didn't they? Within 10 balls of each other. No, I don't. I would say probably not. I'm trying to think as hard as I can on that. But you know, they're nearly at 300, aren't they? They've got a decent number themselves. They've played pretty well. And there's still 8 overs to go.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked the question, because I was struggling really to think. I mean, to go toe-to-toe with it, you almost need a guy to go out there and score a double 100 themselves, or potentially have 2 batters go on and get hundreds in a list A game, which, I mean, it's going to be so rare. But yeah, the stream powered by Daffabet, and thank you everybody who has joined us throughout the course of the day. You've been treated to a terrific day's cricket here at Northamptonshire today. You can, if you want to share your kind of final thoughts for the day, on Twitter via @Northants CCC. I think that kind of makes sense in my head, or via email, stream@nccc.co.uk.
I mean, let's face it, any time you have a player score nearly 250 of 150 odd balls, it's a day out, isn't it? And it's going to be very hard for any team to combat that.
Yeah, and I think Mel as well. It's not an absolute road of a wicket, is it? It's not, you know, it's not a bad pitch by any means. Please don't get me wrong, but it's not a wicket that you can just go in with impunity and put your hands through everything. You know, there's been a bit of seam movement there, a couple of stuck in the wicket, been a little bit of up and down. It's been a decent cricket pitch, but it's not been an absolute road where there's nothing in it for the bowler at all. And I think Northampton bowled quite well.
Short from Proctor.
And
It's going to be a no ball. No, it's going to be a wide, that one.
Yeah.
And I think
Is that down the leg side in the end?
It is.
that's worth saying as well. I mean, I know we had. Just see this once more. Yeah. I know we had an email in talking about Somerset perhaps not having their first choice bowlers in, but I think that shows how well.
Oh, muscled down the ground. Jack Brooks. Thank you very much. 4 runs.
The Oxfordshire Lara.
Yeah, great shot. But I think that shows how well Prithvi Shaw batted as well, because it wasn't simply just that it was a really flat pitch.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, if it was easy to score double hundreds, even against attacks that weren't necessarily the best, we'd see a lot more of them in List A cricket, wouldn't we? And it's a test of stamina and concentration as well. And that brings up the 300 for Somerset.
Yeah. I'm not at home to the conversation about well, if only we'd had X, Y, and Z. Let's enjoy what we've seen there. That was world-class batting, whoever's bowling at you.
Yeah, well, that 715 runs for the day. That one into the leg side.
Or bowled.
Good bumper from Luke Proctor. So, yeah, I mean...
The batter rehearses an elaborate pull, having ducked under the previous one.
But yeah, any day that you get to watch 715 runs, it's going to be more than that, isn't it? By the time we get to the end of the day completely, it's been good batting, regardless of who's played and to what standard and in what competition and at what ground. It's been a good day of cricket.
Absolutely. I'm quite happy about this. My first 2 days down here at Wantage Road.
You're doing pretty well. You've had 2 absolute crackerjack games.
Out.
That's gone straight up. Fielder is underneath it, sets himself. I think it's
sixer.
Vasco couldn't haul it back.
He stayed down. Get up, get up. We don't want another injury.
All
Is he okay?
the way for 6. Ned Leonard put in some hang time on that one.
Oh, it was a fine effort, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He almost did a full somersault in the air.
He did, yeah. Well struck.
Goes again. That one, I think. That's another one, isn't it?
Wow.
That's another one. Back-to-back 6s from Ned Leonard. Vasco's just teasing us in the commentary box, isn't he? He's shaping up underneath it. You're kind of thinking, oh, it's definitely going straight down his throat this time. But Ned Leonard's got other ideas. Back-to-back 6s off the end of Luke Proctor's 7th over. 2 overs, no maidens. Sorry, 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 65. I've run out of words today.
I've got a word for you.
Yes.
Yorker.
It's a really good one.
Yorker.
Yeah.
So he's bowled him some nice short balls that he hasn't looked particularly at home against. And then he's bowled him 2 length balls that he slapped back over his head for 6s. Get it under his bat, surely.
Well, that's one way to reduce the run rate deficit, or the net run rate deficit.
It certainly is.
As well.
Yeah. Well, Broad's been taken out the attack and Kerrigan's got 1 over left, so he's going to bowl that final over from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jack Brooks is on strike. It's not a bad tactic, I think, towards the tail end, just tempt them in with a bit of left arm spin. Fielder's out on the boundary, see if you can get one up and down the throat of one of your boundary riders. But Jack White's quite enjoying watching Ned Leonard, isn't he? So he's down the ground. That's 6. That's gone all the way.
That is the best of the lot.
Yes.
That is outstanding.
What a shot that is.
3 6s in a row for Ned Leonard.
Oh,
It's not over yet if your name's Ned at Wantage Road.
some people are on the pitch.
32 off 17. Oh, he's gone again, but
Bowled.
not got it this time.
Oh, 32 off 18. That is remarkable. 3 consecutive 6s.
It's gone up.
That's
That
out.
should be out. James Sales this time takes the catch.
Good catch.
Kerrigan gets his first wicket of the day. 1 for 71 for the left arm spinner. His first wicket in professional cricket in about a year. And Ned Leonard has got to go for 32. Well made 32 off 19 balls. Somerset 319 for 9.
Better line there. Leonard, obviously no great shakes as a batter coming into this game, no great experience of having played against him or where he hits. Preferred to hit a straighter ball, and that one was angled more into the pad, so he had to kind of hit across the line of the ball. Came off a thick sort of inner half of the bat. And James House took a very good catch in the end, running in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, and had to dive forward to catch it two-handed, which he did. He's a very, very good fielder. But yeah, he can hit a straight ball. There's no doubt about that. So there'll be a few counties around the place getting their analyst onto Leonard. Where does he hit? Straight is the answer. We can save them some money and some data storage costs there. Straight. Just don't bowl too straight and get it into his pads.
The new man at number 11 for Somerset is Shoaib Bashir not had the greatest day, well, apart from that absolute worldie of a catch that he took at the end of the innings. He's not had the greatest day so far at Wantage Road. So far in his list day career, he's got himself 8 runs, 63 runs in the championship.
Be interesting to see how he shapes up as about, not talking about the context of the game, but just generally how he shapes up, because he didn't look the strongest fielder. Obviously, his main suit is off spin, which he bowled nicely. He can hold a bat, because in the game nowadays, if you are only one-dimensional, you don't really have a career. It's just, unless you're a genius, you have to be an absolute standout genius at that one skill.
Yeah, well, just to put a bit of context, he scored 63 championship runs. His high score is 44 not out.
He can hold a bat, can't he?
And in those 63 runs, 38 of them have come with boundaries, 3 sixes and 5 fours. So
okay.
he can play.
Yeah. He's just at number 11 for what? Because of the strength of the others around him. In another side, he might bat. He's got potential to work. He needs to be batting 8 and above, really, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So then he can tick 2 boxes just about.
Yep.
If he's below 8 as an off spinner and he doesn't really, you're kind of looking for a hole to put him in the field, then it's difficult for him to push other people out of the team.
And he might well do as his career develops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just the 19 years old.
Yep.
As I said earlier, he signed a contract extension down at Somerset. He's signed that 1-year deal this year as well. So Somerset obviously see a lot in Shoaib Bashir. Tom Taylor then back into the attack, looking to finish this off and pick up his 4th wicket from the David Capel end. Jack Brooks is on strike. He's 7 off 7. That's up. There's a chance. Land just in front of Sam Whiteman. It's a teaser, wasn't it, out towards the Aussie on his boundary.
So it looks like Northampton are going to get home here and back-to-back wins. It's been a while since we've been able to say that. So it's a confidence booster, and the innings of Prithvi Shaw is going to give everyone a real lift around the place.
You're welcome on both counts.
The lucky charm. What are your movements for the rest of the summer now?
Well, I'm back here for the next 2 home games.
Okay, I could start a campaign, crowdfunding campaign.
Take up residency in Northampton.
I tell you what, it's get everywhere from Northampton. I know you do a lot of travelling. Great network from Northampton. Oh wow, what a shot!
Emilio Gay wasn't far away. Jack Brooks got enough bat on it.
Lovely shot.
Picked up 4, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. I'd like us to bowl a Yorker. Have I mentioned that?
Once or twice.
I would like it. I'd like us to bowl.
Once or twice. Just a little look ahead. Northants next play Durham in this competition on Sunday the 13th of August up at Chester Street.
Tough game.
That's an 11 o'clock start. Yeah, Durham I think will be one of the favourites for this competition.
There you go. Durham at home as well, because it's a big crowd there and they play that beautifully. They know how to play one-day cricket at that place.
And then Somerset themselves are back in action on Friday down at Taunton against Sussex. Another good game, no doubt. Assuming this goes the way of Northamptonshire today, which I think I can just about say with some
I reckon
certainty
you're safe.
that I
Yes.
reckon they've probably got it in the bag. That'll put them on 4 points, so 2 wins from 3 games. Well bowled, Tom Taylor.
There's the Yorker.
Good, isn't it?
And I would
Bowls it well as well. Yeah, it's an option that he bowls really well.
take a guess that it would put them second in the table. I don't know how net run rate is calculated, but they'll have a deficit of about 1.8 to overturn if they go past Warwickshire. I don't know whether 89 is enough of a deficit to get 1.8 out of a net run rate.
1.8 is a big number, but 90 is a big number, so it's probably quite close.
short.
Done well to get that there.
Just a single then for Jack Brooks. Yeah, and Somerset will stay on 2 points, which will leave them in 7th place. End of Tom Taylor's 8th over. 3 for 68 so far for him today. And Rob Keogh is back into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Rob himself bowled really well. He's 3 for 49 off 9 overs, so he's got 1 over left today. Either Tom Taylor or kind of feels Tom Taylor or Rob Keogh deserve this last wicket if it's gonna come, don't they?
Keogh in his 150th match. The club have put an article out about that. Nice. Came through with a time when we had a few good young players coming through and we had no money whatsoever, and it was kind of, yeah, we knew we could sign 2 from 3. Rob Keogh was one. A lad called Christian Davis. No longer plays professionally.
That's gone up. There's a fielder making his way underneath it.
Catching that.
James Sales takes the catch, and that is it. Game over here at Wantage Road. Rob Keogh does pick up the final wicket in his 150th match. He finishes 9 overs, 4 for 49, and Northamptonshire have beaten Somerset by 88 runs.
I'll come back to that story another time about the young players coming through. Another good running catch by James Sales. Might find himself in the team with injuries, possibly going forward. But certainly adds to the fielding unit, no doubt. Well bowled, Rob Keogh, 4 for 49. At an economy of 5.3, which is, I mean, I haven't looked down the rest of the card. That's probably the lowest economy of anyone who's bowled any serious number of overs in the game. So in the end, a comfortable win. It didn't always look that way. Well played, Somerset. A very kind of gutsy chase to get within 100. Yes, they've got bowled out, but they've gone down fighting, as you would expect from a Somerset team. But really, the story of the day is all about Prithvi Shaw, isn't it? We've seen one of the standout innings in 50-over domestic cricket in England of all time, really, today.
Yeah, it was really the story of him today. Prithvi Shaw has perhaps come over here with a bit of a point to prove. Hasn't played for India for a while. Well, I'm sure that there'll be a few folk back in India who might make note of that as well, and he's really set himself a platform as well and a benchmark for this time of his in England, and Northants could be the beneficiary of that in more ways than one. But he dominated today. You can hear the applause all around. Even the ground staff are stopping to applaud Prithvi Shaw as he goes off. Everyone appreciating what entertainment he has provided today. Given the Northants fans really something to be happy about, and some hope for what might be to come in his time here. And fair play to Somerset as well. They didn't just lie down. They came out fighting very hard, and there's some encouraging signs for them in what they were able to do, in what Curtis Camphor provided as well, and the fact that they kept fighting right to the end.
Yeah, some really good, young, exciting cricketers in that Somerset camp, and they should hold their heads up high, shouldn't they, after a game like that today? They've contributed brilliantly to that fixture. They've scored 328 runs themselves. As you said, a good innings by Curtis Camphor, good innings by Andy Hamid at the top, good innings again by Sean Dixon. Some good bowling as well. Danny Lamb, the standout. I appreciate, obviously he's on loan, isn't he, from Lancashire, but a good performance from him. Yeah, are there any words left really to kind of sum up that day for Prithvi Shaw? It's going to be one of those days that people are going to walk away from and go, oh, I was there at Wantage Road when Prithvi Shaw scored 244, and that's going to be spoken about here at Wantage Road for decades, isn't it? It's going to be one of those things. It's going to be when the 15-year-old was here today, when they're in their 80s, they're going to be talking to their grandkids and they're going to go, oh, I was there when Prithvi Shaw scored that 244. It's the 6th highest score in List A cricket in history, the 2nd highest score. How long has List A cricket been played in England? 60 odd years?
Yeah.
Only eclipsed by Ali Brown. Yeah, Prithvi Shaw has written his name in the records book today, and what a privilege it's been to not only commentate on it, but to watch it as well.
I can't think of any player that could have played that any better either. It was the highest possible quality. It had everything. It had power, it had skill, it had judgment, decision making, had touch. There's some real skillful shots played there, like a surgeon dissecting the field. He hit gaps beautifully. He counted to 6 very well, which he's entitled to do. But no, it had everything. I mean, that was just world class. It was a simple, you got to say what you see. That's a world class innings, and everyone who was here will know that. People who weren't here might look at the card and think, well, it wasn't much of an attack, was it? But no, I'm not having that. This was world class batting. And it was a privilege to see it, and it was a great boost for Northamptonshire, who really needed that.
Definitely. Well, you can just about hear through the effects mic the club song blaring out from the Northants dressing room. Mel, anything more from you today?
Just that it's been wonderful to be here. I feel really lucky to have come and witnessed that on a glorious day, beautiful sunshine, wonderful company, of course, in the commentary box, and Phil as well.
That hurts.
Oh, come on.
Cut me eye bleed as well.
Hashtag bants. No, it's great to share that with you, and just to see that, and the thought that, maybe he's only 23, Prithvi Shaw, remember that. And there may just come a time in the future when we see him playing for India again, and we look back at this and think, you know what, that innings there really kick-started something for Prithvi Shaw. It's one of the great things about watching domestic cricket, is you end up being there for the start of some pretty special stories. Well, maybe this might be one for Prithvi Shaw.
Definitely right. Well, thank you both for your company today. The stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire. If you've watched the stream throughout the entire day, you've had a great day. And Mel, you're back, aren't you, for the rest of the One Day Cup here at Wantage Road? So just tune in next time. Get your ticket to come down, because I mean, if Mel's here, it's going to be a thriller of a game.
I will do my best to bring the good luck. We'll be back here next Wednesday, so hopefully you can see many of you in the flesh as well as on the stream.
Well, have a good evening all. Thank you for your company.